And we're live on TV now. Holy shit, wait, why am I so in the fucking corner? Huh? What is happening? Huh? I am very professional, responsible streamer who definitely checked that all of their things in Streamlabs was ready before going online and live, and definitely did not have to rush out a thumbnail and a description and a title for this video and still be 1 minute, or this live stream and still be 1 minute late afterwards, because I definitely did not just get super into drawing fan art of Galbrena and spent 7 hours in a row sitting at my computer and my tablet. Hi chat. Hi chat. Hello Dread, hello Ryan, how we doing? The Galbrena pipeline is real? Oh, it's so real. It's so goddamn real. Got to see the Goonla is just like me, for real. It'll always be... The Goonla is here for everyone, Ryan. For you, Dread, Akrafius, Niraj, just every single person, not only regulars though, anyone who simply wishes to enjoy and adore the beauty of incredibly beautiful, gorgeous, and well-written characters is welcome on the Goonla. And that's why we're here today. Because I still haven't seen any of this fucking 2.4 preview special broadcast, but holy shit, my Twitter timeline has just blown up with all of the different characters that they dripped. Don't look at her art again though, she has a broken back. They do have a pretty extreme twist on her. No, like I was just mentioning, stream started a little late, and I was a little late, because I saw Galbrena, and I was like, I wish to draw you. So I woke up at like 2, woke up, got ready, did all my normal stuff at 2 o'clock, and then I have basically been working on this since then. I basically spent like 7 hours straight just drawing, because I love this character, and she's gorgeous, and I felt inspired to do fan art, especially because I just think it's funny that her name is Galbrena, so my Yuri pilled brain immediately goes Galbringer. So yeah, I don't know. I was having fun with this, and then I realized it was 9:50. I was like, fuck. Oh, 8:50. I was like, fuck. I have to get ready for stream like right now. I don't know. Galbrena is a gorgeous character. Big fan. Even though, like, I was trying to look up, like, reference images of her, right? And there's literally two images. We have literally 2 images of her. One is in, like, part of the trailer, and then the other one is, like, her official drip art and stuff, and that's it. I was like, well, there's not a lot of references to work off of, but, yeah. Gorgeous character. They have shown so many gorgeous characters, because I've seen, you know, the, like, official drip images of each of them, but still haven't watched any of the trailers and stuff. These say they've been watched on here, but that's because I was clicking through just, like, trying to find reference images for Galbrena. So I was just, like, clicking through real quick to see if I could find any. Apparently there's only one. The drip has scoliosis. Smile. Yeah, where is it? Get your ears out of here. Okay, wait a second. That's fucking great. Official WuWa. What, these on the official WuWa? Am I crazy? Yeah, right here. I don't know. So, like, yeah, her back isn't really what's broken, it's her fucking spine, because that is an insane amount of twist. Like, she is turning her chest just about 90 degrees from her waist. And that's like that's very flexible. That's very flexible, and her spine kind of has to be hurting from this. Her back isn't actually particularly like that bad or anything. The issue is that we have front of chest here, and then we have this twist, and then we have ass right here. So her torso is about at a 90-degree turn from her waist, which is you have to be very flexible to do that. Still a must pull? Oh yeah, definitely. Like, this is not like beyond realism necessarily, right? Like, this is like pose someone can do. It's just not a very comfortable pose to do. But, you know, it does make for like a really nice dynamic shot, if nothing else. But yeah. Everyone else has a bit more normal person posing, while Galbrena has a 90-degree torso twist, which is a lot. But still, all these new characters look gorgeous. We, of course, know Frolova, and it was always rumors that she was going to be coming out as well. But the new 5 characters are all incredibly beautiful. Hypermobility shoutout, let's go, Critter. Look, all this means is that Galbrena is an incredibly flexible woman, alright? I've definitely seen a lot of, like, Chisa simping, which, you know, I can definitely understand why. She also looks a lot like a lot of other popular characters, since she has the whole, like, sailor's uniform thing going on. It's nice to see that they're adding in a more masculine Chad character. That's a big comment. It's nice to see that they're adding in, like, a nice masculine Chad character. Because this guy does seem a bit more masculine than all of the other males they put in the game. However, with all of these characters, he's probably going to be the one I have to end up skipping, because I only have so many fucking polls. We love Ishtar from Fate. And we love Himiko from Honkai vs. Smile. But yeah, I don't know, very exciting stuff. Moon Gold Tacit Mark on foot, barely disguised friend. I mean, you know, they know what they like. They know what their audience wants. At least it's a bit more subtle than the goon marketing of Cantarella Smile. Not that there's anything wrong with that marketing, but they're going for something more subtle this time around. Okay. So, I guess we watched the whole thing, because I have not seen any of this yet. I also still haven't seen, like, the ZZZ 2.0 live stream stuff yet. But I wanted to do it on stream, and, you know, doing other things on the previous streams, so now we can do this one. Okay. I also did not eat the entirety of today, because when I get super hyper-focused on art, I am able to ignore every single sensation and thing my body is trying to tell me, hey, go take care of yourself. So I'm now eating granola right now that I made in a massive rush right before stream started. Typical model PG, Chisa equals Yuka Saotomi. Oh, huh. What the fuck is this? Wait, this is... Oh, wait, yeah, no, this is a PGR character. Wait, what? Oh, yeah, that's right. She's, like, brand fucking new, though, isn't she? Wait, what? Yeah, she's like the brand fucking new character, though, isn't she? Or, like, boss, rather. She's from one of the much more recent ones. Wait, no? 2024, August 22nd. Why am I, like, not remembering who the fuck this character is? But yes, I do recognize her now, but, like, why can I not remember who the fuck this actually is? What is this? Boss but dead, yeah. Probably what faction she's a part of. Whatever. Anyway. But yes. No, I do remember Spider2B was posting something about, like, close enough, welcome back, Yuka. Okay. We'll watch the thing now. Hook, hook. Hell yeah. Throw your hip into it. I'm just gonna keep pressing right until we're there. Oh my Jesus. So this was actually a 45-minute live stream, Smile. Oh, there we go.
各位朋友们，晚上好，我是霸王。Hello， 大家好，我是策划西飞，欢迎收看明朝2.4版本前瞻通讯。哎，
That's a nice desk.
我们这次怎么好像在一个演播厅里面？而且我看外面好像有一个大的决斗场。我记得拉古纳好像没有这样的地方哎。
没错，我们身后的场景呢，并非是拉古纳。
Wow, he's being so coy.
有原因的。
那说来听听。
Crazy.
在告别因白拉多救下卡提西亚之后，我们在朝圣庆典中和公民者团子们一起战胜了卡提西亚之后，我们在
I never noticed before, but those look like sperm.
朝圣
Just floating up into the
庆典中
fire.
和公民者团子们一起战胜了闹腾的布大王，跟赞尼一起解决了黑街里的纠纷。我们还和夏空一同找到了埋藏在黄金之歌背后的秘密。但是就在最近，卡提西亚突然失踪了，而它的频率飘往了七丘的方向，也就是我们身后的大决斗场的所在地。
Septimon's got that, you know.
我记得在拉古纳听人提到过，七丘也是林纳西塔的一个城邦，难不成是七丘的人把卡蒂夏抓走了？
具体的情况还是要到七丘。
Just getting back to WuWa, the event step is a bit overwhelming, but hey, more polls, any advice? Try to work your way through them. Take a look at which ones are ending sooner rather than later, and just kind of take your time and walk through them. See when they end. Main one that you really have to worry too much about is that the Lolo Logistics one is a daily one, so you just want to make sure you like cash those every day. But like you kind of just do that naturally. But I get that one started first.
当然了，我们在感应卡提西亚的所在的时候，就看到了一
And
个
there's kind of, you
奇妙的场景。
Just check like the dates on when things end and whatnot, and maybe just try some ordering based on that.
当地人视作守护兽的
But like take your time and enjoy things.
只有赢得
I remember you don't have to
最大的
necessarily get
深海竞技比赛
all the
七丘
polls and go
决斗
through all
冠
the
军赛
like get all the
才有
polls from an
机会
event.
与之进行接触。
If it ends up being too overwhelming, I feel like it's too much work.
这是个什么比赛？
七丘决斗冠军赛是七
'Cause
丘
like
当
the,
地的知名决斗大赛。七丘常年
The
受到
Bowser's
威胁
Castle
人
one
们
is
需要接受战
can
斗
be
训练
quite long to
紧密
get
入侵
everything,
因
but you
此
can just read the main
七丘成为了
story
一
in
个
it.
尚武
You get the
之
vast
地
majority of
他
shit,
们崇拜英雄
and you don't need
而
to
非神明
worry too much about pushing the higher levels after that.
没有对于税主的信仰。
是的，虽然七丘和拉古纳都是里纳西塔的城邦，也都由岁主的引导建立了家园，但信仰的分歧还是
94, 216 crit ratio didn't see good. Yeah, that's solid. 1 to 2 ratio is how you generally want to aim. Oftentimes with Jinsei players will aim for an even higher crit ratio, like 250, 280, with a lower crit rate because you can crit fish really well with Jinsei. She's the best crit fisher in the game because the vast majority, like so much of her damage is just packed into like her dragon booms, right? So, say you need like 4 dragon booms to kill a TOA boss. If you have like 50% crit rate, you just reset until all 4 of them crit, and you're good. But that is like a crit reset thing, right? So you do have to be willing to do crit resets. But 94 to 216 is a solid ratio. 1 to 2 is like 1 to 2 is always going to be the optimal average damage output. That being said, I don't practice this. I aim for like 50 to 70 crit rate, and then I push as far as I can with crit damage, because it means my good runs will be better, and I don't mind molding and resetting. I think my Chong-Li, before her R2, because she's the only character, the only 5-star that I've actually like activated resonance chains on, because I love her so much. Before her R2, she's at like 72% crit rate and 350 crit damage. Now, I don't always crit with her forte heavy attack, but when I do, it's a very big funny number. And that's my preferred, but it is not the most optimal strategy. The most optimal strategy is to get as close to 1 to 2 ratio as you can, leaning more towards having more crits damage and crit rate. But, you know, I'm crazy like that.
是让两座城邦分道扬镳，各自发展了。
Wait, so
因此，七丘成为了一
Super
个
Big
少
Image
女
Warriors,
之都
okay.
他们决斗关键一副实。
那线索呢？
当然了，我们在感应卡提西亚的所在的时候，就看到了一幅十分奇妙的场景。卡提西亚曾在七丘和一个狮鹫模样的深海战斗过，而这个深海就是被当地人视作守护兽的荣耀狮象。只有赢得七丘当地最大的深海竞技比赛——七丘决斗冠军赛，才有机会与之进行接触。
七丘决斗冠军赛，
The Great Argon.
这是个什么比赛？
七丘决斗冠军赛是七丘当
How are they presenting it?
荣耀
How are they
事项
pronouncing it in
只有赢
Mandarin?
得七丘当地最大的深海竞技比赛七丘决斗冠军赛，才赢得七丘当地最大的深海竞技比赛七丘决斗冠军赛，才有机会与之进行接触。
七丘决斗冠军赛，这是个什么比赛？
七丘决斗冠军赛是七丘当地
决斗冠军赛，这是个什么比赛？
七丘决斗冠军赛是七丘当地的知名决斗大赛。七
Great
丘常年
Agoon
受到黑潮威胁，
True, the
人们
Great
需要
Agoon
接受
for
战斗训练，
the Great
抵御
Agoon
入侵
Dilla.。
因此，七丘
Reminds me of you, yeah. And it's like crit
他们
resetting on other
崇拜英雄
characters is annoying
而非
because the
神力
damage is so
也就是
distributed.
说
But
七
Jinsu
丘人
specifically
没有
is good at
对于
crit
自己的
resetting because
是
of
的
the
虽
crit
然七
fishing,
丘和拉古纳
because of the
都是
fact that
米纳
like
基纳
fucking
城邦，也都
85,
由
90%
废
of
土
her
领导建
damage
立
is
了
just
家园
packed into her
但
dragon
信仰的
beams.
分歧还是让两座城邦分道扬镳，各自发展了。比起拉古纳，七丘对外界的态度更加开放、自由。
Far more
决斗大
open
赛
and
也
liberal
成为了
matter.
七丘的支柱产业之一，有很多其他地区的旅客会在比赛期间前往观赛。在七丘决斗冠军赛里，决斗士需要两组队，与他们的深海伙伴共同上阵
Dancing
战斗。
gladiators.
那我们想要调查卡地西亚相关的线索
It's interesting. Okay,
是不是
so we're
只能
going
先参加比
from
赛在我们赢
we're
得
going
比赛
from
冠军的时候我们就能接触到荣耀
Wuthering
事项
Waves, France
没错
slash Italy
在
slash
七丘我们会
England
邂逅一位当地的竞技
to
选
Greece
手路帕
slash Rome.
他似乎因为某些原因
There she
退出了原
is!
本已经
Lupa.
声名远扬的队伍
Let's
防之队
go.
现在正在
Welcome home,
寻觅新的
Vera.
队友
我们漂泊者这么强不就是最好的竞技伙伴吗？
是啊，路帕想要参赛，而我们想要通过冠军赛找到卡地西亚的线索，那么和路帕合作就是最合适的选
Let's
择
go.。
不过啊，七丘这座城市
My pulse
似
hurt
乎
already.
还有不少值得深究的地方。
那这些就要等各位漂泊者们自己去探索了。现在让我们先看看2.4版本精致欢呼之冕的版本 PV， 一起开启七丘之旅吧。
Look at their in sync, giving us a hug. Open hand service. To the great Agoon with Lupa, true. The Agoon tournament. There's no way we don't win that. Smile. Lightly we toss the crown. Suppose you only want Lupa and the Scissors chick, so you might be able to get some weapons dispatch. Yeah, makes sense, Gaggle. Hopefully, yep. And especially with like new region and stuff, there's gonna be a bunch of new poles being added and everything, because you have all the full exploration of like this entire new region.
Strength and power go hand in hand.
Oh, wait.
Aegon isn't just an event. It's the training ground nobles and commoners alike have to fight in.
Wait, whose voice is that?
You all know well that gladiatorial combat is the lifeblood of our ancient and mighty city.
Ooh,
Warriors,
voice giving me
may
shivers.
your courage honor Septimont and prove your loyalty to its spirit.
Prove your loyalty.
This sword shall find
Go,
you
Cartethia, murder them.
You won't escape. Heavens, descend!
true form. Revealed at last.
Steppies.
Quietus. Face your destruction.
Yeah, and Cartethia grows twice as large in every aspect when she becomes Fleur-de-Lis.
Split the heavens.
Hey, good to see you, Bianca from PGR. Saber from Fate.
I don't care what you do off the field, but in the arena, fairness isn't negotiable.
Wait, is that her voice?
Now,
Oh, interesting. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. And suddenly Claymore out of nowhere.
Victory! Die, evil!
Okay.
Glory is upon us! I'm joining your battle.
Okay. Okay, Lupa, I see you.
Give you this play so you can see the ending. That gladiator girl will be the harbinger of the dark tide in September.
Oh.
you plotted this tragedy.
you and that blessed maiden from the tower are deeply interwoven in the fate he has spun.
Luck and misfortune.
It's gonna be interesting to see how they move Frolova into like being a playable character.
A person's nature is like two sides of a coin.
Since she was like part of the drip, so that presumably means that she is gonna end up being a playable character. But it has to make sense in a story sense that she like, you know, aligns with the rover.
You alone cannot undo my skill.
At the end of the story.
But also, Kuro's very familiar with handling that well in the story sense because they've done it many times in PGR, having like villains and people from villainous factions become part of becoming aligned with your team, your faction, your peeps.
而且刚刚 PV 里说路帕会引发黑潮，又是什么意思？您是在七丘也在谋划着一些什么吗？
具体的来龙去脉。
Lupa has me acting unwise. Oh yeah, no, I'm excited. I am curious to see how much of Vera they bring over because she is very clearly designed inspired heavily by Vera from PGR, Punching Grey Raven, Kuro's other game. And Vera is like my favorite character in PGR, and a lot of people's favorite character in PGR. Guys, I'll hopefully Dailies off. Good luck, Ryan. We believe in you. Tap into the deep power of your goon, and you will stand up to her for as many seconds as it takes for the step towards and on top of you. I'm playing again for Katete, heroic waifus are your weakness. Oh yeah, fair. No, definitely. And like, there's a lot of stuff, especially with anniversary patch and everything, you have like a lot of stuff you can clear to farm up nice pulls for Katete. Die evil, I just thought I entered this fighting tournament, smile. The drip better be for the next 3 patches and not 6 in 1. My wallet can't handle that. Oh, there's no... They're not gonna do it at like a regular pace, for sure. Like, I don't know if it's definitely gonna be like next 3 patches of like we have 2 drop. There is like no good reason for them to accelerate schedule past what it normally is, right? So we should still just expect 2 resonators per patch.
等漂泊者们完成
Like the actual
2.4 版本的
fallback,
潮汐任务
or like the fallout they would get from like accelerating that would
离大西
be
洋
really
将
bad,
开放
especially in
全新
China.
地块七丘。同时，我们还将根据版本时间推移，以章节为单位，分别在6月12日、7月3日开放潮汐任务第2章第5幕《荣耀暗面》，以及潮汐任务第2章第6幕《燃烧的心》。在荣耀暗面中，漂泊者会首次踏入七丘，并在夺冠的过程中逐渐寻觅卡提西亚留下的踪迹；而在燃烧的心中，路帕将在漂泊者的帮助下找到这次故事背后的始作俑者。2.4 版本即将上线的2幕剧情都同样包含了精彩的内容与演出，希望漂泊者们能够好好享受七丘跌宕起伏的故事。
七丘区域隐藏的秘密也即将在2.4 版本揭开。 卡迪西亚也会在故事的末尾等待着各位漂泊者的到来。既然这样，我们就先来介绍一下即将在2.4 版本中正式登场的新夺者，也就是拉古纳曾经的圣女卡提西亚吧。
卡提西亚 Warburns Red does not exist. If they're going to keep having this many characters, they need to make some of them 4 stars. Yeah, it would be nice for them to introduce some more 4-star characters, especially because in WuWa, like, obviously the 5 stars are better, but they definitely have 4 stars that have solid places and can in fact still even like clear endgame content. It's just much harder.
抓住了重点，没错，卡提西亚拥有长时间使用弗鲁德利斯形态的能力哦。
One had like more 4 stars, but on the other hand, if the character I really like was a 4, so we kind of said, oh yeah, no, definitely. I mean, they had a Yohu, and like, who the fuck's favorite character is Yohu? Real talk.
息息相关，在这里，漂泊者们也能感受到卡提西亚的频率。 相信大家对卡提西亚相当熟悉了。他在埃格拉小镇长大，从小憧憬着骑士传说。他勇敢而坚毅，即便被困于黑潮之中，也从未放弃过抗争。
Never give up, never surrender, never abandon hope.
又天真烂漫，
We dungeon gamers win, smile.
确实。
Yeah, I mean, dungeon still is solid enough to be able to clear endgame content with like high resonances and good gear and like a solid sub DPS team.
没错，大家还记不记得
I mean, dual DPS with Dungeon and Havoc Rover is still very strong.
让自己能够超过漂泊者，他正以骑士的身份
I'm very
在
solid
尼纳
free to
西
play
塔
team.
四处游历，磨砺自己。而他的战斗方式也非常具有
The only
卡
difficulty
西
with
亚
that
的特
is
色。
having
卡迪
two
西亚
strong
是一
weapons
位
for them
五
to
星
use,
气动
because
属性攻
you
击者
know
使用的武器
you can always get a 5-star
他
standard
是一位
sword,
拥有
but
双
you
形
only
态
get one of
切换
them.
能力的火力输出
Unless you
角色
decide
他
to
能利
select
用
another
风
one
蚀
off
效应
the standard
提
banner.
升自身伤害，并掌控风蚀效应。在战斗中，他会借助3把剑的力量对敌人进行攻击，部分技能还能为目标施加
Wow,
风蚀
she's an
效应。
arrow erosion carry. No way. I didn't
这
predict
3
this
把
back in like
剑
fucking
难道就是之前剧情中
2.1 or
出现
2.
过的铁尔芬、奥特尔和赫格利吧？这个
I mean, it only makes sense.
弗雷德利斯在自我
Like
的时候
the moment that Fleur de Lis was the arrow erosion forecast, I was like, okay, yeah, Kartethi is gonna be like the main carry for arrow erosion. There's no way it couldn't be that.
会分别在场上留下3种不同的剑之影，而在卡迪西亚使用下落攻击的时候，便会吸收剑之影的力量，强化自己的攻击。当卡迪西亚释放共鸣解放后，能够变身为弗路德利斯的形态。弗路德利斯拥有强大的战斗能力，在吸收剑之影的力量后，还能进一步
Big
强
lady,
化
big
自身
sword, the big
风蚀
slashes,
效应
big
的掌控
impact,
能力
big damage.
实在是太帅了。两者
How's it going,
都在
Bolter?
卡西亚我都喜欢。
在满足一定的条
I
件
want to
时
see how far that
卡迪西亚能够
actually goes
始终
into
保
like
持
the
弗路德利斯
FOV.
的形态弗路德利斯还拥有一
Oh,
些
not
特殊
FOV,
的
sorry,
能
the
力
LOD.
作为蜂巢之王，他可以在水面上行走哦。不过
Let's go
卡迪西亚
water
本人说
walking.
在使用弗路德利斯的形态的时候，他也会有一些小小的烦恼，比如他的话语和动作
Cantarella
都要
mains
控
in
制得
shambles
更加稳重有气势一些，还挺难的。
即便外形会在使用力量的时候发生改变，但卡地夏还是那个卡地夏。
漂泊者可以与不同形态的他在一起。
Yohu doesn't at least have an ultra doesn't die. So, oh yeah, no, I mean Yohu isn't a bad character. She's actually fairly strong. The only issue is that you can't realistically get her outro for every rotation, so she ends up being like an every other rotation character. It just takes her too long to build up outro in a single rotation.
克制而优雅，给人一种神圣洁净的感觉。拔剑后，剑身上还会出现
But she has a very
长
strong
长流动的蓝
outro
色气息
that doesn't fall off. The only problem is like it doesn't fall off on swap, but it's still only gonna work for like one character generally, right? Because your sub DPS is gonna be the coordinated attack character, and your main DPS is unlikely to have their own coordinated attacks. I guess unless you want to do like, I guess you could do like a Zhuzher main carry team, but I have no idea how well that would
万
work.
乎请出这位七秋的决斗士，赛场上万众瞩目的新星路霸。
I wonder if Kartet is gonna feel kind of meh without the Bard. I mean, so under the assumption that arrow erosion is integral to her kit, without the Bard, it's going to be rough for one main reason, and that's because Arrow Rover can't make arrow erosion stacks. They can convert stacks, but they can't make arrow erosion stacks. So I mean, presumably, if Kartethia can make her own arrow erosion, then it's not gonna be as bad. It probably just means you're gonna have like slower rotations and maybe lower damage ceiling or some shit like that, right? But otherwise, if like you require, if she ends up being like Zani, right, where Zani hard requires having someone to apply Spectrofrazzle for her, Kartethia is gonna be really bricked, and so I don't think they're going to do that. I mean, it's hard to say, but I don't think they're gonna do that because, like, at least with Zani, you have Spectre Rover as a free-to-play option, but Arrow Rover is not a free-to-play arrow erosion option because you also need a Spectrofrazzle applicator. So, like, yes, Arrow Rover is free, but you need Phoebe, if you don't have Chalcona, in order for Arrow Rover to make arrow erosion stacks. Because Arrow Rover can only convert stacks, as if I'm remembering that kit correctly. So it seems unlikely she's gonna need as hard an enabling as like Zani is going to, because there isn't like a true non-premium option for her to have arrow erosion support. So most likely she's going to feel worse without Shao Kahn, of course, but still be usable without her or Phoebe would be my assumption just from a design-wise. Yeah, like no, it's reliant on Zani, because like Zani is able to be purely reliant on like having to have a Spectral Frazzle support because Spectral Rover exists. But Arrow Rover can't make arrow erosion stacks without a secondary dot applicator, which has to be Phoebe or Shao Kahn, and that probably just have Shao Kahn anyway, right? Because the free-to-play other dot applicator is also Rover, and you only have one Rover. She can't be Spectro and Arrow at the same time. So I mean, just purely like theoretically, like just purely like you know, just from a game design perspective, it makes sense that Kartethia will not, like, hard require Chalcona to, like, function. It's just Chalcona's gonna make her way fucking stronger, probably, right? Oh, hi, Fake DVR, good to see you. I want to play, all Rovers team. Dude, that was so much fun. Like, in the story, when you got to do all Rover team, that was great. I want to do that again. That was so fun. Hell yeah, let's go, Lupa.
路帕是一名热熔属性的5星攻。
Oh my god, this fucking face. Like, god damn it, this expression. Mwah. Mwah. Absolute cinema. It depends entirely on her personality, and it depends entirely on how they present her and how she is in the story and all of that, but it's very, very possible Lupa might replace Chong-Li and Camellia as, like, my favorite characters in the game. She's very likely going to be top 3 at the very least. And I'm scared for my pulls, because I'm already going to get Kartethia, and I plan to pull her weapon, because I've mentioned this plenty of times before in past streams and everything, but I only pull signature weapons in these games, not for power, but I pull them because I really like a character. And I love Kartethia, so I'm going to pull her weapon, and I very much am already knowing I'm going to love Lupa. How much just depends on so many different things. And so I'm probably going to pull her weapon as well. And like Galbringer, I'm also going to be pulling, and also her weapon. The other characters don't, from just the raw surface level of, like, seeing their splash arts, entice me as much. I probably still plan on trying to pull everyone except for the dude, but I'll still throw, like, a few temples at him, see if I get lucky. But Galbringer is the only one I see right now that I'll actually care to pull her weapon as well. I'm in love with this. It's so good. Like, this expression is so good. And, like, this expression, like, for those of you who haven't played Punishing Grey Raven, part of the reason, pick a number, get in line, guys. Fuck you, Ryan. You're not at the front of the line. My Chong-Li is ready for a partner, presumably. Yeah, so, okay, that's another thing I'm really hoping for. Is that with her being another fusion unit, it would be really nice if Chong-Li could get, like, an actual proper fusion partner. For, like, but specifically for, like, what her strength is, which is quick swap. Because Brant doesn't really count. Brant doesn't enable or work too well with Chong-Li's actual intended playstyle. He exists so that she can play the other playstyle well. Because Chong-Li is the only character in this game that is, like, purely designed for quick swap. Every other character in the game can quick swap, and, like, in a lot of cases, the quick swap makes them stronger and whatnot. Chong-Li is straight up designed to be a quick swap character. She does not do good DPS as a hyper carry. Brant exists to make her do better DPS as a hyper carry, as well as shore up her weaknesses as a hyper carry by giving her a shield and stagger resistance, because part of the reason why she's built to be a quick swap unit, all of her important things require, like, 1 frame of activation, and you can swap off of her. And also, they have really long animations, so you eat shit if you don't swap off of her. So Brant exists specifically to make Chong-Li able to do hyper carry better. He does not make her quick swap any better at all, because he doesn't really line up well with her quick swap. Brant actually doesn't have very good frequent quick swap options, because most of his Forte anchor and his Forte anchor is, like, the only time he has, like, a solid quick swap. Otherwise, he's building up Forte with charge attacks that stop if you swap off, so he doesn't have any particularly good animations to, like, actually properly quick swap, except for, like, his aerial attack finisher, but that already requires you to be doing, like, 4 seconds worth of aerial attacks to activate. So he doesn't actually work too well for that, but he exists to be a sub DPS, like how Mortefi is for like Jian, or how, like, Zhezhe is for, like, Carlotta, to, like, make their hyper carry stronger. And the sad thing is that because of that, the only, like, Chong-Li's absolute best team and also her hardest team to play, and the hardest team to play in the game in general, is quick swap with Zhangli Yao, and they have 0 fucking synergy. It's just they both have really good quick swap rotations that line up with each other well, so you can constantly be going back and forth between both of them constantly, and have them on the same time on the field at the same time for, like, 80% of the fucking fight, right? Like, the fact that Zhangli Yao is Chong-Li's best partner is tragic, but it's just how it ends up working out mechanically. They don't really have synergy outside of the fact that they're both built well for quick swap. Their cooldowns and timings line up with each other pretty well, and they're both able to keep up, like, they're both able to have, like, similar amounts of, like, actions per, like, rotation that they can constantly be doing swaps and double swaps off of each other, which is nice. But Chun-Li doesn't have a proper fusion partner. Like, Brant is not a fusion partner for Chun-Li's actual intended playstyle. He's a partner for her to be able to be less cope doing the normal playstyle, which is hyper carry, but, you know, Chun-Li would just stay on field and do her whole thing to swap off again. I'm in love with... Oh, I mean, her ult is like a transform, so at least the buffs line up, hopefully. As I predicted, back then, Fusion is going to be the quick swap team for now. So this actually makes me excited for Fusion Hyper. I mean, like, I really hope that Lupa ends up being able to better enable Fusion quick swap. That would be really nice if they... Like, she doesn't even... And, like, I'm not asking for, like, a second Chun-Li, right? Lupa doesn't need to be as quick swap heavy as Chun-Li. But if Lupa has quick swap rotations... that could be a little bit longer, right? Like, Zhongli Yao with Chun-Li is so strong because Zhongli Yao also is like a one-frame swap character, with one exception, which is his in ult, his skill basic is like a 1.2 second, I think, swap, and that's fine. So like, because of that though, he still is able to swap back and forth, and Chun-Li's able to do like her, you know, 5-frame, 10-frame quick swap pops and double swaps and stuff. And if Lupa is similar, where she has enough relatively short, good to quick swap attacks that you can be bouncing between the two of them, even if not as fast and frequently as the Zhang Liao team, but enough that Chun-Li isn't wasting cooldowns or timings or anything like that, then that would be great. I would love to run the two together, and I would love to run, like, the two pink, orange-haired, white ombre characters next to each other, and be able to do the fun ADHD, quick swap, min-maxing, double swap frame bullshit that I love doing, but, you know, with an actual fusion team. I play a team of 3 Chun-Lis. I would love to play a team of 3 Chun-Lis. That would be fucking hilarious, but... Who gonna tell him we see it in a few seconds? Smile. Well, let's see then.
使用长刃作为武器。刚刚的画面里，路帕看起来威风凛凛，
Fierce
他
and
有一把火焰
imposing.
长枪，还有像狼一样的獠牙，
Fangs
甚
like
至
a
还有
wolf.
一条毛
She has
茸
a
茸的
fluffy
狼
wolf
尾巴。是的，
Motherfuckers really just said, yo, let's take Vera and Feral 21 and make and glue them together to make a character. And a little bit of that Noctis personality. She even has a fucking Cerberus on her flag. Actually, how close is that to how close is that to the Cerberus squad's emblem? Let's see. Cerberus PGR emblem. Okay. Let's see. The structural design of the wolves is definitely similar. But also a very different design from a perspective sense. But yeah, smile. Yeah, motherfuckers really just went, let's take, let's take Vera, which, by the way, they both have a fucking banner spear. Let's take Vera from PGR. There's also her newer frame too, but her older frame, Garnet, is very much the one that people relate to. She also has a banner spear. They both run banner spears. And Feral 21. And the Feral 21 from PGR, and make her a furry as well and put them together. Yeah, what we've seen of her personality so far, though, she does also look like she has some of, like, Noctis's, like, ook fighting monkey personality going on as well. These are the 3 members of the Cerberus squad in PGR, and a big part of the reason why I'm so excited for Lupa is because of the fact that she definitely seems to be, like, heavily inspired by the entire squad, and that's exciting, because PGR is KURO's other game, for those in chat who don't know. What are you guys' thoughts on the small group mad that WuWa doesn't add more men? I mean... Shrug. It is unfortunate. But also, that's just the demographic this game is aiming towards. And it does... And, like, does it kind of suck? Yeah, unfortunately. But but WuWa has like a much more male-leaning demographic, especially compared to something like Genshin. So purely, at least from like a intended demographic design points, right, and a business standpoint, I definitely understand why they don't make more male characters. Because both PGR and WuWa have much more like male-leaning audiences than like Genshin Impacts and Honkai Star Rail do, and I don't know. It kind of sucks, but it's also the reality of it, I guess. Sorry, eating my granola. And honestly, I would like to see more hot men, because I am pansexual. And I would like to see more, like, more men on both sides of the, like, femme-mask spectrum. Because there's a distinct lack of, like, especially in PGR too. PGR does have male characters as well, but in PGR and also in WuWa, there's a distinct lack of, like, very masculine men, which aren't personally my type. Well, there's a distinct lack of that, right? Like, Gion still has, like, both Gion and Gaokaro have the kind of, like, you know, K-pop pretty boy, but, like, athletic build thing going on. Yuan Wu is really the only, like, more masculine-leaning male character in the game, but we also don't really have much in terms of, like, actually, so I was about to say, we don't have much in terms of, like, the femboy thing, but Ling Yang exists. I just always forget Ling Yang exists. But it would be nice to see them kind of go a bit more, like, in deep with, like, leaning to those ways or the other. Because there are other gachas like Fate and, like, Grand Blue especially, where they just have, like, characters that are just like, man, this is, like, a fucking chunk of man meat right here. Gristle, body hair, and BO. And it's nice to have that variety in your characters. At the same time, I am personally more yeah, we do need more, exactly, Ryan. We need like a Noctis. We don't have a Noctis in this game. Like, at the very least, PGR has Noctis, who is literally explosive and punch ook fight monkey, who is constantly fighting with like feral 20, like with 21. It's great. Like, we do have that going on in PGR, and there's a lack of that in WuWa, but also, like, when it comes to WuWa especially, I give KURO, personally, I don't expect anyone else to do this, I give them a bit more grace with that, because of the fact that WuWa is so much more expensive for them to maintain, and it has to be more profitable, that they are going to generally be leaning towards what is going to be the more known to be successful business strategy, which is to make waifus that people want to pull, and to write them well, right? Like, they're going, like, someone like Zani, who is a more older, mature, and, like, more dominant woman type of thing, right? More masculine in many senses, is going to sell better than, like, a more masculine man that they will release, realistically. I mean, look at Zani's patch sales were ridiculous. And that just sells better, and while that sucks, and I would like to see them move a bit more into including more males in the future, I also still understand why they feel the need to do that, because especially for like an open world gacha with like high quality of graphics, music, voice acting, you know, past like 2.0 plus voice acting, new area, like, they're putting out so many new areas so frequently, too. They're investing a lot of resources into content in this game. And that's expensive, and it's really easy for a gacha with these kinds of production costs to EOS, because of how expensive it is. And that's part of why I don't really fault them as much for, like, being a lot less free-to-play friendly than, like, PGR, for example. PGR's way cheaper to maintain, relatively speaking. A lot of other gacha games are way cheaper to maintain, but, like, your WuWa, Genshin, even Star Rail, just because of, like, the raw fidelity of everything, those kinds of games are, like, and ZZZs are much more expensive to maintain, so I guess I give them more grace with that, right? I don't expect them to be as, like, diverse or as free-to-play friendly and, like, generous as they would be in, like, PGR, because PGR does not make enough money to probably keep WuWa alive. Like, if WuWa was making PGR money, it probably would have EOS already, honestly. So, it is what it is. I mean, it's just, it sucks that business practice stuff, and especially like predatory stuff, like may end up coming first. But also there have been so many gachas that have been trying to do like the high fidelity 3D open world thing that is genuinely very new to the gacha model, like Genshin really being like the big first one, right? And typically gachas have always had much lower production costs, relatively. It's so easy to EOS if you're not making enough money, and I understand why they would prefer to lean in that direction. And I don't really think... Yeah, PGL is roughly 2 to 4 mil each month only, and that's like average months. They've had bad months as well, right? Where they're dropping below the 1 mil mark per month. Contrast to WuWa, which I think is like what 25 mil plus, and like Genshin, Star Rail, that kind of thing generally averages around 40 to 50. Tower of Fantasy is still somehow not EOS, yeah. And, like, I don't know enough about Tower of... I played it for, like, a week when it came out, sort of thing, right? I'm not gonna pretend like I know jack shit about Tower of Fantasy, but they mentioned on EOS. But there was that other one that was more recent that, like, EOS had, like, 3 months or something. And that's also a big concern people have brought up, and I'm also concerned about with things like Silver Palace, and Neverness to Everness. Silver Palace especially, it's, looking at, like, a lot of the CN reception to Silver Palace, a pretty frequent thing that would come up amongst CN people was saying that the game looks, because like Silver Palace is like such high fidelity, the graphics are incredible, but that's gonna make it that it's gonna be questionable how well it performs on like mobile devices, which is a big part of the Chinese market especially. And there's also concerns of upkeep costs, because if they continue to put out stuff at that quality, it's going to be expensive. And even though these kinds of gachas can make a lot of money, because like WuWa makes a lot of money, the big three modern Mihoyos make a lot of money, but you're also gonna have to try to like pull away audience from those big games, and that's gonna be the hard part. Is yes, the earning potential is there, but can you actually capture enough of a market share to not go, well, we can't afford to keep this game alive anymore after a few months? Because like, there's also just the fact that like, when a new game is coming out, they also have to be paying off, like, they're not just trying to make a profit, they're trying to also pay off all of the development costs, the costs that happened before even launching, in as efficient a way as possible. And, yeah, I don't know, it's... If you hang out enough in the gacha sphere outside of the big mainstream ones, right? Like, outside of, like, you know, your modern Mihoyos and, like, WuWa sphere, because that is like the mainstream sphere now, but it's also a very tiny section of the gacha sphere. There are so many gachas that just EOS. There are so many gachas that just can't make enough money and they close down, or they close down specific servers. Like Mihoyo still has 2 other Honkai-verse games that are running right now. Honkai Impact 3rd, which is still in global, and then Gun Girl Z is like that true like baby and darling child, but that one's only in China and Japan. They closed down no, I think it's only in China. I think they also closed the Japan server down. In 2021 they closed down the global server, so you can't even play it anymore unless you're like in China and Chinese and playing off the Chinese server. It's a lot harder to play like CN games in CN if you're not in China for a whole variety of different reasons. Like they closed down the global servers because they just didn't make enough money to justify the costs. Galbrena can peg me. So true, so real. You think we'd get a La Diva in the game, or would that make people mad? I don't know who you mean by the La Diva. We are the M. I would be mad if I did like the designs that waifus had, but they're all cool to me. Sadly, comment is just my main focus. Yeah, exactly. Like, a big thing with WuWa too is that for WuWa, the gameplay is such a big factor, right? The gameplay is such a big factor, but that's also part of why I would definitely argue like the demographic leans more male. And like we've looked at, in fact, I can probably just pull up again real quick since we're yapping about this shit. Where is it? Should be in my WuWa thing somewhere in here. Was it in... Here we go. Yeah, right here. So, like, I mean, this was 2 months ago. We don't have, like, official demographic data because it doesn't exist, and that isn't publicly available. So this is based off of the gender ratio based on the Chinese TikTok official account followers, right? Because that's a metric that can be used. Is this absolute value wise? Is this completely perfect? No, it's not. But at least can give you some degree of like an idea. And like WuWa and PGR are both like very heavily male ratioed, and I would definitely argue a big part of that is because the gameplay style leads to markets that are more traditionally dominated by male gamers. I'm never going to be the person who's like, oh, girls can't play action games and Souls-like and stuff like that because that's bullshit. And in fact, and especially if you talk about like quote-unquote hard games, because Path to Nowhere is really fucking hard, okay? I'm a big Path to Nowhere player. It's really fucking hard. This game is harder. This game, story clearing wise and everything, is way harder than WuWa is. But like those kinds of like higher skill inputs, not as comfy action games, action genre games that are more reliant on things like perfect dodge timings and stuff like that, and parry mechanics, just always have much more leans towards male demographics. We know why PTN is so phenomenal. Yeah, Path to Nowhere is a weird exception, right? Because it doesn't have really any men in there, but that's because it's a toxic lesbian game. And it's a massively female ratio game that is just the toxic lesbian game. It's funny as shit. Genshin and WuWa always felt like normal games with gacha mechanics. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Genshin and WuWa, there's been like an interesting like turn in the gacha sphere, which is where like good gameplay and is kind of expected now, and not even like probably like 8, 9, 10 years ago, gacha had very much the reputation of being slop, right? Where it's like very pretty PNGs, gambling machine that had some gameplay attached to it. But now like gameplay is a very big factor in a lot of these games, and it's been an interesting shift to see that happening. Tribe 9 didn't have a big 3D world. It was very artistically intense. The open world was in 8 bits. It EOSing gives you great pain. I'm sorry to hear that, WeAreTheM. Yeah, I did hear about that one, EOSing. I don't know much about Tribe 9, though. China is spending more on Star Rail than global. In most of these games, China tends to spend more than global. Although that has shifted a little lately. According to some of the like past few months, that has shifted for some games because in CN they're getting a bit more price sensitive apparently for some reason. Olivia is a big lady with a beard. Oh, hell yeah, let's go. They're probably gonna make the male incredibly meta or something. I mean, possibly, yeah. Makes sense for Love and Deep Space? Yeah, well, I mean, Love and Deep Space is literally a male attempt, like a otome game. It's a dating sim. It's literally a dating sim with really hot men. And it doesn't even give you the option to play a male MC if you want to, so you can't even have like fun yaoi action. Like your MC is like canonically female, you can customize them, and it's a male dating sim. Rip Infinite Nikki, smile Infinite Nikki. The whole Infinite Nikki bullshit is hilarious and awful, and I feel so bad for the players. Thing about Galbrena was supposed to be Galbrena, but someone pointed out they can't have a 4th female gun character with a name starting with C and ending with A. That's so funny. Look at Azure Lane, gag me. I don't know much about Azure Lane except for it's the game you play if you want to fuck ships, I guess. I don't really know anything about Azure Lane. That's why I think Galbrena is Electro and not Fusion, as people are speculating it to be. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see if she's Electro. I mean, her color scheme is obviously leaning very much towards either Electro or Glacio. Ice, whatever the fuck it's called again in WuWa, I forget. But we already have, Carlotta, so Electro is definitely more likely, I think. My GF and I judge the guys in the game, Lamau. We bifocus it, let's go. Yeah, no, I haven't played or anything, but I watched a very in-depth review of it that was very interesting to look through. ZZZ having a bigger female audience is interesting since it feels very similar to WuWa. So, like, the big difference is that ZZZ is a game with a high ceiling and a really low floor. Like, clearing through story content and beating the story bosses and weekly bosses and stuff in ZZZ is not that hard. It's not that hard, but the skill ceiling is, and I will still argue this, and it's apparently a very hot take, that ZZZ actually has a higher skill ceiling than WuWa does. It's just that the floor is much, much lower. And ZZZ is also a much more it's a much more cozy game for like less intense action molding players, like more quote unquote casual gaming. I hate calling it quote unquote casual gaming, but like gaming that isn't really requiring a lot of like intense input and skill input. WuWa, on the other hand, does have a pretty high floor in terms of that kind of input, right? Because like even story bosses can be fairly challenging to beat because they hurt you pretty badly. Even with like fully built endgame characters, like you'll still die in not too many hits against like the story Kartethia fight. You just kill her really fucking fast. Fleur-de-Lis fight or whatever. Like any of those fights, like you'll just kill them really fucking fast if you're endgame builds, but like they'll still kill a unit in like 5 hits or something. ZZZ is showing HP inflation in 2-phase bullshit. Yeah, and I mean I don't necessarily mind. So my thing with ZZZ, because there's a lot of discourse going on about the whole like HP inflation, and like some like content creators in the community being like just get good, and other people being like it's dumb that there's like this aggressive HP inflation. I don't know how aggressive it is, honestly. But the thing about ZZZ is that the skill ceiling is so high and the damage ceiling is so high that even with HP inflation, we are nowhere near the level of like HP inflation that makes it like very super difficult to skill your way past it, right? The problem is ZZZ is incredibly shit at teaching you how to be better at the game. In fact, it often teaches you how to be worse at the game. Like ZZZ has an absurdly high skill ceiling and an absurdly high like damage ceiling purely from being better, purely from skillful play. Like not from having like multiple mindscapes of a character, and not from having like having like a R5 weapon or some bullshits. Like just purely from better play and understanding how to work a specific team very strongly, you can have massive damage differentials. But the game doesn't teach you that shit unless you're the kind to like actually like lab and mold it in person, like in the game, like I do, or you watch guys, and most of the guys still don't even tell you all of the advanced stuff, right? Or you specifically look up like really high skill clears, like, you know, your 180k deadly assault clears and things like that, where they're doing literally 3 times as much damage as is necessary to get the max star clear. Like, you don't really get to see and understand a lot of that, and ZZZ is really shit at teaching it to you. Pretty sure I got hit every time I could have gone and hit in some of the WuWa Strike Fighter Show 1. I mean, possibly. But that also depends on how well built your healer is. And also, like, you say every time you could have gone hit and still won, the question is how fast did you kill him, though? Because if they can get off, let's say, like, 5 attacks over the course of, like, I don't know, 20 seconds, if you kill them in 40 seconds, you're only getting hit 10 times. And I know, at least in my experience running, like, you know, endgame teams that I cleared TOA all the way through and Wuthering Waves, like, with not too much difficulty. Most story bosses die in under 30 seconds. Or at the very least, they phase in under 30 seconds. I quit HSR because of HP inflation. Sealer, Jingliu, and Akron are obsolete. Akron is very much not obsolete, and Jingliu is getting buffed as well in the upcoming patch. That being said, Akron's only not obsolete if you have Jiaoqiu, because he was specifically built to buffer. ZZ also reworked the ult gameplay, so HP inflation is pretty much a new. Yeah, that also is a big factor of it too. At least Genshin lets me use Eula for big PP damage and Zhong for healing. Yeah, but also the big difference is that Genshin is not like is designed for less sweaty casual gameplay. They've straight up said it themselves. Like Mahoyo has straight up said it's not supposed to be like, they don't want it to be a hardcore game. They don't want the end game to be super difficult or anything. They don't want end game to be a focus of the game. Like it's designed to, the end game in Genshin is designed to be easier to clear. That's not necessarily the case though with like WuWa, the challenge is a big part of the appeal of the game, so that's a thing. And in ZZZ 2, they've decided decided to have the endgame be more of a focus, and it seems like similar in Star Rail 2. That doesn't justify the HP inflation and stuff. I'm just saying it makes sense that Genshin doesn't have as many of those problems because they straight up have said they don't want it to be endgame focused, and they don't want to make it that difficult to clear. Like the challenge is not a part of like a Genshin's intended gameplay appeal. TV mode was big with the girly. I love the TV mode. It was so nice. To more getting in, but severely hurt the overall community. Yeah, a lot of people didn't like it. A lot of people didn't like it. Isn't as bad as it's made out to be. There's not a single gacha where you're gonna play like shit and not invest in your characters and get all endgame rewards. Yeah. Yeah, if you're talking like all the rewards, yes. If you're talking all the important rewards, that's not necessarily the case. But yeah, I get what you mean. Like, if you're talking like pole currency and stuff, but yeah. Saint really took the ball onto there, tossed it off a cliff. Creep is just inevitable in these games, but honestly, the lack of creep in WuWa keeps you very motivated. Yeah, well, the thing is, like, there has been like some creep, but WuWa is such a high skill game that where it's similar to ZZZ, where like we are nowhere near the damage ceiling. Like we are just not close to the damage ceiling at all. And so even with like okay play and like strong meta teams and whatnot, like you can fully clear just fine, even when you're talking like 1.0 Gion teams, right? And then with more scuff teams with better play and good gear, you can still clear just fine. But it's similar in ZZZ. It's just unlike ZZZ, WuWa 8 teaches you much better. The tutorials in WuWa are so much better, and B, there's a lot more available like popularity wise for content and stuff, for guides and things like that, right? Like watching like WuWa guides on like character rotations gives you like a vast majority of it puts you at like, you know, like 60 to 70% of like your skill ceiling just by doing those rotations properly. Watching a ZZZ guide tell you how to do a rotation for a single character doesn't even tell you how to, like, ZZZ team comp building is so varied and crazy that changing a single character in the team can completely change the entire approach you do with the team. Like, not just your rotation, but the entire approach of how you handle the entire fight is different based off of a single character swap. Swapping between like a double support setup versus a support and stun setup, or a double stun setup, or even just swapping out a support completely changes the game plan on a lot of teams. And there aren't great resources for teaching that because there's too many permutations. Like, I enjoy personally figuring those things out, min-maxing my gameplay, molding and pushing like Deadly Assault and things like that. But like, I enjoy doing that, and I don't make videos about them, and people aren't going to really be able to be super successful as content creators making videos about like, here's how you play this very specific team, like this very specific like Astralin team with this support versus this support. It's just ZZZ is so much more complicated than WuWa, frankly speaking, and that's part of why I say it has a higher skill ceiling. It's so much more complicated than WuWa in terms of raw team comp and how that changes the entire approach of how you approach fights and everything, that it's just, yeah, it is much harder to learn and get anywhere close to the skill ceiling and damage ceiling in ZZZ just through, other than just like fucking figuring it out yourself, basically. Or like studying like runs from people who have figured it out, right? Because a lot of the speedrunners who do stuff like 180k Deadly Assault clears and things like that, or like sub 50 seconds Shiryu 7 or Shiryu 7 clears, they often don't do like actual guides. You have to watch the runs and analyze and understand what they're doing and what their mindset is and what they're thinking about with the choices they make and everything. And that's like a much higher skill. That's a much more difficult skill set than the vast majority of players are going to have. And so like that just naturally results in like the vast majority of ZZ players play at like maybe 20% of the ceiling at most. And I'm not saying that to like shit on the players. I'm saying that because you have to put in so much more effort and do so much more to be able to push past that 20-30% ceiling. I feel like in WuWa, half the difficulty is resetting till the bosses behave, but that's just, I mean, it can be, it depends. It depends. If you're going for, like, very specific, like, pushing times, then yeah. If you're just trying to get, like, clears, then less so, because there's more margin, I feel like, but the lack of creep in WuWa makes me want to gear up for the inevitable implosion of the community when it happens. Yeah, fair. They just need to make old characters with cons able to keep up with the power creep. I don't know if that's a good solution either. Especially because especially because the the multiple copies are already like pre-built in there. And like the reality is that it is inevitable power creep. It's just how bad they choose to make it and how bad it is to not be able to keep up with it. Like the Honkai Star Rail creep sucks, and until the most recent story chapter stuff, like it wasn't a big deal. But like the new, I am 100% sure that the new story boss is going to filter too many players, and they're gonna have to nerf it. That shit hits so fucking hard. But like, part of the thing with like the Star Rail HP inflation thing, and why like as loud as it is in a lot of like social media and like some content creators and stuff, but they don't do anything about it because the vast majority of players don't give a shit, is that the vast majority of players don't give a shit about max star clearing endgame. Like they just don't. The vast majority of players don't, the hyper whales don't, and those are their two primary like monetization groups. So those are the players who play their bills. It's the vast majority of the players who are like maybe like monthly pass / battle pass players, or even just part of the pure free, or like the general like casual free to play crowd, right? That pumps the numbers up. Or it's the whales who spend a shitload of money. Whales who spend a shitload of money do not care about HP inflation. It doesn't exist for them. They still just fucking murder everything because they're hyper whales. And the vast majority of the community just does not care about that stuff. It's a bit different in something like WuWa because it has a more like action gameplay leaning audience who does care about that, but also WuWa hasn't really had like much in terms of power creep and HP inflation yet, and it's going to happen eventually, but it's so far been incredibly gradual, and I expect it to probably keep remaining incredibly gradual. I argue it's important to keep casual and semi-casual morale up, no matter the truth of the matter, what people think matters the most. Oh yeah, no, definitely. It's just that, like, yeah, I mean, definitely, that is important, and that's part of why the character design and, like, story aspect can be so important, right? Because that's, like, what Genshin makes its money off of, is character design. It's off of people loving the characters and wanting to pull for them. The pulling power does not really come from meta, and does not really come from, like, people caring about max clearing Abyss and shit like that. Which is also why they couldn't have to worry too much about, like, power creep at all. On the other hand, Honkai Star Rail has 3 different endgame modes that rotate constantly, and endgame is just a notably bigger part of the gameplay and appeal. You can just release new weapons or artifacts to buff all characters. That is also an option. Yeah, that is something they can also do as like a lever tuner sort of thing. Hoyo did try to straight up buffing all characters Ellen, from what I've heard. I haven't heard about any buffs to Ellen specifically that I can think of. I haven't heard about that, but they are buffing like Star Rail characters, so that's happening. Not till 2.0, so I don't know what that's in reference to. I've been yapping for so long that I don't know which particular statement that's in reference to. WuWa integrates its fan content a lot and celebrates it more often, and IMO that helps them around. Oh yeah, definitely. WuWa, I mean, KURO as a company likes to be involved with and involve their community a lot, at least in terms of like PGR and stuff, but it is much more like CN focused for that. And it is nice to see them kind of do that sort of stuff. And WuWa and PGR both just feel to me like they're made with like notably more passion than most of the MiHoYo stuff. With the exception of like GGZ, and ZZZ actually like drips with like MiHoYo passion, but it's nice to see that, like, it's nice to see KURO doing things like that, you know? Ellen is getting buff. Oh, in 2.0 that she's getting buffed. Gotcha, yeah. Part of this stream, because we were supposed to be watching this fucking video, and we've gotten 13 minutes through, because the first 10 minutes is waiting time, and it's been an hour and 14 minutes, and I've basically been yapping for an hour outside of that. The other plan was to watch the ZZ 2.0 stuff, because I haven't watched that yet either. So I'm gonna stop yapping, and we're gonna finish watching this fucking video.
带来的身体异化，他很喜欢决斗赛事，会对比赛的录像一遍遍复盘，在赛场上的打法也很有爆发感，是七秋决斗赛场上引人瞩目的新星。凭借着自身实力，路帕深受决斗大赛观众们的喜爱。
我记得前面好像有提到，他似乎因为某些原因退出了原本的队伍繁之队，似乎是因为七秋的部分家族在干扰比赛的正常进行。
喜欢公平竞技的路帕一直对于作弊行为非常不认可。
Oh, interesting.
他对赛场有着最纯粹的追求与热爱，享受着竞技本身带来的快乐。
Interesting.
作为
Okay.
经验
That's a
丰
little
富的
bit
决
of
斗士，
personality and
路帕擅
values
长
for
使
her.
用一柄特别的长枪，在战斗的过程中灵
Oh,
巧的移动，他还能够在空本身带来的快乐。作为经验丰富的决斗士，路帕擅长使用一柄特别的长枪。
That move is basically Garnet's red triple ping plus follow up.
在战斗的过程中灵巧的移动，他还能够在空中对敌人发动攻击。
看来被路帕盯住的目标很难逃脱他的追猎啊！
当路帕发动共鸣技能时，他会
Spear
向空中跃起。
Spear
此时，路帕可以发动强化共鸣技能，从空中对敌人进行攻击，并获取特殊能量狼箭。
Okay.
累计狼箭可以通过释放强化重击或者空中攻击获得狼魂。在获得
Will
足
fade
够的狼魂后，路帕可以释放狼舞的决议及。在
Nice.
获得足够的狼魂后，路帕可以释放
Very
狼舞的
clearly
决
like
议
a swap
及
cancel attack.
此时，如果切换其他队友上场
Oh, yeah, it's
路帕
like
便会
even, like,
停留在
thought
场
of
上
it. Neat.
伺机而动。当队友释放共鸣解放时，路帕便会配合队友共同攻击敌人。
Cool.
路帕的打法非常团队啊！
没错，当路帕释放共鸣解放后，便能提升狼焰的获取效率。不仅如此
Yeah,
他的
so
共
like
鸣
it's
解放还
directly
能
so
为
like
队友
swap
带来
so
狼
like
的护佑
swap canceling is directly encouraged in her kit for that specific part. But like that is nice to see.
展开
And then her
火
ult
焰光环
also okay, also
队友的
buffs
伤害
teammates.
而当队友不慎被击飞的时候，路帕还会帮助队
So
友
supportive
让队
sub
友
DPS
自动
sort of
脱离
thing.
受击和击飞的状态。
是非常可靠的路帕，相信有了这位可靠的搭档，漂泊者的队伍一定可以打赢冠军赛，
Interesting
属于冠军的荣耀勋章。
没错，期待漂泊者和路帕一起在2.4剧情里享受赛场带来的快乐吧。同时，
Although to be fair, that doesn't really necessarily say she is a quick swap unit, because that's effectively the same mechanic as an outro, where you swap off of the character in order to provide like bonuses or buffs or whatever to like the new characters on the field. I mean, a lot of her kit here looks like it might encourage some level of quick swap, right? Because some of these animations look like they're fairly long and therefore good for quick swap, for like swap cancels. I mean, this is a basic string, so it's not gonna be good for quick swaps. That attack, though, I guess it depends. So you can attack enemies from midair, and then they mentioned like the enhanced resonance skill. If this is them inputting enhanced resonance skill, and this entire thing, that entire attack is a single input, then that's a really good swap cancel. The question is though, if go back a bit, is if the resonance skill is this part, and then this follow-up right here is like a basic attack input or something. If that's the case, then it makes it more scuffed for like quick swap. It still can work because Encore does a similar thing with her skill, and it might just be a higher skill input thing to do that. But I guess that is definitely a question I have. That looks like it could be a good swap canceling move, but that's not necessarily for certain. Okay, she lives in the air with resonance skill. Okay, so this does require a double input. This one is using resonance skill and then following up with enhanced resonance skill. But assuming that, so like we do the regular input and then this being the resonance skill, the enhanced resonance skill input, this, like I said, it depends on if that finisher is like a secondary input or not, but this is very likely a good swap cancel attack. Like you do this, and you swap to Chang-Li and do her E, and then probably do a double swap over to your Shorekeeper or Verena, do a few things with them, and then swap back to Lupa right as she lands. And then, oh, she did a follow-up that time though. So she did this, and so this is like, so this is. Oh wait. Go back again. But, yeah, that is almost definitely a secondary input, but that's a long enough time for you to do like swap backs, so that's not a huge deal. In fact, that might be fun as like a higher level tech for her, where assuming that this is gonna work the way like I'm saying it, I'm hoping it is. Like, so regular resonance skill, Then enhanced resonance skill, quick swap off, probably do a double swap off onto Chun-Li, like E or basic attack or ult or charge 40, depending on whatever like phase of rotation she's at. Then swap to like Verena Shorekeeper, do like maybe a resonance skill Echo, do a few basics or something like that, build some extra forte, and then swap back to definitely not Vera right here. So do another swap back, and then you can do this secondary input immediately right afterwards like that. And at that point, Chun-Li is also off, so assuming you don't have another follow-up after that, as soon as you activate this... Rewinds. As soon as you activate... As soon as, like, you swap back to her, and then I assume you press... Assuming you're pressing, like, I don't know, fucking, like, resonance skill or basic or whatever. As soon as you input the second attack, you can swap to Chun-Li and do another thing on her. So, like, it's... So far from what we're seeing of her kit, it looks like she does have moves that are long enough for swap cancels, but not so long that you have to swap cancel them, which is kind of the ideal, right? The issue with Chun-Li, as like, especially like as a hybrid character or something, is that if you don't swap cancel her skills, you eat shit because they take so long. But Vera doesn't seem to have that much of an issue with it necessarily. Enhanced heavy attacks or mid-air attacks. So that looks like it was also maybe a single input. So that's like an enhanced, that's a heavy attack that has a follow-up, so you can swap cancel here as well, do other things, and then she lands, and then you can even, and assuming she has like she might have like a combo skip or something here at the end, right? So you can do a swap back to make sure you can do something after she lands. That one is like, not only is that one obviously a swap cancel, they even say that like you want to swap off of her at that point. God, that's such a good pose. It is kind of funny because this move is very similar to Varagonet's Lightning Fall, but also like specifically this is a lot like Varagonet's SS rank QTE, where when she's off field, she basically slams down like this and then drops her standard and then leaves her her banner spear sitting there, and it produces a constant like AoE electric damage field that in PGR, she's a tank, and tanks' jobs aren't to like eat damage and shield and shit like that. Their job is to shred resistance for some reason. Tanks are like like elemental resistance shredders. So her having that like little spear chilling there, shooting out lightning fields, actually constantly keeps elemental resistance shredded. But yeah, it's just interesting that parallel between that and like definitely not Vera in WuWa. Smile.
路帕的打法非常团队啊！
没错，当路帕释放共鸣解放后，便能提升狼剑的获取效率。不仅如此，他的共鸣解放还能为队友带来狼的护佑，展开火焰光环，提升队友的伤害。而当队友不是
Yeah, I mean they haven't shown all of her like
帮助队友，让队友
animations and attacks, but a lot of what they've shown here potentially can be very good for swap back tech.
相信有了这位可靠的搭档，漂泊者的队伍一定可以打赢冠军赛。
Damn it!
属于冠军的
I'm even more excited for Lupa now. My pulse.
期待漂泊者和路帕一起在 2.4 剧情里享受。
Well, when Lupa comes out, the day Lupa comes out, I'm gonna be pulling her on stream, and then probably also just fucking testing the absolute shit out of her and Chun-Li together. Smile.
受赛场带来的快乐吧。
They're also adding something to other characters then. Oh, interesting. Feels like ZZZ's Aftershock. Oh yeah, kind of like secondary off-field things. We'll see. It might be semi-swap viable, but outro buff juggling might make up for it. Yeah, it really depends on like how her outro works. Really just looks like Chun-Li's forte charge attack. Oh yeah, it's got that similar like flame explosion sort of thing. I'm specifically talking about like her... I'm specifically talking about her, like, particular, like, attack, like, physical attack animation during these things, though. Like that, like, leaping up, slamming spear down, very big, like, emanating explosion, very loud. Right? And now she's just kind of chilling there on the spear while Garnet kind of, if you don't do another input afterwards, Garnet just like kicks the spear up and like spins it around and grabs it again. It's fairly reminiscent of Lightning Fall, which is like not the ult, but like the most signature, just on the gameplay sense, like the most well-known move of Garnet's. The one that is the most like Garnet.
释放共鸣解放时，路帕便会配合队友共同攻击敌人。
路帕的打法非常团队啊！
没错，当路帕释放共鸣解放后，便
And
能
like
提升
everyone
冷
else
焰的
new
获
in
取
chat,
效
when
率
I。say like Vero or Garnet, I'm talking about the PGR character that Lupa is very obviously heavily inspired off of. Who also uses a ban. She's the OG Banner Spear, crazy redhead.
不仅如此，他的共鸣解放还能为队友带来狼的护佑，展开火焰光环，提升队友的伤害。而当队友不慎被击飞的时候，路帕还会帮助队友，让队友自动脱离受击和击飞的状
So
态。
it gives them free dodges, basically, like auto
相
dodges.
信有了
Lol.
这位可靠的搭档，漂泊者的队伍一定可以打赢冠军赛，获得属于冠军的荣耀勋章。
没错。
Not sure if I like that personally, but I'm glad that it'll be there
2.4
for
剧
other
情里
people.
享受赛场带来的快乐吧。
And actually, that also specifically helps a lot with Chong-Li, because like I said, she has a lot of like long animations that she'll eat shit during, so...
同时，我们也将推出一把全新的武器。
it looks so good!
焰痕。
听说这把武器是路帕亲手设计的。
没错，决斗士的武器就是决斗士本人的肖像画。路帕亲手设计了这把充满魄力的大剑，作为自己在赛场上的新名片。这把大剑通身燃烧着炽烈的绯红色火焰，剑柄镶嵌着显眼的狼头浮雕，和他本人的战斗风格十分契合。
以上就是对
All the other 5-star weapons wish that they had that much drip. 12-hour stream? Honestly, maybe. Yeah, we'll see what ends up happening. I'm trying to think. When is Lupa coming out? She better not come out during AX. Because I'm gonna be in LA for AX. And if she comes out that weekend, I'm gonna throw something. One thing I got from this live stream is that you just save now if you want your Edge Runners character to stay viable longer. Smile.
卡迪夏和路帕的介绍。
In the right hands, Fusion Team might be the best in the game, and that's what I'm aiming for, is to be the right hands for those at least 30% of the time. I mean, like, very arguably, Chong-Li's best team is already the best team in the game. It's just basically fucking no one can actually manage to play it to its ceiling. Chong-Li Yao with Chong-Li and Zhang Li Yao. It's just hitting the actual ceiling is fucking absurdly hard compared to every other team in this game by a big margin. But assuming she can work well in that team, I mean, Branch exists, and so does like Shulkin and Verena. But if you can, if Chong-Li Yao with Lupa works, that team's ceiling is going to be stupidly high. And it'll be very funny. Lift up your hands to lift up your Gunner hands to the fusion gods. Let's go.
让我们稍事休息一下。
Bless our hands and bless our
本次
poles.
前瞻通讯的第一个兑换码。
I already put this code
漂泊
in.
者们记得在兑换码的有效期内，在游戏内设置界面进行兑换哦。
Yeah, I put all the codes in yesterday. I just didn't want to watch the live broadcast until we could do it on stream. Yo, hold up. How do I get me a can of that? How do I get sponsored by Cerberus subs over here? KURO, sponsor me with Cerberus subs. I will buy and sell so many. Woof woof.
Heartpour, official energy drink.
Heart pour. Oh my god, that's incredible.
Heartpour, fuel the Septimon's pulse.
They have a fucking Septimon ad. That's great. What is this?
Confrontation.
Holy shit, TV ads are actually canon in Septimon. Let's go. Yo. How do I get the exact can she drank from? I'm sure it's on eBay somewhere for the egregious amount of money. Or at least someone's gonna say it is.
With green. Septimon Grey Aegon. Hunt for glory.
有。
刚刚播放的这段广告看起来就像七丘的旅游宣传片啊。
没错，七丘的竞技比赛吸引了不少旅客前来观赛，在七丘的城区里
，You'll find
竞技
competitive
元
elements
素的
all
体现哦。
throughout the Septimon City. You mean
那么接下来
ads?
闲话少说，一起来看看全新地区七丘的景色吧。
I wonder if Zani likes the hardcore, or if it's not strong enough for her. Did you miss my reaction? Hi, Acid. I don't know. Which reaction were you looking for? We've gone through very little of this trailer because we watched like 13 minutes of it, and then I ended up yapping for an hour about bullshit, as tends to happen. The Agoon of Champions, true. Agoon, let's go. Alright, everyone hop on the gondola to the Agoon tournaments. Woof woof, you go for Lupa. Everyone crack open your heart pores. Neat. Big ass sword. Spooky ghosts. Or I guess resonance echoes or whatever the fuck terminology, music terminology they use for them. Cool little bay. Yeah, a lot of Greco-Roman influence. A lot of Greco-Roman influence. Can't wait to render that beautiful night sky and drop my frames by like 5.
建筑看起来非常高大呀。
的确，七丘的主城位于卡比托山，大部分竞技活动。
Gone said it literally as well the redemption codes. That's right, I forgot about that. I did put in all the redemption codes already, but
都在山顶的上
some
城
background
进
music
行
I see you, Kuro. Yeah, no, Kuro fucking hits with their fucking music. VGL's music is incredibly goated. It's so good.
而被废弃了。
那我们能不能现在就进七丘城里看看？光是俯瞰七丘，我感觉不太过瘾哦。
那好吧，这就带漂泊者看看
Oh
七丘城。
boy.
这里就是七丘城的内部。
Who the fuck is on
建
screen?
筑非常高大。
Why is Rova
地板
taller
上铺着红
and
毯
thus busty?
周围
What
都
happened?
是决斗士的雕像，非常有竞技氛围。沿着路往前走，就能看到决斗场了。这个场地就是七丘的奥利。
Oh my god, I love this. I just love, like, I really am enjoying the anachronism of this, of, like, the massive Greco-Roman influences combined with, like, the fucking neon-colored, like, hyper-corporatized ads and shit. Like, I fucking love this. I was not expecting Greco-Roman cyberpunk in my WuWa, but I'm so happy to see it.
我已经开始感受到漂泊者在这里拿冠军的氛围了。
往这边路走，可以去七丘人常去的餐厅。
Fucking ads!
这里就是
Oh
餐厅
my
烈日。
god, I could not ask for more.
有
This
各
is
种各样的
great.
饮品
Yo, am I gonna have to create cocktail builds for all of the fancy drinks that they give us in this game? I'm down. I'm down to make custom cocktail builds based off of the descriptions in the game.
提供给
That would be
观赛的
fun.
观
That
众
would be fun to do.
听说路帕也喜欢在这里用餐哦。在七丘的街道上，也能经常看到有各种不同的生孩出没。决斗士们会和生孩搭档一起训练，一起参加决斗比赛。
Jinx works there. I would love to work there. I would love to run that place.
那个电子屏广告上的人是路帕吗？
是的，路帕。
Oh my god, I love the ads. So I love just like the bright neon, like high contrast ads. This makes me so happy. For those who don't know, cyberpunk is like my favorite genre. I really enjoy cyberpunk, especially like near future cyberpunk. But Kuro, Vanguard, and WuWa, please smile. This is a one patch region or a major one? This is I'm assuming this is a new major region, but this is the one that's coming out next patch, and it's probably gonna be similar to like Renacita, where like It's... Oh, wait, no. Renacita is like a whole place, right? It's gonna be similar to the place we've been, basically, where they're probably gonna release Septimont, and then, like, every other patch or something, they'll release, like, a new region in Septimont or something like that. Most likely. The in-universe ads are peak. Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things I enjoyed I enjoyed so much about the atmosphere in Cyberpunk 2077 is all the, like, actual ads. They have actual ads in there, and it's really... It was really interesting to see how they expressed, like, the massive, like, mega corporation dehumanization of people through the advertisements they put in the game. It was great. An explosion of taste. The few in-game ads we actually like. See, if it's in-universe ads, it's great. It adds a lot of character. It speaks a lot to, like, the culture and everything like that in the setting. Big fan. It's a sub-region of Renacita, probably like Mount Firmament. Yeah, I mean, they said this is another big city-state. Similar to... God, so Renacita is the region. What the fuck is the name of the city we start in? I cannot remember the name of the city that we start in Renacita. But yeah, you're right. It's probably like a Mount Firmament sort of thing. Raguna. Yes, Raguna. So Raguna. God damn it, Ryan. Raguna. So yeah, like, it's gonna be similar to Raguna, which is a new big city-state in the Renacita. And they're probably going to, like, progressively every patch or every other patch add, like, a new little region to it, like they've been doing with all the patch. They have been putting out so much, like, map and regional content in this fucking game. It's crazy. Yeah, it's not a new region if by new region you mean, like, a whole new nation. Because, like, you know, you have, like, Jinzhou, you have, like, Jinzhou, and you have, like, Renacita, and, yeah, it's not a full new, like, it's not a full new nation, if that's what you mean. It's going to be, like, a new area or new region of Renacita. I guess when you're saying region, I assume you probably are talking about region in, like, the, like, Genshin sense, where, like, when they say a new region, it's, like, a new entire, like, continent or, like, nation, essentially. And in that case, yeah, no, it's not. But I guess I'm using region more in, like, the actual geographical sense. Like, the real-world geographical sense, where, like, these are both city-states in the nation of Renacita. It's just this is a different region of Renacita. But I guess, like, the Genshin, I guess, like, especially in Genshin context, like, region normally means, like, you know, like, Liyue and, Mondstadt and things like that. Even though I guess, like, it's not technically the accurate term to use in the geographical sense. Because I think of regions much more like regions in specific countries in Europe. Like, there's many different regions in France, going from, like, the Parisian area to certain, like, northern countrysides to Provence is a very different region entirely. China is separated into a bunch of different regions that have incredibly different, like, cultures and things like that related to them. But anyway, yap. I love the world design, so keep pumping. Hell yeah. No, they're doing a great job with the world design. They're doing a great job with... And, like, it's so interesting, too, because, like, you know, this is in the same nation, right? Like, this is the same nation of Renacita as, like, Laguna and, like, the Montelis and all of them, right? But, like, they both have European influences, but in very drastically different ways. You have a much more of, like, your, like, Renaissance and Enlightenment inspired Italian, French, romantic countries and regions influence in Laguna and everything, right? And then you go to here and it's basically cyberpunk Rome, like Greco-Rome, and that's awesome. I love this. I love commercialized Greco-Rome. It's such an interesting take on the Greco-Roman aesthetic, right? Because that's one of my problem with, like, it started, like, I'm loving Amphorius because I'm a Honkai Impact third player and there's, like, so much tie-in and XPs and stuff going on in parallels. But I was kind of bored of just the standard Greco, like, space Rome thing, right? Because Amphorius is just, like, space Rome. And that's a bit more boring. But this is Cyberpunk Rome, and I am so down for Cyberpunk Rome. This is a really fresh, interesting take on, like, the fantasy Greco-Roman inspired area. Yeah, they mentioned that they grew up independently. You excited about the environmental storytelling? Yeah, they do a really good job with the environmental storytelling. I feel like, even, like, just running around, like, WuWa maps, it feels like you can sense that there is a story and history behind each of the different areas that exist within, like, the regions, within, like, the countries we've been to so far. It is interesting. They create enough, like, the environments are designed with a lot of intention, it feels like, you know? Also, Kuro, please release more male units. I need patches to save asteroids. Acid, before you got here, part of the 1 hour yap we had that we barely in like the first hour and 15 of this stream so far was talking about male characters as well, because I was like with chat and I were talking about that, and was kind of explaining my thoughts on all of that, since I understand why with the demographic they have, and with like also the business decisions needing to be a big part of keeping a game like this with this level of development costs alive and not EOSing, that they don't do a lot of male characters in WuWa. It would be nice to see more of them, but like it's, to me at least, it's very understandable. I give them some degree of grace towards that, of like their very massive lack of male characters. I would love to have some more male characters. I want an adventurine. I want an incredibly flamboyant, cocky twink of a man who can throw dice at people, but in WuWa, alright? I want Adventurine in this game. I love Adventurine. There's a lot of male characters in Star Rail that I enjoy a lot as well, and in ZZZ as well, but like, it makes a lot of sense that they are going primarily with the waifu pushing in this game. A modernized dehumanization of gladiators/fighters. That's so good. That's a great observation. A small touch. I like that Rinascita is super Italy inspired, and that, yeah, it's got a bunch of Italian vibe, especially like, you know, with the gondolas and everything. That's and the style of Laguna City is very much Venice. And that's where that a lot of the ancient Greek aesthetic is. Now we're getting a whole Rome place. Feels very well thought out. Yeah, that's true actually. That is true actually. I didn't really think about that being about how both of those are actually still very, like, still are Italian in different ways. Huh. That's an interesting observation. The first region felt kind of random, but from 2.0 on, it feels much more cohesive. I mean, I don't know if I would say it necessarily felt too random, at least to me, because it was just, like, very much, like, it was very much, like, post-apocalyptic, like, specific regions of China inspired to me. And Mount Firmament was especially interesting. Very different take on things, but still, like, a lot of, like, Chinese influence. There's a lot of Chinese influence in is Jinzhou the region or the city? I don't fucking remember what the name of, like, the full country is, rather. Because now I'm using region incorrectly as well. I don't know. Anyway, even just, like, a lot of the area around Jinzhou felt pretty distinct to me in how they handled a lot of the environmental storytelling. But it was definitely not nearly as, like, culturally diverse, I guess. Galbrena can peg you, true and fucking real. Sora, were you the one who said that earlier in the stream too? I don't, because you might be the second person who's already said that in the stream. Also, look at how the environment blends so well from Greco-Roman architecture / design, and where they put the screens. It's crazy. Yeah, no, like the placement also makes a lot of sense from a design perspective. Damn, is Acrafius in here? Acrafius would be having a fucking field day with all the Greco-Roman stuff right now. .0 was just destroyed, literally, otherwise. Exactly. So I say it's cohesive at being doomed. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Is that like different regions had different levels of destruction and different kinds of destruction that happened, and there's still like a lot of notable like Chinese influences, and the regions did have some distinctions to them, but definitely there was a lot of that consistency, and also a lot of that, like, I guess more cultural influence kind of got muddied down or like numbed out a bit by like just the fucking post-apocalyptic shit going on, because Jinzhou is in a way worse state than like Rinascita is. And a lot of what we're doing in Rinascita is to prevent that from happening like it happened in Jinzhou. Typical post-apocalyptic section, those who loved Horizon Zero Dawn like me felt at home with the design. Yeah, and I like post-apocalyptic stuff. I do like post-apocalyptic stuff a lot. Adventurine would be Pika, yeah, so true. God, I want an Adventurine-style male character in this game. Like, we haven't had any, like, truly, like, feminine twink, like, adult men characters in this game. And, like, so far, the adult male characters have all been, like, very, like, in the middle, right? Like, Zhang Yao is a lot more kind of, like, K-pop, slightly more feminine leading. And Jian is, like, kind of right in the middle, but he still has that, like, very, like, sleek, takes very good care of himself, kind of, like, so like, C-pop look to him and everything, right? KURO is a bit more masculine leaning, but he's still definitely not, like, like, a gruff, grizzly man, like, you can feel radiates, like, body odor and gruff and gristle. And he's not even anywhere close to that. He's just slightly more masculine leaning than, like, say, Jian is. Like, we don't really have a lot outside of kind of the safe middle cases for, like, a lot of the male characters right now. Yuan Wu is, like, the most masculine character we have, and that's only because he has a fucking beard. Like, it's really the only thing that makes him masculine is he wears a fedora and he has a fucking beard. Brant is definitely a bit more on that kind of femme-leaning things, but he's just a theater kid. Like, I don't know, Brant's Adventurine is, like, a very, very kind of twink femme extra personality, but it's not like a performance thing. Brant is a theater kid to me, and so like that's I guess a very different sort of archetype than what I'm thinking of. He is definitely like the most feminine like adult man we have, and I do love him and he's great. But he's a performer. Like he's basically just always putting on a performance, right? He's a theater kid. I want a Ching Cheng character in the game, but that's already Yohu. Yep, it is. Yep, that already is. Huanglong, thank you. Huanglong is like the nation. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Jinzhou is the city, and Huanglong is like the whole nation. The only thing random in 1.0 was when the fuck did we meet Zhezhe or Yinlin or KURO, and why are they in the final fight? Yeah, 1.0 did some weird shit with like not really retconning, but like showing us things after we had canonically like met them in the storyline, right? Like the Zhezhe thing especially was confusing because I remember I saw the Zhezhe quest, the commanding quest line, and they were like, oh, and they like immediately referencing they knew each other. I'm like, did I miss, like, a fucking event quest or something? Because I did take, like, an almost full patch break earlier on in WuWa. Like, did I miss a fucking event quest or a side quest or something that Zhezhe was in? But then, like, as soon as they go in the courthouse, it, like, does the flashback, and the entire event quest, commanding quest, is just you having the flashback of when you met. I'm like, this was the most confusing way for you to do the fucking storyline for this. Regardless, we need more twinks and more queer-coded men. Amen. Argon. Argoon. Argoon. Nah, the most aura farming unit in this game is still Morphe. I can see that. I felt gaslighted as fuck. Weapon apparently had major... Oh, no, it did. It had massive story rewrites. And the story rewrites, they had to completely rewrite the story in between, like, the closed beta 2 and the launch of the game. Like, there was a reason why the story was kind of shit in 1.0 and, like, through 1.1 and still kind of in 1.2. Zhezhe Quest was written the way PGL story is written, and I hate it for jumping timelines. Yeah, but, like, the thing is, at least in PGL, because it's a stage-based thing, like, you know you didn't miss something, right? Like, it makes a bit more sense, because there aren't, like, optional side quests that you could have missed or shit like that, right? There aren't, like, the temporary, like, limited time, like, event thing that might have given you some soul back. Actually, I guess there is that in PGL as well, but anyway. Okay. But yeah, yeah. Cyberpunk Rome, cool.
是人气高涨的竞技明星选手，所以能够接到一些商品的广告。听说这一款叫做饮心的饮品很好喝，路帕
KURO better like actually put out hardcore. They better get a sponsorship from
讲到这里了。除了大竞技场和餐厅之外，气球城内还有气球浴场和大型酒店。
Use code JinJinxWoof to get 10% off your order of hardcore
无论是
today.
观赛者还是参赛者，气球人都喜欢在比赛后去浴场泡泡热水，放松酸痛的肌肉和紧绷的神经，是很惬意的。
Why are they all wearing clothes? KURO, you cowards! Why are they in the fucking baths wearing
放松酸痛的肌肉
clothes?
和紧绷的神经是很惬意的放松方式呢。祈丘的旅游产业如此发达，漂泊者自然也可以来
Like, I
感
can
受一下
understand why they have, like, the playable characters in clothes, because it requires full new remodeling work and everything like that, right? But why are the random citizens sitting in the baths wearing full
这
clothes?
时候就前往祈丘浴场放松放松吧。
You can literally just model them with, like, fucking swimsuits and shit up. Why are they wearing clothes in the bath? This bothers the shit out of
可
me.
以去气球的野外调查一番喽。
在探索的路途中，有时还会碰到一些阻碍前进的障碍物，而一具来自七丘的古英雄铠便会成为
Oh, cute.
帮助你
That's
斩断前路
neat.
的障碍。
刚刚好像在城市里面。
That's cute. Yeah, it's kind of cute when they add in, like, those little, they add in all those little, what's it called? Tools in the game that you do cute little things like that. Even if they end up being kind of, like, contextual, you press the button and it does the thing sort of thing. That's character, at least, which is nice. Like, when you have the whole, like, jumping around as, like, the little fluffy echo guy thing in Renacita, it's like, ultimately, that's just a different grapple point, but it adds character to it, which is nice. I like that about it. Public Bath has Gathering Hub, Iceborne vibes. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, 1.0 being changed to the CN outcry annoys me so much. The story could have been much more picky. Yeah, I mean, there were definitely issues from, like, with, like, the CBT story and everything like that, but, like, the massive rewrite they had to do and everything definitely really hurts the launch story a lot. It definitely hurt it a lot. And they definitely swung too wildly in the... They overcorrected really badly. Because a lot of the CN, like, discourse about the CBT2 was about how people didn't like that, you know... Like, in the CBT2's original storyline, you know how, like, you wake up and stuff, and Chixia and Yang Yang, like, are like, oh, you're, like, best friends and stuff now, wow, you're awesome, Rover. Instead, Chixia puts a fucking gun to you, and it's like, who the fuck are you? And they did not like how she was, like, so immediately hostile and everything, so instead they just made them, like, fucking glaze the shit out of Rover instead. And I personally prefer the previous one, but I can understand the outcry, but they definitely overcorrected in that. And Chixia and Yang Yang's character becomes, like, so muddled out because they're just basically, like, fangirls of the Rover the entire time. Yeah. Oh, wait. Oh, I'm just like, I just mentioned that. Yeah. I've heard that the CN reaction is greatly exaggerated. I mean, the CN reaction, like, it is exaggerated to some extent, but it still was a big concern. And again, they went, and like you said, they went with a safer option. And I also get why they went with a safer option, because WuWa hadn't been, like, it hadn't made money yet at that point, right? It hadn't made money yet. And frankly speaking, if like, WuWa didn't make enough money in the first, like, 6 months or something, it could have closed KURO as a company, period. Like, PGR could have EOS because of it. This was not a cheap game to make. I don't even know what numbers are, but this is very clearly not a cheap game to make with all the assets and all the things they put out in 1.0. Like, this is not a cheap game, and I understand why they wanted to go with a safe bet and not risk having, like, some big issue that could heavily impact, like, their ability to make money, because they needed to make money initially. Now they're in a better spot financially, I'm sure, so they might have a bit more ability to be a bit more free with that kind of stuff, and I feel like that shows in the writing. Because KURO obviously knows how to do very good writing. PGR's writing is incredible, past, like, Chapter 6. But it definitely starts to show, especially, like, in 2.0 and stuff like that. Like, it really starts to show, like, their writing chops a lot more. But they also are going with less safe options for the writing, I feel. From what I heard is that the CN issue wasn't about that initial thing. It was that Rover did a ton of things to redeem themselves and was still distrusted hours in. I heard that both were the case. But yeah. They had to make a safe option because it could have cost the amount of money. Well, yep. Especially if you consider just how long this game was cooking that we haven't seen yet. All sunk costs unless they could float the boat. Exactly. Like, yeah, they can risk it now or probably in and around a few more patches, but this is all inference right now. Yeah. Can't wait for the PGR to spare. Oh, yeah, no, I can't wait for, like, WuWa is never going to be as dark as PGR, frankly speaking. I don't think it is. Because it has to have more mass market appeal. Like, it's the same thing with, like, Star Rail and Honkai Impact 3rd and GGZ. Star Rail has to have more mass market appeal, so they are getting darker with Amphorius, and they did get darker with aspects of Penacony's story and everything. But they are probably never going to get anywhere close to the same level, the same depths of depression and darkness and holy fucking shit, did that really just happen trauma bullshit that you see in like GGZ and Honkai Impact 3rd, because it has to be a much more wide mass market appealing game. It has to be more sanitized because of that. And I think it's the same. I think it's the same thing with WuWa. It's going to. They're very clearly already like much more willing to veer off from that like bubbly mainstream appeal compared to like Star Rail and especially Genshin. But I do think WuWa's always going to be more sanitized than PGR is. We're never going to have a surviving Lusum in WuWa. I'm gonna be real. Like, we're never gonna have a surviving Lusum in WuWa, and we're never going to have like a Vera backstory in WuWa either. Like, we're not gonna have that level of shit happen. I just don't think it's going to happen. Because I would love it if they were to try to push the boundary like that, but I don't think they ever will from a business perspective. Similarly, Star Rail is never going to push to the same levels that some of the chapters and stories in Honkai Impact and Gun Girl Z do. I just don't think it's ever going to push that far. ZZZ is interesting because they have had moments of pushing close to that far, and I really like that about ZZZ, that they are happy to and willing to do that. But yeah. So far, Blue Archive went probably will be about the same. Yeah, the older stuff is quite dark. Yep. Definitely. That's exciting. I just got a message in. Holy shit. I'm so sorry, dude. So I just got a message in Discord. Let's go reply to it real quick. Okay, anyway. But yeah, I don't know. It's. But it is nice to see that they're, you know, approaching with more of their writing chops in general. What the fuck? It has beer eyes!
原来是啦啦队呀！那在漂泊者上台竞技的时候，相信他们会更卖力的加油的吧。
另外，还记得竞技场上盘旋的电子屏吗？仔细看，有一个带鱼模样的深海，是它在为大家提供竞技场上的电子屏显示，可以实时播报赛场上的动态哦。
所以，这就是传说中的带鱼屏。
除了有趣的带鱼屏和啦啦队之外，我们也会在七丘遇到各种不同的残像和深海。首先呢，先给大家一起介绍一下都很熟悉的面孔：小翼龙衍射、小翼龙热熔，以及小翼龙湮灭。
看起来小翼龙已经凑齐6种属性的战队了。
除了大家都十分熟悉的小翼龙之外，我们还有几种全新的深海，它们分别是苦信者的作用。
Cute, also gross. Devotee's flesh, love it.
狡恶
Hell yeah! Hell yeah!
此外
I can't wait to not use half of these because they aren't the optimal first slot choice.
有许多游荡的决斗士。
Actually, it would be really cool if all the ones that they just showed off were actually like strong first slot choices for certain sets. Because they have been adding like the first slots gives you X bonus and X bonus on echoes. That would be cool if they did that. But who knows if they will.
之后还会换来自己的深海伙伴，与深海共同进行战斗。另外，我们在七丘还将面对新的敌人——荣耀狮象。传说他守护着七丘主城，通常只会在大决斗赛上出现。能得到他的认可，是所有七丘人都渴望的至高荣耀。此外，在故事的尾声。
God fucking damn it. That Echo. I don't even know what Echo set this is, or if it's a new Echo set or anything, but this is 100% gonna be like the forecast for Lupa. Like 100%, right? It has to be. Question mark, question mark, question mark, Embers of Glory.
是会在七丘决斗冠军赛的决赛中再和他们进行战斗吗？
这就要等漂泊者进入剧情后再体验一下了。 同时，在2.4版本还会推出2个新的深海和鸣效果，分别是愿带荣光之旅与奔狼。
Oh, okay, there we go. Yeah, okay, there we go. New set bonuses.
燎原之焰，愿带荣光之旅能让佩戴的公民者攻击
Crit
存在
rate and
风
arrow
蚀效应。
damage bonus. Huh. Huh. So there's an incredibly high chance that this is Kartethia's best in slot. So the Kartethia farming I've done on the other set might not be even, like, used anymore. Smile, okay.
为公民者提升暴击与气动伤。
Yeah, okay. Looks like the arrow erosion set that I've been farming will most likely not be used on Kartethia. Smile, okay.
奔狼燎原之焰
Can't wait
则
to.
能为公民
God,
者
I'm gonna be burning all of my goddamn stamina items on farming this shit up when the patch comes out. God damn it.
的公民解放伤害，提供额外的加成。
希望汽修
燎原之
Full
焰
print,
则能
obviously
为
for
公民者的
Lupa.
公民。
Bonus. Okay, so this also provides a bonus to the Resonator's Resistance Liberation damage, and since this is going to be obviously the set designed for Lupa, that means Lupa is going to have a high proportion of her damage be Resonance Liberation, which gives her even more synergy with Chong-Li, because Chong-Li's outro specifically buffs Fusion and Liberation. I'm so hype, and my pulls already hurt so much. Oh my, this next patch is going to fucking destroy me.
公民解放伤害，提供额外的加成。
希望汽修地区的新深海以及新的深海套装能给漂泊者们带来新的体验。接下来为大家带来本次前瞻的
Second
第二个
redemption
兑换
code,
码，希望
wow.
各位漂泊者们能够及时上线兑换并领取哦。
The little Drake echoes look so derpy. They have so much love for them. Yeah, it's really nice to see what they do with like the monster design in this game. It really does reek of like the people working on this really got to like have like a level of artistry into like the stuff that they got to make, right? None of the little echoes look like they just didn't give a shit. Yo, let's go.
Countless echoes.
Limitless tactics.
Peaks of prestige.
Join Peaks of
Aegon for
Prestige.
echoes.
A great
Glory
Aegon for
calls, and the
echoes.
arena awaits.
Glory calls and the arena awaits. Wow. I love this so. I love the ads. This is making my heart so happy.
Aegon merch drop. Available now.
Fucking incredible.
Pedley's.
What is this way?
Retailers
Yeah,
of the
animation.
Aegon of Champions merchandise. Order
Hydration
now
check.
and get
Yep,
the
I
best
just finished a
picks
can
at
of
Septimont.
water. I probably need some more water in a second.
欢迎回来。
大家好，我是大家的新朋友策
欢迎回来
接下来我会和霸王一起给大家介绍2.4版本的相关活动及优化安排。
话不多说，阿凯，赶紧跟大家讲一下2.4版本具体都有什么样的活动和优化吧。
好的，让我们先把目光放在我们2位新共鸣者身上吧。
Hell
2.4
yeah.
版本中，我们将开启5星共鸣者卡提西亚的活动换举，却也在蜂巢后轻舞。
Smile. I can't wait to have like a fucking R15 alto after this.
里纳西塔过去的圣女，现在的流浪骑士，以及属于你的剑卡提
Your
西亚，
oathbound
将成为大
sword,
家的同行者
Kartethia.。
武器不屈命定之冠的活动。
Oh, that sword is so pretty. God damn it. I'm gonna have to pull both of these. I only pull signature weapons for characters I adore, but I love Kartethia. That was Kartethia's arc in like the main story was when like I feel like WuWa really finally like hit that stride in their main story writing that I have been like wanting out of WuWa since like the first technical test got announced. Because I play PGR. I've been playing PGR for like almost 4 a little over 4 years now, I think. I've been playing PGR for a while, and like knowing the kind of writing that they can do with their main story quests, their main storylines, and the just general storylines in PGR, like with the Kartethia arc, I felt like they finally like actually hit their stride where they're reaching the expectations I had for WuWa story. So yeah, I'm definitely pulling this weapon too, and I'm so fucked. My pulls are so fucked. God damn it, I can't believe I used so many pulls on Xiao Corner because I wanted her weapon because I love her. I was planning on skipping it, and then the more we played with her, the more I fell in love with her. God fucking damn it. PGR, stop it. Stop it with the peak character design. I can't wait to have a fucking resonance, fucking like R20 Sanhua after this. And Qixia. God, that sword looks so good.
介绍完新共鸣者，是不是还有一些很重要的内容要介绍啊？你看
Those ancient Raider 4 stars were going to be more 4 stars. In-universe add-on fun since they can be entertained first advertising. Yeah, but they also I like them because they can add a lot of character and a lot of context to the culture. God, fuck, damn it!
将会上架商城，获取长离克莱塔的特别定制服饰，可解锁换上了全新服饰的共鸣者头像。在 2.4 版本商城。
I have to get the Chongli skin too. Time to eat ramen for a month. Smile.
桂枝宁服以及克莱塔的特别定制服饰，
God damn it.
将会上架商城。获取长离
I can skip Carlotta's. I don't really care that much about Carlotta, but I do like her a lot, and I did get her signature weapon because I like her a lot. But she's not at the same level as like Chongli is.
幻影套装，典藏幻影金辉黎明，购买后可获取滑翔幻影金辉黎明、翱翔幻影金辉黎明及新生。
This Echo Aspect flight includes glide, flight aspect, and asteroids? Oh, interesting. So you also get some asteroids for buying it. I wonder how good their conversion ratio is going to be.
深海，林纳西海是深海之国，我想漂泊者们肯定很期待更多的深海玩法。那在七丘有没有等待着我们的新内容？
当然有了，在七丘有一个名为《荣耀之丘》的深海决斗游戏，可以通过终端远程控制深海的排。
Why does Peaks of Prestige sound like a perfect strip club name to me? Like I would go into a strip club called Peaks of Prestige.
荣耀之丘的深海决斗游戏，可以通过终端远程控制深海的排兵布阵，与七丘的决斗家们进行深海战斗。据说很多人以传说中的巅峰决斗家称号为目标，踏上了挑战强者的旅途。
也就是说，我们在 2.4 版本也可以成为决斗家喽。
是的 ，2.4 版本将开启活动，激斗向着荣耀之丘
towards the Peaks of Prestige. I cannot get the idea of that being a strip club out of my head. God damn it. Shane's message draws your attention to a mysterious echo dueling game called Peaks of Prestige. It's said that the countless challengers have set out on the journey to claim the legendary title of Apex Duelist. Countless echoes, limitless tactics. You could be the next Pokemon master. All Out towards the Peaks of Prestige will continue as a permanent event at the conclusion of version 2.4. Oh, wait, is this a new wing skin? Another glider skin? Is this the first instance of an event art with only one rover featured? Actually, it might be. I wonder if they're gonna change that, because yeah, I think that is the only time they've only had like one of the rovers on there. Oh my god, it's Yu-Gi-Oh!
每只深海都有自己独特的战斗方式，而作为队伍核心的深海，则需要满足一定条件才能在战场中。
Oh my god, it's auto chess.
漂泊者可以通过选择不同的角色策略，对战局的走势施加影响哦。 组成自己喜欢的深海队伍后，漂泊者还能挑战七丘当地的决斗家，与他们进行荣耀对决，获取荣誉勋章，进一步增加自身的战斗力，解锁更多的奖励。参与活动可以获得新生奖励、深海意象巨波以及深海幻影凯旋石。
Yeah, so they are adding another wing skin.
收集荣誉勋章，成为七丘最强。
So between 2.3 and 2.4, we're gonna have 3 wing skins already. Oh, glider skins already. 七丘人
除了决斗冠军赛和深海竞技游戏《荣耀之丘》之外，还有其他的。
Please not TFT in my WuWa smile.
你看七丘的城区是不是也像一个巨大的竞技场？在完成潮汐任务第2章。
There are no bad echoes in my grandfather's deck, Kiba.
全新的区域活动，惊奇部落。
哦。
Within the intricate terrain of Settlemont's old district revealed after recent drainage efforts, the city has announced a thrilling new event, a simulated tacit Discord hunt. Brave gladiators, step forward, join the hunt and carve out your own path to glory and victory. Banners Neverfall continues as a permanent event at the conclusion of version 2.4.
是在七丘城区里面。
Oh, that's
完成潮汐任务第2章。
Oh, that's cute. Is that just gonna be like an icon, or is it gonna have some other kind of cosmetic attached to
大
it?
家就可以参与全新的区域活动——惊奇部落。
哦，是在气球城区里面开展的竞技比赛吗？
它和决斗比赛稍有不同，它是七丘官方开展的具备挑战性的模拟狩猎活动。
有挑战性。
I'm actually really excited for this. So one thing I'll definitely say about WuWa is that they are really good at having events that have like fun twists on their like standard gameplay loop and add like additional little mechanics that are really fun. Like a lot of the simulated battlefield things they've done, like the more recent one where you had to like run around the big ass map and clear groups of enemies for extra buffs, and you could take as long or as little and just rush the main boss as you wanted, and those kind of things. Those are really fun. And another thing that I really enjoy about WuWa is that they always add so many trial resonators, so you get the opportunity to actually try out and mess around with characters that you didn't pull, because with like the gameplay being such a big fundamental like aspect of appeal for WuWa, it's really nice that you get to like fuck around with like Dorothea or with Chongli or whatever, and then maybe you can decide, okay, maybe I'll go get them on their rerun or something like that. I enjoy that they have so many trial options for you to use in basically every goddamn event they do. I honestly been needing those stand-up polls, EOG enjoyer. For real, the gameplay experimentations of WuWa events have been really, really good. Yeah, and like, the most recent anniversary one with the cubes is cute. I'm not the biggest fan of it, but it's cute. But like a lot of the previous events, it's really fun, and it lets you actually like engage with the gameplay in a very fun way, in a slightly different way. Big fan.
兴趣了，如何有挑战性呢？
惊奇部落活动开启后，七丘的上下城区会被划分为几块不同的区域，每一块区域都树立着大大小小的旗帜。完成战斗或者探索区域里的旗帜，就能提升历练等级，从而提高共鸣者的战斗能力。其中每个区域都会有一个核心旗帜，由十分强大的敌人进行守护。漂泊者们只要攻占了核心旗帜，便可以占领整片区域，并获得对应的奖励啦。每个区域的战斗难度均不相同，上城区的战斗会比下城区更高一些。
那除了占领非核心旗帜、提高等级、获取增益之外，我们还有什么战胜敌人的特殊方式吗？
当共鸣者在战斗中进行闪避反击、逆势回击等操作技巧，就能获取额外的战斗增益，提升即时战斗能力，让漂泊者越战越勇。另外，提升区域占领度，漂泊者可以获取新生、异象幽灵火等奖励。在2.4版本结束后，没有完成惊奇部落挑战赛的漂泊者，依然可以继续通过常驻活动界面。
Also, I just love how many permanent events they add in. That's one thing I really love about Star Rail too, because Star Rail adds so many of their events into the permanent pool. Basically all of them. And I really enjoy that because that was one of the things that got me to play Star Rail initially. Because a big thing I did not like about Genshin was like the temporary one-time chance to play events. And it was really nice that when I started playing Honkai Star Rail in patch 2.1, basically exactly a year ago now, I was still able to play through a lot of like all of like the really big events that they had in it. And it's nice, and that's like a thing they do in like the Honkaiverse games, which is really nice.
什么呢？我现在就要用我的实力去占领整个气球。不过你说，漂泊者能在完全不提升历练等级的情况下，直接去挑战最高难度的惊奇战斗吗
？Yes.
如果能确保无伤的话，或许会有机会哦。
Let's go! I know what I'm doing.
说到七丘城区，阿凯，这次新地块七丘会有和探索相关的活动吗？
哎，有的。这次我们也将开放3个与气球相关的探索度活动。首先是荣光永恒之丘区域探索活动，漂泊者们在完成七丘的各类探索任务后，即可获取新生、养成材料等相关奖励。其次，大家可以参与占领追魂活动，在高低落差极大的气球城区里进行穿梭，留下自己的足迹。最后，我们也再次追加开放了情侣图集气球现实探索度活动，将气球区域的探索度提升至对应要求，可获得新生的。
I was about to say something, and I choked on my own spit because I am a human being and I am very capable of normal bodily functions like breathing. Fuck. It is nice to see these exploration events too, because I have never really liked exploration in like open world games that much, honestly. I hated doing exploration in Genshin during like the year and a half or so that I was covering it full time as my job, right? I never really liked exploration that much, and I didn't really like exploration all that much in WuWa in version 1 as well. I did like it because the wall running and everything definitely made it like a lot more enjoyable, because Jesus fucking Christ, Breath of the Wild stamina slow climbing bullshit with gliding is such a pain in the ass to explore with. But Renacita especially massively spiked that, because being able to fly around in a wingsuit is so nice. Like, it's so nice, and it really, and then also them adding in, like, all of the, like, little, icons and whatnot for the different chunks of, like, different, like, special things in the environment if you see them is really nice, because, like, I get people really liking the whole, like, naturally exploring things and naturally finding things thing, but for me, that's not the part of the gameplay I enjoy and not what I want to be spending my time on, honestly. And being able to, like, enjoy flying around and seeing the sights, and then being like, ooh, over here is, like, where I can go do more of, like, the funny little color-swapping palette quest, minigame things. Ooh, over here I can go do some sensor quest things. Ooh, over here I can do one of the fun little challenge things where you have to get, like, all of those little, special actions done in a fight thing. Like, I enjoy that a lot more personally, but also it helps that in Renacita, all of those activities are actually fun. If they weren't fun, then I wouldn't enjoy doing them, but all of those activities are actually, like, pretty decently fun, and also short enough that it's not dragging on and feels like a chore, at least for me. And I just really enjoy, WoW is, like, really the first game that's managed to do that for me, because I don't normally enjoy exploration all that much. I mean, I guess in, like, Elden Ring to some extent, but also like Dark Souls, because I did spend so many hours on Dark Souls and the original Demon Souls and everything. I did enjoy that, but that was kind of more of a matter of like finding all the fun little secrets, and they were much smaller enclosed environments too. Like, there was not that much space and ground to cover in Dark Souls. And I did I search every goddamn dungeon and nook and cranny in Elden Ring playthrough of my first playthrough, and it was like 200 hours. And honestly, it got me kind of burned out on the game. I haven't really touched the game much since. It's really the difference between gachas, where we really, really need the free rewards right now, and a normal game where there isn't much content being put out to keep up with. Yeah, so, like, that's the thing. And, like, I've said this before, and, like, it still holds completely true. I don't like gambling. And I don't like gachas at all for the gambling aspect of the game, but I play so many gachas, and almost exclusively play gacha games, and play a lot of them, because they are just the best quality anime-style, frequently updating live service games. And part of that is because they make so much money through predatory means, that they are constantly pumping out new content every 3-6 weeks, right? And the ones I play, at least, they're also all, like, high quality, good writing, good quality content as well that I enjoy going through. And, I don't know, like, for me, the whole gambling and gacha aspect of it really is just, like, it's like how my friend used to put it in, like, a business sense back when we were doing, like, I was helping him with, like, some freelance, like, promotion stuff, back in the day. Is that, like, it's kind of like the stripes on a tiger. It's like the stripes aren't really what you're there for, but you kind of need to have them there for it to be a tiger. And that's kind of how I feel about the gacha and the monetization models and everything, is that, like, I'm not there for them. I don't like gambling. I don't like the fact that even with, like, statistical averaging and everything, like, and careful spending and careful, like, planning and stuff, that it's still not going to really be enough, and I have to I don't have a problem spending money on games. I want to support creators, but definitely the raw RNG factor creating the amount, like, such a variable and sometimes massive amounts of money needing to be spent is unfortunate, but the consequence of all of that is that these are good games with good writing and good gameplay that frequently put out new content for me I really enjoy, and continue to build upon storylines further and further that I enjoy. Right? It's not like I'm playing, like, one big game and then getting a DLC 6 months later that expands a bit more on that game. Every few weeks, every few months, I'm getting to push further and further and see more of these storylines and see more of these characters doing these things and see more development happening. And I really enjoy that about them. It's just that the gacha is frankly speaking, the gacha monetization is what enables that to be a reality, because that's not cheap. It's like the bullet we have to bite. If I could get ZZZ WuWa quality games somewhere else, you would. Yeah, exactly. That's the problem. And like that's like the single player experiences that are very good and close experiences, right? Like Persona 5, like what's it called? Expedition 33, which I still need to play at some point. I do want to play Expedition 33 on stream at some point. But there's so much gacha content, guys. There's so much gacha content, chat. I play so many gachas. I'm like at the comfortable spot where like the amount of gachas I play is like a good fit for like my free time, basically. It's a very good fit for my current free time amount and everything. Still believe if animation studios can produce incredible episodes and have a filler or 2 episodes every single week, then multi-million gachas should be doing banger content every single patch cycle. Yeah, although animation studio, if it's on my anime specifically, they aren't producing incredible episodes every single week for the most part. They are making a full season of anime like a year or 2 ahead of a time over the course of an entire year. With like some rare exceptions, things like One Piece, but One Piece is an anomaly and there's a reason why they add so much animation filler into it. And like there's literally a series that I would recommend if you ever want to watch One Piece, you go through that. It's like called One Piece, where they remove the animation filler. They're not even like cutting out like filler episodes or anything like that. They're literally removing animation filler they add, and it cuts down anywhere from like 3 to like 8 minutes off the episode time just by removing repeating frames and shit like that they use. Because they have to stretch it that much and cut the cost that much with things like One Piece. Yeah, most animation studios have tons of full planning and run for just a bit with huge breaks. Gachas can't take holidays. Yeah, but also the anime industry in Japan is very infamous for like how bad the working conditions are. Jinx copes through Ling Yang slander. I am not coping, and I will forever scream my Ling Yang slander because they fucked up with him so badly. He could have been great. He could have been an incredible, fun, little femboy lion boy. He could have had good, fun, engaging gameplay that actually wasn't garbage, but his kit is just so poorly designed for how this game actually ended up functioning. Hated gacha a lot until you play Honkai Impact 3rd, and at first you were very skeptical. Chapter 11 EX, yeah, 11 EX is so good. I became much more open-minded about gacha. Yeah, the thing is, like, it still sucks. The gambling aspect sucks. The predatory monetization sucks. Especially, you know, the entire idea of it's especially like preying upon like people who have issues with gambling addiction and whatnot, and you know, people in like much worse situations and things like that. But the result, at the very least, with a lot of modern gachas and a lot of gachas over the past like 8-9 years or so, a lot of them are taking that income and actually producing great products out of it, producing great stories, great gameplay, those kinds of things, right? And those are the gachas I play. I play gachas that I enjoy the gameplay, I enjoy the story, I enjoy the characters, and I enjoy keeping up with all of the new content they're putting out. Don't talk to me about games that are more complicated because they're far, far simpler once the engine has already been implemented. I'm a game designer, I know what cutting costs are. Oh, okay, interesting, gotcha. I mean, I don't know if you were talking to me about that, but I don't think I was. I don't think I was trying to make any argument that games are more complicated. I'm just more so saying that like games are expensive to produce. But it's interesting, Acid. I didn't know you're a game designer, and definitely always happy to hear your inputs with your like actual professional opinion and industry side experience on that, because I don't know dick all about like the game design industry and whatnots, and I don't really even know that much about game design theory. I just enjoy analyzing and yapping about things, but I am in no means anything close to a subject matter expert. The secret sauce is that they know, they don't want you to know. Okay, interesting.
等奖励，希望建筑宏伟、充满竞技活力的气球能给大家带来不一样的探索体验。
话说回来，霸王，最近你有听说我们的老朋友马季的新消息吗？
他又遇到什么麻烦了？说来听听。
似乎转到乌流总部后，总部对他的业务并不太看好呢。
PGR Dailies so
最后
goddamn
一
we're
次机
already
会
at PGR
不然
Dailies
就要
time.
直接停掉呜呜邮币的兑换业务。虽然这小子鬼点子多
Oh right,
但他
Maji, he's
组
the
织的
fucking
服务
Lolo
确实
guy.
很方便，也给我们带来了不少报酬。要是业务被砍掉，那还是非常可惜的呀。所以这次也拜托漂泊者们来帮帮忙了，参与呜呜企划重宴活动，
Okay,
完成相关任务，即可获得呜
Oh
呜
no, we had to save Maji's career. Oh no.
邮币，获取新生、换生文等奖励。除了新的探索度活动之外，我们也新增了一些漂泊者们喜
I have
欢的
such a
战斗内容
positive, I like
除了
such a
新的探
positive
索获取
mental
新生
association with this stupid fucking little hamster over here.
换
So
生
much
文
free
等奖
shit.
励。除了新的探索度活动之外，我们也新增了一些漂泊者们喜欢的战斗内容。首先是全息挑战卡尔比，
Ooh,
原来是他
fun, new tech
相信
hologram.
体验过幽夜幻梦任务的漂泊者们，一定对这个形态特别的
Ooh,
敌人
interesting.
深
It's a
刻的
fun
印象
kit.
吧。没错，想要再次与卡尔比战斗的漂泊者一定要来试试哦。而另外一个战斗活动就是新的危机挑战活动——区域危局。维度
Ooh,
长
another
野
virtual
这
crisis?
次小
Okay.
机器人库卡基游历了黎纳西塔和气球，为大家模拟出了更加强大的
Hell
敌人。在
yeah.
这次活动中，各位漂泊者们
Okay,
有机会
this
看到
looks like
无敌
fucking
牛
cancer.
和
What
缭
the
绕之
fuck?
旗同时在场上出现的场景
Bruh.
看起来就非常有压迫
These
感。
are two of the worst attack
当然
pressure
我们也
and
提供了
bosses.
更多的
What?
适用角色及配对，并且增加了每次战斗中可装配的支援模组数量。
I can't believe they're adding Ornstein and Smile to fucking
我们也提供
WuWa.
了更多的适用角色及配对，并且增加了每次战斗中可装配的支援模组数量。每次战斗都可以装配2种支援模组，让大家可以更加
Okay.
畅快地战胜敌人。此外，在这次活动中，我们还额外添加了一些极具挑战性、需要完成其他所有词条以后才能解锁的特殊复合模组。
Okay.
他们会让战斗难度急剧增加。
Let's
喜欢挑战的
go.
漂泊
I can't
复合
wait
模
to do max difficulty runs in this shit. I'm so fucking ready.
他们会让战斗难度急剧增加，喜欢挑战的漂泊者们不要错过哦。在上次的区域危局原型解算中，漂泊者们达到一定的复合等级就能拿到帅气的称号。我们这次还会有的吧？包的。我们为乐于挑战的漂泊者准备了新的称号。
Oh yeah, that's right. Yo, let's go. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I run the Virtual Trailblazer one. I don't know if that's the one you get for max difficulty scoring on Virtual Crisis, but I did do max difficulty runs on Virtual Crisis for everything.
只要完成一定复合等级的挑战，就能获取全新称号——区域的
Oh
临
yeah,
界
this is
点。
only a Festival 48. Yeah, it would be nice. It would be kind of neat for them to add a title that is like literally max difficulty, but don't know if they'll ever actually do that.
那么接下来就进入系统优化内容的介绍。哎，不知道大家是否还记得我们拍照系统中的滤镜功能？
Thing is, hiding cutting costs is one of the forefront of what game devs try to do for the audience. This is why things like frustum culling used to exist that some games these days don't do. Not familiar with what frustum culling is. If you ever wonder why most UE5 games handle like a tractor in terms of performance, it's one of the things that hasn't been implemented well. Most of it isn't frustum culling about saving computer resources rather than monetary resources. I'm so glad they bring this mode back. I was kind of skeptical with the first one because I have major skill issue, but eventually got a max turn. Let's go! Hell yeah, I'm just the guy. Yeah, I mean, it's nice when they have these kinds of pushing events that you can really, like, you know, obviously you don't have to, like, go for a 120, right? But it's fun to do it. And if you're into that, you can do it. Like, having those kinds of stretch push goals that you can do just because you enjoy it is nice. It's also why my favorite event in PGR is still Babel Tower. Well, actually, that's a lie. The like, the Devil May Cry mode, as we call it, that they added, not related to the DMC collab, it's just a style, it's like a style points mode, was really fun, too. But Babel Tower is basically the same thing as Virtual Crisis. It's kind of partly what they based Virtual Crisis on, with a slightly different rule set, where you're just adding a shitload of modifiers. And max difficulty clear Babel runs are hard as fuck in PGR, but they are really fun to push for. But in that one, the modifiers go way higher, so like it's more realistic for you, and also you need multiple teams to tackle things and everything. Because you can only use a single team once out of all of the different, out of like the 3 bosses and shit like that. 3 bosses that you can fight 3 times each. So like going for like a true max score isn't really possible, and it's more so a matter of you pushing to see how high a number you can get. It's really fun. I think they just brought Babel in PGR, so I should do a day for this patch. I should do a day where I do that.
这个我知道，可以调整滤镜强度，方便的对画面进行氛围调色。 不过这个系统退出拍照界面后就不能再。
Didn't the title show the highest stress level you finished? Oh, maybe. I don't remember. All I know is I did it. I did the max clear, and I was like, oh, this is the title for this. Sure, I'm not using any other title.
使用了，实在是有点遗憾。哎，那这次我们就来弥补这个遗憾。2.4版本更新后，漂泊者们打开设置页面，就能在图像设置里找到全局滤镜功能。
Global filter features? Wait, what? I can play in sepia?
合适滤镜强度，并应用之后，就能对全部画面应用滤镜效果啦。没错，将这次更新的全局滤镜功能、post-apocalyptic feel、对比度等调整功能叠加使用，还能调整出更多不同的效果哦。各位漂泊者们一定要试试看。
Okay, I'll fuck with this.
我们也在持续优化开放世界场景的细节交互表现，比如当漂泊者行走在清透的落叶之上
，Oh my God, they're
在落叶上进行
leaf physics
攻击，都会有对应的交互表现。再比如，当漂泊者贴近水面翱翔时，水面也会出现被激起水花的交互效果。我们希望这些优化能给漂泊者们带来更好的体验。
More immersive experience. I love immersion.
快速体验2.0版本剧情功能进行了。
Yeah, when I get a live 2D model though, and there's gonna be more stress on my computer, that's gonna be fun for my frames.
即可解锁活动，前往林纳西塔。在2.4版本，我们还会上线剧情专注模式。漂泊者们在进入专注模式后，角色与场景将再也不会被其他任务占用，不会被其他任务打断目前的潮汐任务。
Oh, that would actually be pretty nice. I mean, like, it's not. I don't really mind it that much, but I am currently locked out of certain companion quests because I haven't finished other companion quests, and the characters are quote unquote busy.
我们还将在游戏内上线攻略站，以后漂泊者们。
Oh, they're adding a build. They're adding like a in-game build guides. That's fun. That's nice. I mean, like, I am assuming pretty much everyone in chat right now, as well as like considering the kind of content that I've done in the past and the kind of person I am, probably already like, you know, consumes content about like build guides and things like that, and also, you know, people come in here all the time and ask me questions about builds and things like that. But it is nice that they're adding that like into like in the actual game itself, especially because this game has like pretty strict best in slot options, with a few rare exceptions. Oh, they feature character guides created by content creators. Fun. Maybe that'll encourage me to like actually do some fucking like character and team guides in this fucking game. Build suggestions, team strategies, and more fun.
太好了，这样以后想要寻找养成攻略的时候，就可以直接在游戏内进行搜索了。最后，为了庆祝七秋决斗冠军赛的启幕，
Of course.
在2.4版本开启后，我们将通过邮件为各位漂泊者送上10个福金波纹奖励。希望漂泊者们能享受这场七秋最大的决斗盛世。游戏内的活动讲完了，这个版本还有没有什么其他的活动可以和各位漂泊者们分享的？有的，各位喜欢且关注二创的漂泊者们是否还记得，今年年初的索拉逐星舞台呢？来自全世界的创作者们为各位带来了一场节目丰富的二创盛宴。在2.4版本期间，我们将会为漂泊
Yo, Vaporwave, let's fucking go.
者们带来全新的同人创作节目《索拉滨海历史》。节目目前在积极的筹备中，具体的播出信息和平台。
Am I actually gonna make content? Smile.
留意后续的社媒信息。哎，阿凯，我们这次还会有周边这方面的情报
Yo, hold up, merch. 有，
虽然目前能透露的情报不多，但是还是有一个可以透露的：骑士卡地西亚登场。
Oh my god, it's adorable. I need one. I need.
没错，卡地西亚的骑士手将在不久后与大家见面，敬请期待哦。更多相关周边情报，漂泊者们可以前往。
That's just gonna be like $50 plus shipping, but I need.
为大家送上本次前瞻通讯的最后一个兑换码，大家记得及时进入游戏兑换领取哦。那么以上就是2.4版。
Just a broad stroke example, because literally the easiest way to optimize performance is just to remove everything. Like discussing how big gachas makes so much money not reflecting the patch quality. Tangent, yapping, but quite literally the way Hoyo designs their content is the most egregious here due to the way idle animation A, B, and C are used everywhere. Oh, I can't wait for the official Jinchigzani Strova rotation to be fully explained in the build guide section. I mean, I could do that. Yeah, I mean, so like the thing is, if I'm going to be doing guides in the future, and like WuWa and ZZZ are the only two games that like actually actually like inspire me to like, oh, I would really like to make this kind of guide, like this kind of guide concept, right? Or like this kind of a video. And I did kind of try experimenting with like doing that live on stream and being lazy and just cutting out the whole thing, but it really did not work out the way I wanted to. I might want to like actually think about like consulting with like an actual editor or something like that for that, frankly speaking. I don't want to do like full production videos the same way I did before. But, like, if I do any kind of guide content, it's not going to be, like, builds and stuff like that. It's going to be, like, playstyles and rotations and animation cancels and combos and these kinds of things. Because that is what I really enjoy. Like, that's what I really enjoy. Like, the whole thing with, like, the Zani Strover stuff. That one time where we just decided to try to fucking make Zani, Phoebe, and Chang-Li work as optimally as possible. Really a lot of fun. When Lupa comes out, like... a guide about truly min-maxing what you can do with Chang-Li and Lupa is going to be so much goddamn fun for me. Like, I am going to spend too many hours in Tower of Adversity fucking testing that shit on stream, because that's going to be so much fun seeing what high-level tech you can push with that, right? And, like, I mean, even just a basic guide about talking about, like, double swaps, like, I guarantee you that, like, 95 to 98% of the WuWa community don't even know what a double swap is. Most of the people in chat didn't know what a double swap is until I explained it in there. But double swaps are like a really big thing that you can work into almost every team for like min-max optimization that can really make a noticeable difference. But is an advanced tech that basically, like, even in like when you watch a lot of speedruns on YouTube, they don't really ever use double swap tech. Because it's just, like, an extra thing that people just don't really actually make use of. Hoyo Festival? Yeah, seems like it. Try a painting merch stream. So, like, the thing is, I've done art streams before, and I might do more art streams. Frankly speaking, like, I mean, we did, like, look at the fan art I've been working on all day today for Galbringer. That was also, like, I threw just in the fucking thumbnail for this particular stream and everything. But, like, it might be fun for me to do an art stream where I also did this Camellia piece that was just kind of me. I'm, like, fucking around with trying to figure out, like, what style I want to do, how much I want to integrate my, like, classical training and stuff. Because I did this one, I threw it on Twitter, but I don't think basically fucking anyone saw it because my Twitter is shit. And I don't really like the way it turned out, but I was, like, fucking around a lot with, like, different texture brushes and things like that with this piece. And, like... my background in art. Is in high school. I was traditionally trained and won a few like art awards and competitions and stuff as a classical human figure realist. So let me see real quick. These are the main two that I actually like have saved on my computer currently without me having to do much sleuthing. But like these are two of the pieces I was particularly proud of purely from a technical level. I also have a few more creative pieces that I haven't actually like really uploaded much of anywhere. Oh right, yeah, I can just drag these into CSP. That'd be easier. Wait, no, there we go. But yeah, so like. These are some of the pieces I made in I made this shit in 08. Holy fuck, I am so old. I am such a goddamn hag. Like, this was back in high school for me. But like, this is the kind of stuff that I used to do. I also did a lot of human figure sculpture as well, 3D. I really enjoyed doing 3D work. But like, this is like where my training is, right? I was a classically trained realist. I was very fortunate because my art teacher is art tutor, art teacher Juan Laosher and his wife, they happened to just live near where I lived, and my mom found them through like some of her like Chinese friends and connections and whatnot, and they are a couple who moved to America because they wanted to raise their daughter in America, but when they were in China, they were such prestigious artists that they still have a mural that they made that is on permanent display in the Shanghai Hall in China, which is where diplomats go to stay. So, like, I was very fortunate. I got to have incredibly good arts teachers who were able to, like, teach me really strong fundamentals and strong realism, right? And, like, this is the stuff I made, and was this also 08? Yeah, this was also fucking 08, Jesus. But, like, this is, like, the kind of stuff that I used to do, and my skills have atrophied a lot, because I haven't done much serious arts since I was, like, 20. And I'm 32 now. So it's been over a decade, so, like, I don't know, I'm trying to develop there's a lot of like new skill sets I need to develop art-wise, because I have to get myself back to this similar level of just raw technical skill, right? Of technical craftsmanship that I used to be at. I also need to get used to like trying to convert things into a more trying to like it's very different doing human realism and anime stylization. I've been struggling a lot with anime stylization, right? Because like trying to get like a head that looks good like this, like that's one thing I really dislike about this Camellia piece, is that I do not like how the head turned out fucking at all. But like I'm used to doing hyper realism for heads, right? This is what I'm used to doing. So translating that to anime has been a real struggle, because proportionally they're incredibly different. Choosing what you stylize, what you make simple, what you remove, what you keep, and everything like that, what you create focal points on, how you handle lighting and value and shade value and tone contrast and things like that, very different from like realism. And so like I do like the way this one turned out that I've been working on today, because this one these are more realistic human proportions but with anime stylization. Like eyes are directly in the eye line is directly in the middle of the head on a real human being, but anime tends to have it on like the lower border of like the bottom 2/3, and that's why heads and hair and foreheads are so big in anime, because they lower the eye level so much. But I feel like this is the first time I've managed to like actually go with realistic human proportions, because that's what I prefer, while doing a decent job with the anime stylization of everything. So this, I'm happy with how this head has turned out overall, compared to like my previous works and everything. Like you can see the head structure is a bit more of a typical real human being. Eyelines in the middle. I think I have this covered out with whatever right now, but like I don't know. I'm much more happy with how this turned out, and it kind of feels like the first time with me like messing around with like anime stylization. I feel like it actually like hits the kind of stylization I want to hit, right? Like, I want to do some combination of anime stylization with traditional techniques, especially painting techniques. That's kind of where I want to move towards, as in terms of like my digital art skills, is doing digital painting. Like, a lot of my inspiration for digital painting comes from, actually I should probably do this on this window. I don't know if I have any, if I happen to be on a particularly more questionable, well, less YouTube friendly, not really more questionable, less YouTube friendly, but like this kind of thing, right? This is kind of more so the direction I want to move, where it's like actual digital painting with anime stylization, right? This sort of thing. In particular, one of my biggest, kind of like my I want to grow up, I want to be like this artist when I grow up, is Dino. You've probably seen a decent amount of their stuff going around. Well, that might have demonetized the video, whatever. The VOD might be demonetized now. But like, this is all Dino's work, and like this is like very much the direction I want to move in with my digital illustration, is exactly this. This is digital painting, and he is also really good about like very character heavy dynamic posing, right? Like, the posing speaks a lot about the character and the emotion that they may be feeling right now, and all of these kinds of things. You might have seen a bunch of this stuff before, because he has a lot of very famous WuWa fan arts. But like, this is, yeah, Dino is like definitely one of my biggest inspirations when it comes to like what I want my style to ultimately end up looking fairly similar to. That and like Path to Nowhere art. Like, this one in particular was kind of the one that, I don't know, felt like it gave me a big, it made me kind of have a more solid, crystallized idea of what kind of art I want to do, right? Because this kind of like oil painting human figure, with excluding it being Miyabi, is exactly what I'm trained in doing, and like what I know I can do. And then adding in that touch of anime stylization where it is distinctly a known character and everything, like this is the kind of thing I know that I can do, and is the stylistic direction I want to move towards, where I have the human figure realism that I am used to and trained in, but moving that towards fan art with anime characterization. It also made me realize that I need to focus a lot more on human body and less on clothing, because right now I have to A, get back to the same level of like realism skills that I had before. B, I have to learn digital art skills, because digital medium is so fucking different from traditional. I've been trying to figure out brushes I like. I've been trying to like get accustomed with it. It's so fucking different, but it's so nice. Undo is fucking goated. But also I'm not good at doing clothing. That's an entire extra skill set I have to learn because I'm a human figure artist. I'm used to drawing nude figures. So like, I'm not good at clothing, and adding in clothing as an extra thing right now to learn is making it a lot more challenging because there's too many things I have to learn at once, right? And I need to kind of focus down on learning certain things and kind of building up my skill set for digital painting. So yeah, so it kind of made me realize, oh yeah, I should focus more on like human figure parts and human figure subject matter, and not really worry too much about clothing, and focus on like primarily getting used to digital tools, getting back into like the level of realism I was at before, and like anime stylization for the face specifically, which I feel like this one is helping me do a decent job with. I mean, it's a very basic sketch right now, and it's going to be more a matter of actually painting over this basic sketch nicely enough to get what I want out of the piece. But I'm so far very happy with where this has ended up. And so far, all the digital I've done, I have felt proud of none of it. Like, none of it I really like a lot and really wants to show off. But like, this is the first one where like this is still very much a work in progress, but it's actually like hitting towards where I want to be going with art. Washed artist. I am such a washed artist at this point. Yeah, I am such a washed artist at this point. I'm trying to unwash myself right now. Like, I don't mind being a washed up content creator. I joke about it all the time, but I want to not be a washed up artist anymore. You were in elementary school in 08? Yeah, I'm fucking old. I'm a hag. We've been over this. I'm 32. It's so much simplification. That's why you went back to furries. Yeah, fair, but also, you know, the money in art is in furries and in like Life 2D, right? And in 3D, just models, yeah, right? Like just VTuber modeling stuff. Too busy hooking up with your guidance counselor in high school? Smile. Big thing to do for stylization is master studies instead of drawing from life. Yeah, no, that's a big thing. And that's why like finding like Dino for me, right, has been like a very big deal. Because Dino is giving me a lot of material for me to do master studies of, right? Like, Dino gives me a lot of that to work with. Okay, and also, like, what he's doing right here is, like, very like Dino, from what I understand from reading like little bits of his, like, I'm also like, you know, I'm also subscribed to his fan box and stuff now. For what little stuff I've been able to like kind of garner from stuff he's talking about, like he before digital art, he was a traditionally just trained painter, and you can very much tell because this is like a very classic, actually it's a very classic Asian especially steps for how you handle painting. You start out with base sketch. You start with base sketch, you go with base light, you go with base colors, but not more than just base colors, you go with base tones and everything like that. And then you add in your more complicated large tones and add softer transitionary tones. And then you work into cleaning up and refining on top of that. And like, there's actually like several steps in between this one and this one, but this makes for a nice 4-panel that's much easier to like show off, because on Twitter, you literally can only show 4 images at once, right? But there's like about 3 other primary steps in between this stage and this stage in like classic, at least like I'm trained in Chinese realism, and Chinese realism compared to like some of the Western realism I've learned as well, has like variations in the steps you take for like constructing a painting. But yeah. God, this Camellia one is so good. I want to be like Dino when I grow up. Okay. What was the point of this? I don't even remember. But anyway, yeah, art's cool. I like arts. I want to do more art. Art fun. Now we close the arts and go back to this. It's fine be a hentai artist and provide more Yuri. So I mean, like fan art Yuri is also largely a subject matter I want to do more of. Definitely, personally. Dino's attention to lighting is wild. Oh yeah, no. Like I said, Dino is very clearly a very well-trained traditional painter. It's very clear from how he handles and how his paint and like how his illustrations turn out, he is very clearly a classically trained traditional medium painter, because he has all of those raw, like traditional medium painting fundamentals down pat. And a big part of that is lighting. A big part of that is shade and tone. That's a huge aspect of classical realism training that is very much lacking in other, like, people talk about art fundamentals a lot, and there's a lot of different art fundamentals, but those are the ones that are heavily focused on with classical training. Much more so than a lot of the other fundamentals that are very important, especially with like digital illustration, anime stylized things like proper perspective and a lot of composition and things like that. But like with classical training, especially human figure, it's very heavily focused specifically on tone and shade and shape. And then the others are important, but since you're oftentimes like a lot of the time traditionally you're working off of like live references and things like that, that stuff, the other aspects of like perspective, drawing from imagination, of like composition and like so many other art fundamentals aren't as important. This is why I love Jinx streams. What if stream content was actually all tangents? Welcome to a Jinx stream where all the content is either all tangents or it's molding the fuck out of a gacha game for no reason. The character development doesn't stop. Yeah, I mean, like I've said before, this is part of what I'm really enjoying about picking up streaming as a hobby again, is because I'm actually getting to just be fully myself, and I'm not kayfabing. I don't have any content creator persona I'm putting on like I had to do, because I was making a full-time career out of YouTube back in the day, where the content was not based on me. It was based on the content I could put out, the math, the analysis, all those kinds of things, right? And it's really nice just being able to do this as a hobby and kind of get to just like be my unadulterated, unabashful, fucking degenerate schooner-ass self on stream and just hang out with Chad and just vibe with all y'all. And in real life, when I'm chatting with friends, like the tangenting is so real. This is just how I chat with my mates, you know, with my peeps. The big thing to do for stylization, massive styles, yeah. I always assume they move the eye line down so they have room to make the eyes bigger. So, like, that's part of it, but it's also just that it's more kawaii, and it's also where, like, more of the... That's where, like, more of the traditional anime style, like, the historical anime style all the way back to, like, the 90s and stuff, right? Was based much more like that. They lowered the eye line, you had a bigger forehead because it looked cuter, and you also had more space for, like, big hair, and then, like, part of it, I guess, is the eyes. It allows you to have much bigger eyes, but also you can still have very big eyes centered on the center, but it does shrink your forehead a lot and look less cute. And at least in my understanding, that's some of the really big aspects of why the style is like that. But, like, I actually think I have some, like, study materials I have in here specifically on that. Yeah, head proportion stuff. So... if you look at, like, this is, like, a very classic, like, anime proportion, right? So, like, the thing is, you have the eye line, there is a halfway point, but the halfway point is the top of very large eyelids, right? So, you'll have, like, this halfway point of, this is basically where the top of the eyelid line will start with a fully opened eyes, and then you go straight below that, and this ends up being about the 2/3 mark right here is where the bottom of the eyes end up being. Then quarter, and you have all of this forehead space, but you can put very big, like, very big extra sort of hairstyles and things like that as part of it. But if you look at, like, a much more traditional real life human head, you're basically gonna have direct middle is where like the iris line is going to be. Direct eye line is going to be right here. These lids are kind of drooped, but it's going to be basically exactly halfway through the actual eye is going to be that point. The eyes are smaller too, of course, but if you were to make the eyes bigger, you make them bigger on the top and bottom, not just the bottom like you do with anime style, and then you can pretty much break up the human face otherwise into proportions of a seventh, which is interesting, but yeah, basically 1/7 down is where the brow line tends to start. 1/7 down is where the forehead is. 1/7 down is for eyebrow line. I said brow line up here. I meant hairline. 1/7 down more is eyebrow line. 1/7 down more is going to be like top of cheekbones, and then your ears, of course, line up with like top lid slash like eyebrow line, depending on like the how like big the person's like upper lobes are, and bottom lobes line up perfectly with the nose, which is going to be on the 4/7 line. On the 5/7 line, sorry. Bottom of lips is going to be the 6/7 line, and then chin is of course 7 out of 7 line. And like this is much more traditional, like classic, like real human proportions and realism proportions. So you can definitely see like side by side, just like, ooh. At least this is the one I'm trained on. There are other like breakdowns of proportions for realism, but the half, quarter, and 1/7 is like what I'm personally trained on, and I'm most used to. You can see like how different the proportional basis is for like anime versus human stylization, and there are art styles that are much more leaning towards realism proportions. Like Path to Nowhere is another big influence of mine. They just do a much more hyper-rendered and less painting style than I like, where Path to Nowhere has traditional human proportions. Like these are half line and like 1/7 base proportions, but they do a really good job of like anime stylization of realistic proportions, and you see this a lot more commonly in a lot of Chinese art. Actually, a lot of Chinese anime style art has a lot more traditional realism based proportions in it, and you will see this in like more classic Japanese anime style, but it's generally going to be for men. They generally do that for like more masculine, older masculine adult faces. They will maybe do this because it removes a lot of the kawaii factor, but a lot of this like more Chinese stylization, fucking the goddamn fucking McQueen meme, right? Like they do a very good job of still retaining that same kind of cuteness, that same kind of like softness, but using realistic human proportions. Jinx has spec'd some points into the art skill tree. I was considering going to school for arts. Then I found out what the average salary of like different arts careers looked like, and I said, fuck that. And now I'm a bartender in sex. I dropped out of school anyway. But bartender, bar manager, hospitality leadership. I did consulting for a long time as well in the hospitality industry. Right now I'm just going back to and like helping open up a bar and just doing basic bartending stuff because I don't want responsibility right now. I want to have more time as well as like brain energy and shit for being able to do things like working on streaming and working on my arts practice and stuff like that. A lot of management work takes out a lot of you, and this makes it harder to do a lot of hobbies. What character sparks this? I don't even fucking remember how we got on this topic. How fixed are these proportions though? Like how much can you shimmy these ratios up and down? Every human face is different, right? Every human face is different. But generally where bone structure is fairly consistent, right? A lot of human proportions change outside of raw bone structure. Yeah, there's also this one that's kind of like a facial shape breakdown of anime stylized. I like, yeah, like there's a lot of there's like various other like setups of like proportional things, but generally speaking, specifically the God, what the fuck is the one I was looking at earlier? Yeah, this one specifically speaking, like the bone of the brow line, nose and ears can definitely vary a lot more. And then eyes can also, some people can have more natural droops or higher, sharper eye lines. But the actual bone structure of the eye sockets, of the brow line, of cheekbones, but of course people can have very different shapes of actual cheeks, of the actual like fat adipose tissue around your cheeks, right? Noses can definitely shift up and down a lot, especially because they're cartilage. And mouths can definitely shift up and down a lot, but the actual like hard bone structure parts stay fairly consistent amongst most people. Width of face definitely, that can definitely change, but in terms of height proportions, they're fairly consistent, but everything else that isn't like hard bone structure varies a lot more. And even then you can have variations in bone structure too. It's just generally variation in bone structure happens from like volume, right? Like with cheekbones, cheekbones tend to stay in the same part of the human skull, but they can go further out or be bigger or more insets in a lot of like variation of like human face. He has been doing Galbringer fan art, so that sort of started. Yeah, I know, like, we started with, like, the Galbringer for fan art. I just don't remember how we got on that in the first fucking place. It started from gacha patch quality. God fucking damn it, really? That does make sense, though. Jinx just like drawing, yeah. They can be shimmy, but it will affect the received character's personality. Yeah, and obviously with anime stylization especially, you can really vary this up. Like, I mean, like I said, I like Path to Nowhere's style because this is like very traditional human proportions. Even the eyes are close to the same size as actual human eyes, they're just wider. Like, in terms of heights and lid heights, they're very classic proportions, they're just wider because it's anime stylization. But they aren't nearly as, like, big and like round as like a most traditional anime art is going to be, and like the core bone structure is very consistent with like classic real human bone structure, like location of bottom lip, location of bottom nose, where cheekbones are, where brow line, as well as hairline happen and everything. Yeah, but what about the bone of my thoughts? I'm excited for the Fate collab in Star Wars. That's gonna be a lot of fun. Jesus, yeah. Then I saw those hands. Jesus, yeah. Yeah, no, you thought they were alt for Yang Yang at first. Smile. Best topic leaps in YouTube streaming. The meme about anime faces having the same proportions as cats. They kind of, sort of, I guess. I actually don't really know that much about cats' facial structure, but I have seen enough cat skulls before to know that the forehead's definitely a lot larger on anime than it is for cats. But I can definitely see with like the actual like facial characteristics, definitely. And like a big part of anime is like the cat style, like the shape of the eyes being very cat-like versus like human eyes, which are much more almond shaped. Anime stylized eyes tend to be like way more like cat-like in shape. I just pick a random fucking one. Yeah, like they tend to be much more cat eye structure instead of more realistic human almond eye structure. Yeah, like Sparkle, like these are very classic anime like cat eye style structure. But yeah, I don't know. Art is fun. Drawing is fun. I spent 7 hours before stream just fucking, like, hyper-focused on art today. And, I don't know, my goal with art, like, I didn't really care about being, like, a Twitter famous artist or some shit like that. I don't want to do commissions. Like, I don't want to be, like, a commission artist or anything like that. I want to draw the things I personally feel inspired to draw and want to be able to, like, actualize into reality. But my kind of goal with art and stuff right now is to basically end up with like enough of a portfolio of art that I can get a stall in an artist alley at like a local convention and at least break even. Like that's kind of like my main goal right now is to hit that point. Yeah, get cheese shit to the fusion. That's fuck. You're kind of right. Okay, we have less than 9 minutes left of this stream. It's fucking been 3 hours. 3 hours of streaming. And we have gotten through 35 or 36 goddamn minutes of this fucking stream. But I've been yapping so much, I need to grab more water and pee. So, brain rot background, BRB real quick. We will reconvene in just a moment, chats. And we are so back, chat. Thank you, Brain Rot Background, for your efforts. The rot in Brain Rot Background stands for rotation. Fucking hell. God damn it, Niraj. That's fucking great. The feeling of hyperfocus is so nice. The right level of challenge and current skill. Yeah, no, like when you hit like that right point of like challenge and current skill, and you're hitting like flow state, it's really nice. The problem is that my ADHD makes me really good at hitting flow state and then being stuck in that hyper focus for like 7 hours in a row and be like, oh wait, shit, I should probably eat and like do other things. Making a PGL co-op character Yukasha Otomi codenamed Chisha Smile. Definitely excited. She's definitely another interesting one on the list for me. Probably it's my number 2 behind Galbringer, but Galbringer is like way too peak. Best Huda rotation. Actually crying at how easy it is to quit vaping. I'm 17 hours and haven't had a single problem. Smile. 12 PM Heisenberg in the basement.mp4. Fortunately, nicotine cycles out of your body very quickly, so if you can be good for, I think it's 72 hours, the strong, actual, physiological cravings and stuff like that, does clear out pretty quickly. I believe it's 72, I don't remember the exact number. Feels bad Infinite Nikki died, it was fun when I played it. Yeah, it's definitely not my kind of game. Cozy games are not really my kind of game. Even the cozy games I play, I min-max the fuck out of. Like, when we're talking like Animal Crossing, like Stardew Valley, I min-max the fuck out of them. Yeah, it does suck that the company killed the game, though. And before another 170 meme. Got M2 Hugo yesterday after like 20... Yo, what? Goddamn, alright. Lucky Boo 2 OP, goddamn Dread, alright. Never ignore One Denny Boo, every Saturday is your religion, smile. Oh, we love One Denny Boo, he's such a good boy. Lamau, it only takes 7 pulls to have M6. If only. Is the Trash Panda Discord up yet? So, I have taken care of a good amount of setting up the server, and today I was supposed to finish up, like, cleaning up all the permissions in the roles and adding bots. Then I spent 7 hours drawing Galbringer. So yeah, it's not up. Yeah, the Gundala is not up. The name of the server is the Gundala, but it's not up yet because I got really into drawing Galbringer because I saw her in my Twitter timeline. I'm like, I must draw her now because it's like I really enjoyed the way like what they convey with like her character design and everything, but also it's because her name is Galbrena, which means I get to make the pun that she's Galbringer, which means I finally get to draw Yuri fan arts. Actually, okay, I swear we're right about to get back to finishing the trailer, but one last thing I do have to mention about this fan art that I've been working on all of today. One more thing I do need to mention. I don't know if I actually showed off like the Galbringer, right? One thing I have to mention, because this shit was so annoying, but it makes for a funny story. So, like, you see how, like, the art, of course, is, like trying to work with a little bit of, foreshortening, you know, nice perspective lines going off into vanishing point around here or something like that, right? And then we have, like, the big thing, you know, being that she's checking the rounds in her little shotgun, right? In her little, double barrel hand cannon that she has. So, Originally, my concept was for her to be in sec. Where is it? Oh, fuck. Which folder is it in? Which folder is my gun in? Oh, it's part of body. There we go. Yeah, okay. So, originally, what I was doing, and how this started out until I went, wait a second, was I had her checking the slide in her gun instead, right? Because that was my original concept, was like, she's like checking the slide, obviously the hand was turned up over to the top of the slide, like, right here. But I had her checking the slide in her gun, right? To like check if the round was like chambered. And then I realized, after like starting to like, because I basically just drew like a basic fucking Glock in her hand initially. And then when I looked at the actual gun itself, I realized this is a fucking double barrel sword off. This doesn't have a slide. So I spent like half an hour fucking redrawing this into a double barrel. Because I realized that I had fucked myself. And I had drawn a slide into a fucking sword off. Anyway, I just thought that was funny and wanted to share it. Okay. Art break over. We go back to trailer now. Yeah, I don't really... How much coffee do y'all drink? I personally drink Celsius. It has... The regular coffee and most caffeine sources don't really do it much for me because, like, the energy and stuff is nice, but what I really need is stuff that helps me with, like, some of my ADHD focus problems and things like that. And Celsius has a really good nootropic blend in it that works well for my brain. High levels of L-theanine, various other vitamins, a lack of taurine, which really like hits me really hard negatively. And various other things, guarana, ginseng, and whatnot. But I personally like Celsius. It's because it's not the best energy supplement I've had, but it's by far the easiest one to find in like grocery stores and gas stations and get cheaply in powder form off of Amazon and everything. So I do enjoy it a lot. And I generally I drink like at least one a day, which is 200 milligrams of caffeine. Sometimes I'll do 2. On the very rare occasion I'm like dying of exhaustion because of poor sleep, I might do 3, but I try to avoid that. 400 milligrams is the general FDA recommended amount for daily consumption. 12 to 14 shots of coffee a day. Jesus Christ, that is a lot acid. That is a lot. I mean, if you're talking like espresso shots, those range from like 50 to 70 milligrams, typically speaking, for like a shot of espresso. And if you're talking about, and that's a 2-ounce shot. So if you're talking like 1-ounce shots, then that's going to be 12 to 14 ounces per day. So that's 6 to 7 2-ounce shots at, let's say, 60 milligrams a piece. So about, oh no, that's actually like 360. Something like 360 milligrams. That's actually perfectly within normal range, actually. She one-hands a sword off. That's all right? Right? Oh my god. She one-hands a sword off. She one-hands a goddamn sword off, and also... do we have her pulled up on the tab? She one-hands a sword off on her left hand, and she has fucking claws, and a sexy blue fire tattoo on her fucking right hand. Like, her design is gorgeous. And, like, her piercing eyes with, like, she has, like, the Zani style, much, thicker eyeliner, and much darker lashes, because most of the typical WuWa characters don't have, like, their ratio of liner is much thinner, and Zani and Galbrena definitely have like the thickest amount of ratio of like eyeliner, or like I'm not even saying they wear makeup necessarily, but like of the like darkened eyeline and darkened lashes. She also has probably the thinnest eyes and most piercing gaze out of the entire cast. Because most of the characters in WuWa have something closer to this, where it's got a slightly less almond shape. I don't know. She's fucking gorgeous. I'm excited for her. The body posing is a little weird because she's twisting at a 90-degree torso turn. This is still like a realistic thing a human could do. It's about a 90-degree turn, but it's really uncomfortable to do that. So, I mean, they wanted to show off her ass and everything. It is just a bit weird posing-wise, and there isn't quite enough like oblique twist. For how sharp she's turning her chest, but... Ginseng merchants truly of Chinese descent. Ginseng is fucking great, okay? Like, it's genuinely actually a great focus supplement. And it's been proven in plenty of studies. We've got 200 milligram caffeine drinks packed into 250 milliliters of a pretty good tasting drink that goes for 20 RS and 25 cents at stores here. Jesus Christ. Can't touch more than 2 a day? Yeah, no, I mean, especially if they have, like, a lot of synergistic components. Because, like, that's why, part of why I don't like coffee is that it's primarily just caffeine. There's nothing synergistic in there. At the very least, with, like, very, like, strong green tea, like matcha or something, it's very high and dense in L-theanine. And L-theanine being the primary component, like synergistic component with the caffeine, that makes that you have that kind of more like calm focus you get out of like green tea and matcha versus like coffee being a bit more jittery. like personally, I got really into like nootropics when I was younger, like into making custom stacks and stuff like that with Powder City and things like that. And nowadays I just buy commercially available stuff that has a good formula instead. But Gamer Shops actually has a really good formula. I just have never wanted to invest the amount of money into getting Gamer Shops personally. And now the whole Cinder thing's happening, so that adds even more black mark onto it, but... Why is everyone saying Yang Yang? Because with her hair and demeanor, I'm getting so much more Sanhua. It's the color scheme. I think the Yang Yang part's just the color scheme. She has the same color scheme as Yang Yang, just different proportions. It's still the black it's a black with the very ocean blue. So I think it's largely the color scheme, because people like glance at the color scheme and just get Yang Yang. But you're right, with like the hair especially, and with like the piercing gaze, it's much more Sanhua. And then, you know, Gun with Chixia and all that bullshit, right? I mean, to me, she looks very distinct from any of them, but I really enjoy, like, analyzing design language and things like that. So, to me, she looks very different from all of them. But my guess with, like, why people keep saying Yang Yang, it's really just the palette. The palette's very similar to Yang Yang. I just remember the Ryuko ghoul. Yeah, fair. Chisa has been like fucking exploding on Twitter though, compared to like everyone else, because like right here, Akame got killed. There are like but like this is like the classic like Japanese beauty like haircut, right? The like straight bangs, the kind of shrine maiden haircut. There's a lot of characters that have this. She's wearing what is very heavy, an outfit that is very heavily designed, like inspired by a sailor outfit, which is, you know, the female schoolgirl outfit. And the amount of characters that people find beloved that wear a black dominant sailor uniform and have a shrine maiden cut and have red as a complementary character is goddamn massive. Like, that is a massive pool of beloved characters, so she reminds people of a lot of characters that they really enjoy, right? Like, there's Ryuko, there's Yuka, there's Akame from Akame Ga Kill, I guess. Yeah, like, there's just a lot of characters that have this specific palette and have a schoolgirl, or have the schoolgirl, like, sailor uniform, right? I mean, hers is, like, not a true sailor uniform. Like, she has, like, the sailor uniform, like, white spots here and, like, the large skirt, but she's very clearly wearing a very big jacket. But, yeah. Anyway. She is... Holy shit, wait a second. Yo, there's no way. Holy shit. The guy has the most likes. Yo, hold up. What? Okay, I guess to be fair, like, the likes for the females are being spread amongst them, so that definitely dilutes it a lot, but still, it's just funny that, like, that Chu Yuan has the most likes out of everyone. That's so funny. Oh, that's so funny. Unsurprisingly, the Himiko is, the Domimami Himiko is definitely the most popular, though. And then Frolova already has, like, so many simps because she's been in the story for so long. God damn, that is so funny. Okay. Chisa and Chixia gonna be confusing to say in the future. Who's Chixia? Who do you mean? Huh? Who? Whomst? Whomst? You mean Chisa, right? Yeah, you mean Chisa. That's the only character. There's only one character named Chisa in WuWa. Smile. She's literally Rio from Blue Archive. Yeah, that's another one I heard. She's literally is Rio. I just can't remember her name. There's a lot of very popular characters from very popular IPs that have that color palette and wear a black sailor uniform. Like, yup, it's the same on Instagram too. Not surprised. The amount of fetish with a sailor outfit is the same. I mean, it's not just fetish though, right? There's a really interesting nuance about. From what I understand, I'm not an expert on Japanese culture by any means, but from what I understand, it's an interesting nuance with the whole high school thing in Japan and why it's so prominent in that media, it's not like, as I understand, a lot of it doesn't really come from like the fetishization aspect. Don't get me wrong, that is definitely part of it. But it's because of how fucking awful and toxic the salaryman culture is in Japan. High school was the last time they got to have more freedom and be happy for so many Japanese people, because salaryman culture is awful in Japan. If you think corporate culture in America is bad, it is so bad in Japan. And so, like, you know, there are times in, like, their clubs in high school and all those kinds of things, and, like, their summers of romance and all this kind of bullshit, right, was, like, the happiest times in their lives, basically. So there's a lot of reminiscing and missing that. In a lot of Western culture, on the other hand, there isn't nearly as much of that with high school for a lot of people. A lot of people enjoy their adult life more, and a lot of people enjoy their college life more. But in Japan, like, as I understand, again, non-expert in Japanese culture, but from, like, having chatted with, like, Japanese people, having chatted with friends who know a lot of Japanese people, having watched various video essays and shit like that on things, my understanding is that that's a big aspect of it. Get your Chisia slander out of here? Who? You mean Chisa, right? I really like Augusta's outfit if you start really close. Yeah. I mean, honestly, all of the designs are really good. Like, all of the designs are really good, and I really like Xu Yuan. Partly because, A, he does have a bit, his design has is a bit more masculine than any other character we have here, right? And I like that about him. But also, like, I don't know, he has a very, like, strong, like, he looks perfectly in place. Like, he feels like he fits perfectly well in place in a cultivation setting, which is, like, Chinese fantasy, basically. You're like wushu, like gong fu in non-Chinese terms, like enlightenment, improving the self, eventually ascending to godhood, sort of thing. Like it's like the main Chinese fantasy setting is cultivation, and he feels like he fits really nicely in that one, and it's nice to see them go with that kind of influence for a character, right? But also, you know, that has a lot of parallels with like the whole like Japanese Ronin look that people are really a big fan of, and he definitely looks like he's got more like roughness and grisliness to him. I enjoy that they are adding. What the fuck? I forgot about this goddamn reply. But like, I don't know, it's nice to see them going that direction, because like I said, like the WuWa men, I like feminine men, but they definitely lean more towards that, like, clean cuts, that more, like, K-pop, C-pop sort of look, right? So it's nice to see them go a little bit more rough and tumble with the design. But all the designs are really nice, and, like, yeah, like, definitely not Himiko has a really nice design. Her, like, composite layers are really nice as well, and, like, she manages to have, like, a primarily like white gold like dual color palettes that has like a good amount of accenting on each other. She has a nice design. I just am not a big fan of this style of design personally, but it's just personal taste thing. Wuxia protagonist, I can't exactly right. I fucking love it. I grew up on like classic like kung fu movies personally. If Augusta's armor doesn't jiggle, I'm gonna spend so hard. I guarantee you there's gonna be some jiggle right here. I guarantee you. But yeah, it is pretty functional. At the very least, like, she has, like, fucking stomach armor, which, you know, is important. You have a lot of organs here. From GCR to Chu Yuan, XPGR devs truly can't escape this design. Yeah, so, at least I will say, if we're talking like PGR, we're talking about PGR designs, they are doing a much better job integrating colorful palettes into WuWa than PGR designs. Because until like at least like halfway through Gen 2, 90% of fucking characters were white, gray, and black palettes with tiny accents. And they are doing a better job integrating more like vibrant color palettes compared to PGR. Gonna be Noelle 2.0 with Metal Jiggle, smile. Jian Shin's design was less bodysuit and more recognizable martial arts. Yeah, Kung Fu Panda could have been handled a lot better. Wouldn't include college life anyways, because that's before man life. True, that is also a thing. And there is some proportion of college stuff. There are other factors too. That's just one that I've heard like several times from people much more educated on the subject than I am. Greetings, fellow wuxia enjoyers. Hell yeah. I love chat. I love chat that knows random, more obscure bullshit I love. That's already what we've seen in Lupa. As long as the chest plate isn't made of. See, the thing is, I don't think the metal is going to necessarily jiggle, but I think that like there's gonna be something along the lines of like a slight hinge right here, right? Like at this crease, it's gonna have a bit of jiggle, but I don't think the actual metal itself is gonna like reshape itself as it jiggles. But I would not be surprised if they add in like a little jiggle around the seam right here. How mad will the Goons be if they actually made it not jiggle? Smile. Well, PJ stuck with the sci-fi mutants thing. Yeah, I mean, they've been doing a better job with it later on, but they definitely really love their black, white, and gray palette, which I like personally. That with like a bit of like accent color is also, well, my palette's just black, but you know, it's a palette I enjoy personally, but it's definitely nice to see them be a lot more vibrant with WuWa. Villanova has the most insane thigh game with the drip. Oh shit, yeah, you're right. I honestly, like, I'm not gonna lie, when I was looking through these, I completely glazed. I just, like, barely looked at Frolova, because she's already shown up so much before, I didn't really care to, like, look more deeply at it. But yeah, no, you're right. You're right. And, yeah, the design language with the, the strings here is actually kind of interesting. I mean, I think that's part of the thigh drip, though, is that, like, these really accentuate, so, like, you have, like, this one really accentuating, like, the curvaceousness, and really accentuating, and adding a lot of form to that, so this thigh looks, like, very round and juicy, I guess, because of this, but then you have, like, a strong contrast where this still has those, like, very noticeable lines creating that roundness, but it's got a bit, but it also has these straight lines that, you know, especially based on the posing right here, kind of anchors this leg down really nicely, so this ends up being, like, a sort of modified contrapposto that has, like, really strong, like, shape language with it. I like art. Art's fun. The strands of the spider lily doubling down as semi-fishnets for the stockings. Yeah, that's really cool. Like, I'm not, like, the spider lily is actually, like, incorporating into a tattoo is a thought I've had before, especially because it's an underworld flower. I really like underworld flowers, personally. Like, spider lilies and Chinese bellflowers are my shit. I was thinking of putting spider lilies into my VTuber design, and like the flowers on my VTuber design are Chinese bellflowers, which are also a funeral flower and an underworld flower in Chinese flower language. On top of being literal pentagrams, which is nice because that fits me. But I was wanting to incorporate a crimson like spider lily, and then I realized they're a pain in the ass to draw, so I didn't. Like, they're such a pain in the ass to draw, and personally, I mean, maybe I could do like a very good, I could try to figure out a nice simplification of it, maybe, but they're such a pain in the ass to draw, and it's not just a matter of like me not wanting to draw it, because like, you know, I made my own PNG tuber, I fully intend on making my own Light 2D model and learning how to rig it and everything like that. But, like, the big thing with spider lilies is that, one, like, VTuber design principle I very much, like, believe in and stand by is that your design, so, like, your design needs to be simple enough, or simplifiable enough, that it's easy for fan art. Because if your design is overly complicated, like, especially since, you know, I, like, fuck around with design, like, with, like, fan art for, like, WuWa characters, I've messed around a little bit with characters for, like, HSR and Impact and stuff like that, just like, sketches and stuff, nothing I've really, like, really gone too deep into studies for, but, like, fucking hell, like, Hoyo characters are a pain in the ass to fan art. They have so many bits and bobs and little bullshit everywhere, like, I think part of the reason why Chisa is so popular too is that she has by far the easiest goddamn design to fan art. She is literally wearing a sailor uniform and a jacket with a few straps. Like, this is so much easier to fan art than, like... Look at all of the fucking feathers! You've got all of these feathers. You've got a leather textured like back skirt thing. You've got big ass studs. You've got fucking bullets on the bandolier over here. You have leather straps with circular language here. You have regular cloth as well. You have dual toning with patterns for the fucking sleeves. Like, there's so much shit to deal with this for fan arting, right? And this is a fairly simple dress, but look at all of the decals and, like, details in there. And that's not a bad thing. In fact, it's a very common tactic for character design in gacha games because it's a very engaging design and it adds a lot of character. But this is such a pain in the ass to fan art. And I'm a big believer that your VTuber model should be relatively easy to fan art, which is kind of why I leaned away from adding like a Crimson like Spider Lily into my design, because I just felt like it would make it's a lot harder for like fan arting, and also, like I said, I don't want to draw it myself. It's a pain in the ass. That's crazy. Literary contour. Yeah, exactly. That's like, I never, like I said, I didn't really look at Frolova's design before, but like the thighs have like it's really interesting design language. It actually is really nice. It's subtle, but it does add a lot to it. Something about her hair color too that matches. Yeah, her palette's really nice. Like, her palette's really nice. She has like nice crimson red, but it softens up into like lily whites, and then her hair is just off-white enough with slight, like, also desaturated light pink in there as well. She has a really nice soft palette that still looks dangerous. You know, like a beautiful poisonous flower kind of thing, right? I really like her palette a lot. Yeah, exactly, Wandering Shadow, so not a Genshin design. Fucking holy fuck, our Mihoyo designs, especially, like... Honkai Impact's better about it, actually. Honkai Impact's much better about having slightly more toned-down designs that still look incredible. But yeah, no, like... Yeah, symbolism adds so much value and enjoyment. Yeah, exactly. Every single part of my VTuber design has symbolism, except for the core structure of the clothing, because this is just how I dress normally in real life. I basically always wear, like, a slip-top cowl neck or any kind of wide-brimming neck, like, shirt, along with a cover-up or a, like, buttonless jackets or a shawl or things like that. And then black jeans. Like, this is literally just how I dress in real life with a bunch of more, like, fancier shit that I can't afford on it. I always wear a hanging ear, like, the piercings are the same as my piercings, except for the eyebrow one. I've been wanting to get an eyebrow piercing, and I would already have it in if it weren't for the fact that my eyebrow piercing and my facial piercing, they're on the right side of my face, but my helix piercing, my double helix, on my left ear, like, if we zoom in along. Oh, fuck! Well, that sucks. I just spilled water on my keyboard. I unplugged it immediately, so hopefully nothing is fried. 1 second, let me grab my backup keyboard. I don't really like using the keyboard too often because it's dusty and can, like, kind of trigger my allergies a little bit. I need to, like, actually get around to cleaning it properly at one point, but right now it's the only keyboard I have that I don't want to risk frying because I just fucking spilled like 2 ounces of water on it. It's like I'm tapping out as much moisture out of my main keyboard as I can right now. Who's the Electro DPS, please? Any speculations? Let it be Galbrena, please. I mean, honestly, I do think Electro's her most likely option. Based on her palette, especially, like, we're getting Kartethia, so, like, I think Aero DPS is unlikely in general, and, like, obviously, they want to do more with dots, so it'd be cool if she was, God, what is the Electro dot called again? It'd be cool if she was, like, an Electro dot DPS, and her design definitely speaks carry, not sub DPS, but, you know, I could be wrong. But we already have, like, her palette would also suggest, like, Glacio, Ice, but we already have that with Carlotta, so that one's probably just out of the question in general. But maybe not, actually, because if she's gonna be like an Ice Dot character, they could still definitely make her a Glacio Pistol main carry, but she's like, you know, Gian is like the just straight arrow carry, and then Kartethia is the arrow erosion carry, right? Jinxi is the Spectro carry, but Zani and Phoebe are Spectro Frazzle carries, so it's still possible she's a Glacio Pistol, but I do think Electro is the most likely. Yeah, I don't know, but it'll be interesting to see. Yeah, they're all very simplistic to draw in comparison to most gacha units. Oh yeah, for Blue Archive, yeah, and that's I don't even like follow Blue Archive, but I still even get like Blue Archive fan art popping up on my timeline because I just follow so many like fan artists for gacha games, and also I have a few friends who play Blue Archive, so they also will they'll also post particular fan art they like. Fan art is going to look so nice with Camellia. Oh yeah, and like there's no way she's not a Havoc character, right? There's no way that, like, Frolova's not a Havoc character, right? So hopefully she can work together well with Camellia instead of replacing Camellia. But, like I said, I, like, primarily expect every single one of these characters to be dot-related. Like, I expect all of them to be dot-related because with Arrow Erosion and with Spectrofrazzle, they're clearly working in dots. And it would just make sense for all of these characters to be dot-related characters. Keyboard cleaning definitely doesn't sound like fapping. Nope, smile. It's cool that they tease Scar, but imagine if Kuro memes release Scar as a 4-star. That would be so funny. There would be so many angry players, though. Holy shit. Although I don't really know how much CN likes Scar. I know there's a lot of, like, Scar love on Global. But, on the simplified character design thing, right? Where, like, your design doesn't have to be simple, but it has to be easy to simplify. If you have a VTuber design, and you can't easily turn it into, like, you can't easily Doro it, or you can't easily Fumo it, you probably want to adjust your VTuber design. I'm a big believer in that concept for VTuber designs. Because if you can't Doro or Fumo your design, then it's gonna make it hard for, like, fan artists. Like, this still is, like, not too bad to simplify at the very least. If you want to do all the details, that's a different story, but, like, the basic structure of the clothing is not that bad, and if you really just want to go for, like, the specific distinct details, right, you can add the arm, or the hand, rather. You add the hand, you can ignore these feathers. They aren't super important. Make sure you have the studded belt. Make sure you have the basic composition of, like, the outfit parts, the booty shorts, asymmetrical, like, leggings and whatnot. Have the correct sleeves on, like, your half jacket, or I guess quarter jacket. Blue top and everything. Have the stud collar, and, like, it's recognizable enough as Galbrena. Even though Galbringer has, like, a lot more decal stuff going on, but I would definitely say that, for the most part, WuWa's designs are fairly easy to, like, chibi, is another thing, too, right? Your character needs to be able to be chibiable, and still be distinctly noticeable as that character. Yeah, I got it. The color blocking is very strong. Awaiting the dot detonator. I mean, yeah, Zani literally does detonate Frazzle. She converts it into helical embers and it nukes them. But on top of using it to build her own stacks for her own, like, DPS stuff. Yeah, the Doro test, exactly. The Doro test, I think, is really important in character design. If you want the character design to be, like, fan audible and stuff. Which I think is really important for, like, VTubers. Shippable. Are you claiming we get dorms now? Yo, I would love to have WuWa dorms. That would be so great. Especially, and they could do it too. Sonora spheres are a huge concept. And there's no reason we can't have, like, a Sonora sphere dorm style thing in WuWa. They just haven't implemented it yet. To be fair, there's not that many characters yet either, so maybe a thing where they want to wait until more characters get released. Because WuWa's on UE5, I think they could really get away with more characters like Chiso with simple designs but high fidelity. Okay, interesting. I've heard, like, very many good things about UE5, but don't know jack shit about it, but I'll take your word for it. I trust you. Counter Dailies the Havoc debuff, doesn't she? Does the Havoc debuff exist right now? I didn't think that, like, Havoc dot even existed on the player side right now. Sick. Huh. Now I'm really curious. Fuck, I missed PGR dailies. Whatever. God damn it. So much yap. Mirage. Echo skill. So she has her own personal mechanic called Jolt, but I don't believe that's the dot. Yeah, it's just like coordinated attacks, essentially. Grant diffusion. When the resonated attacks, summon Dreamweaver. So diffusion is just the coordinated attack state. What about her? What are her ascensions in here? I don't think she does? Because, like, I don't think there's any character that can apply the Havoc dot right now. I don't know. I don't think she does, but I also didn't look too deeply at Canderella's kit because I wasn't really interested in pulling her. She doesn't really have, like, a strong team to go in for one thing. Yeah, she has her own debuff like Yinlin. So far, Havoc Bane is only on enemies. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the only, like, dots that are on, like, player side right now are Spectrofrazzle and Aero Erosion. By the way, I'm also eating a peanut butter jelly sandwich with fresh blueberries in it right now. If you hear me, like, chewing or whatever, I don't know if my mic's catching the ASMR or not. Wow! 5 likes on my Galbringer. Wow! I'm a Twitter famous artist now. Wow! Alright, let's finish this fucking trailer. Jesus Christ, it's almost been 4 hours. We haven't finished, like, what was essentially a 45-minute video.
亲至欢呼之面，简单通讯的全部内容啦。
卡迪西亚和路帕都在七丘等待着你的到来。
那么，漂泊者们，我们6月12日在七丘的大竞技场等待您的登台。让我们一起前往七丘，不见不散，拜拜。
Find my allergy meds too, because I am getting a little itchy from the skateboarding.
Allow me to share with you a
tale
of struggle
what they have
by a people born of and fated to perish in the sea. In the land of glory, where every soul pines for lasting victory, one truth lies forgotten. The brighter the flame of glory burns,
fuck it. I'm
the deeper their shadows. People born of and fated to perish in the sea.
Let's go, Lupa!
Where every soul pines for lasting victory, one truth lies forgotten. The brighter the flame of glory burns, the deeper their shadows grow.
Who dis?
Brighter the flame of glory burns, the deeper their shadows grow.
Who dis? Was it in? God damn it. 10 minutes to an hour sounds like a Jinx stream to you. Yeah, fair. That is actually fairly consistent. This happens 12 seconds after the video ends. Let's go. Waves. This is none of the dripped characters. Huh. Yeah, who dis?
living soul who slumbers in the netherworld.
Blonde character of the book and this character don't seem to resemble the TV students. Oh, blonde character of the book we've already met before. In the main story. Yeah, this is, the fucking, like, poet guy we run into in the main story. He's also, like, wearing this outfit, I believe, in the very, like, end cutscene of the current main story. So we've met this guy before, we know who he is.
Allow me to share with you a tale. Perish in the sea.
That was the one of the gladiators that shown pride. Yeah, I'm just, like, wondering, like, who is this, though?
Pines for lasting victory. One truth.
Christopher, that's it, Christopher. Yeah, that's his name.
Brighter the flame of glory burns.
Like, like, it's a flying gladiator. I'm just like, who is this, though? I feel like they're too designed to not be, like, an NPC, at least, of some importance. Or maybe... Ooh, what if they're an A rank? What if this is an A rank they haven't dripped yet? Got the fat fuck and now he devours all of your fuel. Let's go, fat fuck!
Lost in the tides of reveries.
Huh, interesting.
Oh
no!
Nostalgic music of homeland, she stumbles her way across the world beyond.
Damn, just the basic storytelling hit my heartstrings just a tiny bit. Is that Flalover? The fuck do I rotate in this bullshit again? I think I edit in paint, right? Is that Flalover? I'm pretty sure that's Flalover, but... She has her eye open. She has her eye visible here, though, and she has heterochromia. I think that's what threw me off. But yeah, that looks like that's still Flalover. Maybe more psycho side of Flalover. I like that concept, unique NPC designs. Dude, you know which game goes fucking hard with unique NPC designs? ZZZ. They will have, like, uninteractable random civilians walking on the side with, like, why do you look like a, like, very designed NPC right now? You look like you could be an A rank. Thank you for the blessing that allowed you to get that fuck. I'm glad that you got them, Garum.
For no one knows who will be.
Oh, curved sword. Okay. Okay.
Knows who will be crowned the hero of heroes in the end. As doom looms over Renacita, an outlander returns whence they came. Slowly, they join the crowd pilgriming toward the kingdom.
God damn it, she's so gorgeous. Ugh, look at that silhouette, though. Like, just look at that silhouette. Ugh, she's so gorgeous. I love her. Galbringer win.
Rising in the dark waves. And you're curious as to how it all ends. Of that I have no knowledge. All I know is this. Those blessed by the sea are ever doomed to bear its curse.
Is that a snake earring? Yeah, she has a snake earring. She has snakes as part of her design language. She has like several coiling snakes on her gun. I know this. I'm drawing her. I studied her design very intimately. Cute little guys. Look at them go. Hell yeah, beer. Is it gladiatorial without beer? Who the fuck are the units back there? Jesus. Built like actual brick shit houses. Also enjoying like the Arabian themes music composition here. Which is nice because there was a good amount of cultural cross-pollination between like between like Middle East and Northern Africa and whatnot, and Mediterranean. Yep, people forget how East Greece is. Yeah, very. This was from the stream? Yeah, apparently. Are those JoJo poses or just muscular competition poses? These are very much like bodybuilding poses. They don't have enough like unnecessary leaning and twisting to be JoJo poses. If ever there has been like the classic Dommy Mommy archetype stare in WuWa, it is her. Her as in previous one, obviously as in Himiko, not as in Selena over here. Ugh, gonna have to pull Frolova as well, aren't I? The two sweaty pulls for me are definitely Galbringer and Frolova. The others I will definitely like throw pulls at, but I don't know if I'm I don't think I'm gonna signature any of them. I mean, it depends on how they look in the story and everything. But I don't know if I'm gonna go too hard on them. I mean, Chisa as well, most likely. Even if I'm not that huge about the whole, like black and red is very much my aesthetic, obviously, like my color palette. But I'm not that big into the like sailor uniform stuff. So next patch is a nightmare, because Cartethia and Signature and Lupa and Signature. And in fact, depending on how much I love Lupa, I might even just keep throwing pulls to see if I can get extra copies. Because Chong-Li is the only character I have Presence Chains activated on. But Lupa could very potentially be the second one who's like that for me. And maybe Galbringer as well. But then again, part of the Chong-Li thing was that I got so many copies of her. I got 3 copies of her and her signature in like 140 pulls. I just kept getting lucky, so I kept throwing pulls to see what happened. Let's see here. Anything else? So bodybuilding composition is a JoJo reference. A lot of JoJo poses are like can definitely seem inspired by bodybuilding competition, by bodybuilding like competition poses, but they're much more exaggerated and like they have like much more like twisting and leaning built into them. IMO, as opposed to like bodybuilding ones, which are specifically just there to like show off the muscles, but they don't like have unnecessary twists to do that. Why the red flowers, Jinx? Oh yeah, the red flowers are my design are Chinese bellflowers, or in Japan they're called kikyos, and they are a funeral and underworld flower. But a big part of it is that it's a nod towards Yayi from the Honkai verse, Acheron, Raiden Mei, that character. Because Chinese bellflowers have been a part of the design before, and then for Acheron specifically, her design has a lot of Chinese bellflowers in it. For some reason, they call them lotuses in the English localization. They're fucking lying. Those are not what lotuses look like. But it's because I adore Yayi so much and Acheron so much that I also wanted to incorporate part of that into my design as well. They're also called pentagrams, so it also gets to complement some of the pentagram aspects in my design. JoJo poses are male models from like fashion magazines. Yeah, they are very much like model poses, but they're also even more exaggerated than like model poses. Since they have like the extremely like excessive twisting and leaning and shit that's involved with it, right? And contorting. But yeah, no, actually that's a good point, Neo Zixon. They're definitely more influenced by like fashion poses than like bodybuilding poses. Especially because like the JoJo creator is huge about fashion. They even did a collab with Gucci. And the JoJo character drip is very strong. Well, we did it. We did it, chat. We finally did it. 3 hours and 58 minutes. We managed to finish a... God, it was even 4... it ended right there, so about an extra 4 minutes. So 10 minutes at the beginning, 4 minutes, 14 minutes, 14 away. So we managed to finish a 41-minute stream in just under 4 hours. I call that pretty good time. God fucking damn it. The yap is so hard. The yap is so real. Oh my god. Who was the most liked? They broke records? Oh, that's kind of curious. Interesting. I'll watch that later. Let me add that to... Let me add that to the watch on stream one. I bet one day I want to do like a full, like, just like chilling with chat, reacting to YouTube videos thing. But today specifically was about... Okay, GG. Because I also did not watch this. Oh my god, it's a fucking hour. We're so cooked, chat. There's gonna be like the... There's gonna be like... It's gonna be a 10-hour stream when we still won't finish this shit. I love dim sum. Oh, these are actually some of my favorite ones, too. Little shrimp and ginger. Little guys.
收聲啦！
收聲啊！
我哋係一個叫惠飛地嘅地方啊！
咩話？惠飛地？
聽講啊，呢度係個好。
You're pretty sure Arakis has literally said I drew poses that I didn't think anyone could do, then people did them. That's fucking incredible. Ah, son of a bitch. CCs. All right. Oh, they're English captions. Oh, I just see the little Mandarin. I'm actually wondering if this is Mandarin. They might put some Cantonese in here because I watched a really interesting video talking about it, but the Waifei Peninsula is very, very heavily influenced by Guangdong, which is where they speak Cantonese. Oh, Canton in Anglicization, which is where they speak Cantonese. So those of you wonder, but my Chinese is fucking terrible, so I couldn't tell you. Is it Canto? Gotcha, appreciate it, Innocence of Heart.
幾犀利呀！你好想知咧，係咁等我話過你知啦。好啊好啊。
Hell yeah. I haven't had dim sum in so fucking long. I haven't really looked into finding a good dim sum place here in Phoenix. I know all the good ones in Atlanta, but...
哎，开始啦！大家好，
到位。
970 2.0版本前瞻特别节目，我是大伟哥。
大家好，我是大家老朋友小歪。大家好，我是编剧小 K。
I mean, like, I'm Chinese, so I knew like pretty much all the good Chinese places, but also part of that too is that my growing up, my mother was the event coordinator for the Chinese Business Association of Atlanta, so they had to know all of the really good restaurants because that was part of their like work they did there.
尝试通过不同的方式，提供给大家更丰富有趣的游戏体验。虽然我们也很年轻啊，但多亏了各位神将的支持，我们才能够更加坚定地走到今天。
说得对。
That being said, the Chinese food scene in Atlanta is very heavily linked towards Sichuan, Guizhou, and some Guangdong. Like, my mother is from Hunan, or Hunanese. And there is literally not a single good Hunanese restaurant in Atlanta. It's really nice actually because we went to go visit family in Chicago. My mom and I were like, I wanted to go to Chinatown while we were there. My mom, because Chicago has an incredible Chinatown, and I was able to find like an actually good Hunanese restaurant for my mom to eat at because. I mean, she cooks some herself, but she hasn't actually been able to like eat at a Hunanese restaurant in a long time.
没错，为了帮助法尔同掌握这股潜力与隐患并存的力量，梅府劳尔市长更是请来了。
That being said, there are plenty of Chinese restaurants in Atlanta that have like single good, like 1 or 2 good Hunanese dishes, but that just isn't really a proper Hunanese restaurant.
一同来到了远离中心城区的新区域韦菲地，
也就是我们现在所在的地方。
没错，相信大家也能感受到这里六分街的氛围有诸多不同。那么接下来会怎么样的展开呢？请看，
请看。 This is back to Mandarin? Yeah, I figured that as soon as like they came on, it would go back to Mandarin. But it's nice that they fixed that they put in some kanto.
Bandits ran rampant, and people suffered unbearably. Yet heroes of righteousness still rose up. Blades
God damn it! I'm gonna have to pull all of them just because of like the wushu influence.
You must be the mystics of Yunque's summit.
Yunque.
I urge you to avoid
Actual Kung Fu Panda. Yup.
production side.
This area is steeped in miasma and its corruptive residue. I'm the 13th generation High Preceptor of Yunque Summit,
Yunque.
Yishuan. I shall wipe generation High Preceptor of Yunque Summit, Yishuan.
Yishuan. Okay,
I shall
Yishuan.
wipe out all evil. Formless air gathers.
Oh hell yeah! Let's go.
Scatter. Release.
My pulls.
Turn to dust.
Well, actually not my pulls. If she's first half, I'm guaranteed to get her because I'm already at like fucking... I lost 50-50 on Vivian and got to like 40 from Pity and said fuck it.
Haya, 도술래 한번 사초이 무대야칭.
Sorry to
Is
keep
that
you
Kanto?
waiting, Shifu. Fufu's here.
Is that Kanto?
The streets here are really cool too. Come on, I'll show you around. What's going
True,
on?
the faith and drip goes hard.
Who dares disturb the peace on our streets? Playtime!
Hell yeah, fuck up the triad. Smile.
Be a hero. Tiger tornado.
She spin! Yeah, I have seen so many fucking memes on Twitter of like Fufu spinning. Wait.
I can't let you have all the fun seeing your foo-foo. Man is iron, rice is steel.
Let's go! Actual walk hat. Well, yo. Walk hat? Let's go!
Man is iron, rice is steel. I make a mean chitlins.
I can't believe they power creeped Ben in a pure cool factor.
Felt like I'd been pulled out of a sweet dream.
If I don't put an end to this disaster tonight, my Yishuan will be shattered along with everything.
Yishuan.
But how?
Yeah.
Isn't she?
How many times have I told you? What you see with your own eyes isn't necessarily the truth.
Everyone, get ready! Formation!
Yo, hold up. What did Bell just do there?
Everyone, get ready!
Oh, a talisman. Damn, girl, that is an intense way to slap down a talisman.
Everyone, get ready!
I love how extra Bell is.
On the night of the old capital's fall 11 years
Let's
ago,
fucking god
Yunque
damn it.
sent
Is this gonna be my new
and
favorite
left the
character?
mountain to save lives. We did it then, and tonight we shall do it again.
The Hong Kong wushu goes so hard.
The ceremony has just begun.
Oh no, Belle.
Has just begun.
Belle looks so worried. Oh no, Belle. Goes so hard. I think Ben is more traditionally cool, but his vibe is fun. I mean, yeah, no, like Ben has my issue with Ben is that Ben has like that more like Western, like urban hip hop influence look to him, but he's just got like it feels like he's lacking a lot of that city personality to me, I guess. Like, I don't mind him being like the gentle giant sort of thing, but he just doesn't feel like there is a level of like cognitive distance for me from like his design to his character, and it's not because of the gentle giant thing. It's just because like he has like an urban jumpsuit look, but like nothing much of his character really speaks to that. He seems like he's from the country. Yeah, exactly. He seems like he's from the country and like just like picked up what he thought was like a cool urban outfit or something. How do I say it? Have the same pull history as you. Smile. Oh, okay, it's Broken Kanto. Thank you, Innocence of Heart. This reminds me of the last Chinese New Year events, Genshin event, where Hu Tao had to seal stuff. Oh, yeah, fun. I don't know, talent. I don't know, like, would it be right to call it cultivation? I actually don't know if it's wuxia, but like, I don't know. Is it Jiangxi? Talismans, a lot of that kind of like classic wushu stuff I'm a big fan of. Oh yeah, go for it, Niraj.
老师，欢迎回来，小易老师，向各位神将介绍一下你吧。
大家好，我是编剧小易。
看来这次的故事真是牵扯众多呀。威飞地这个地方果然卧虎藏龙。
我们循着市长的情
Hope
报
the cunning hairs show up.
发现这里好像并没有看
It'd
上
be nice for the cunning hairs to just remain as a continual like
海岸的
faction
城灰
through
坪
line for
地
the
方虽
story.
小，却是据守着灰瓷产区莱姆尼安空洞的工业重镇。哎，说起来，我之前正好在神网上刷到一条有关魏飞地灰瓷寻访的直播切片视频，倒是还挺有趣的。
哦，那就快给大家分享一下吧。
各位老友，而家我哋已經嚟
Hell
到
yeah
地啦！今日過嚟呢度有個主要目的就係揾翻本人期待咗好耐嘅灰瓷。經過我長達1年嘅研究
Looks more like the Taoist thing. Yeah, no, that makes sense. I don't know why my brain struggled so hard to think of Taoist, but yeah. Yeah, no, much more like Taoist influence. But I have enjoyed a lot of like Taoist media and games as a kid.
灰瓷係一種珍貴
Archie got power crept? Hell yeah, Archie did.
材料，惠飛地附近就係灰。
A Melusine? I don't know what a Melusine is, but are you talking about this? Oh, you said to the right? Yeah. This? Yeah, that. I don't know what a Melusine is. Huh. I mean, oh, it's a Genshin thing. Oh, it's a Genshin thing. I see. Yeah, looks like it. Yeah, kind of looks like it, I guess. Oh, it's like in the ears. It's got like the same like roundness to it, though. Melusines actually exist in French culture? I guess so, yeah. There's a lot of, like, fun... There's, like, a lot of fun, like, national and regional, like, lore that doesn't get referenced nearly as enough in, like, media with, like, all the fucking Greco-Roman shit that's constantly in Western media. Susan is an OG, she just never appears in game. Naruhodo. Actually, it's probably a British thing. Shrug. Lumite ores. Oh, interesting. Porcelain. That's interesting. Ah, cool. More deep lore about New Eridu. Let's go.
未加工嘅輝嶺石，有時仲會俾惠飛地居民當做可以辟邪招財嘅文玩擺設。係灰瓷嚟嘅。
Girl。
魏飞地特产的灰瓷是相当珍贵的特种空洞材料。当然，魏飞地的特别之处也不止于此。一方水土一方人，作为远离新爱丽都中心的边地，魏飞地有着与各大中心城区截然不同的人文风貌。
没错，坐落于海岸的城灰坪，最初是莱姆尼安岛航天城外的居民小镇。在航天城被空洞吞没后，又成为了围绕灰瓷开采中心建立的聚居地。在这里，既有售卖特色灰瓷手工艺品的灰瓷市集，也有风味独特的茶楼和糖水铺。
Yo, Tong Sui? Wait, yo.
手工艺品的灰瓷市集，也有风味独特的茶楼和糖水铺。
Hell yeah!
至于更多有意思的去处，想必法儿童也会在行动的时候一一光顾。
在这里，我们也能看到熟悉的咖啡店、录像店等店铺所开设的小摊位。神像们可以便捷地在这里进行喝咖啡、录像店经营的日常行为。此外，每天还可以
Wait, we managed a video store from a tiny laptop stall with EOS on it. That's so cute.
便捷地在这里进行。
Reminds me of Chinatown in LA. Yeah, I could definitely see that. I need to like spend some more time in Chinatown next time I go to LA because I'm going up for AX. I live an 8-hour drive away from LA, so it'd be nice. Yeah, that would be nice to go check it out more. But I also definitely can imagine LA's Chinatown having like a lot of Guangdong influence.
喝咖啡、录像店经营的日常行为。此外，每天还可以在随便馆内向阿硕占卜问。
Chinese Howl is done with your bullshit. Chinese Howl has been around too long and seen too much shit.
获得不同的奖励。
哎，就像我这样。
哎，小 K 老师今天的运气真不错。对了，神将们也可以自行选择在陈辉平进行占卜，或是在6分街和光影广场的刮刮卡处获取每日奖励。这个东西嘛，就由我拿回去玩了。
给你。既然到了新城市，当然也还有新的朋友要结交。就如之前 PV 所见，前来帮助法厄同的修者怡璇，正是云魁山的第13大门主，实力足以比肩虚兽的厉害角色。这是云魁山的第13大门主。
The abilities rival those of a Void Hunter. Also, Sunbringer Wen. 我会有 Sunbringer Wen. All I want is a Kiana XP. Give her to me.
其实，在第1季的故事中，我们也已经与怡轩门主还有他的弟子菊夫妇打过了交道。他们是能够使用术法的修者，来自久负盛名的宗门云魁山。
在新安列都，云魁山曾经也是很有影响力的势力。 门下弟子们虽然也常常下山云游行侠仗义，但是像门主亲率诸位亲传弟子下山的情况可不多见。值得云魁山的门主大人亲自出手的危机，就算是传奇神将法厄同也不可以轻视吧？
你说的没错。在第2季的故事中
I love all the different art styles they use for their like event and story splash art. There's such gorgeous illustrations. Oh, this is so pretty. The pastel palette works so well, and I don't like pastel normally.
主角法厄同兄妹也将作为见习弟子拜入怡璇师傅的门下。
Yo, we get to be
而在加入
apprentices.
云魁山之后，两人也会接触到云魁山其他性格各异的同
I
门
can't
伙
believe
伴，
we're getting
并随着
converted
调查
thousand.
深入，也将了解到魏飞帝隐秘事件的真相，与大家一起直面此地爆发的种种危机。
偌大的山门当然不能只有门主辛苦奔波，或者说，以怡璇门主有些闲散的性子，恰恰需要一位可靠又心思缜密的弟子从旁辅助吧。
这次魏飞帝隐藏的危机需要大家齐心协力才能解决。
后续我们还会带来不同的短片。
I'm sorry, Evelyn. I might have a new favorite. I'm sorry, Eve. Asherlin will always be the top in my heart, but Yishuan might be my new favorite character. He really said, "Don't wake me up for your stupid scratch off." Hell yeah. We love Chinese Hal. Is Yishuan like a Cal next? Shit, you might be right, actually. Wait, shit, actually, maybe? Oh god damn it, if she is a Callan XP. Fuck. I mean, we have to see like more of her personality and stuff. And it's a bit hard to like... Callan is so heavily, like, her, like, character and her stories and such are so heavily integrated with autos, it's a bit hard to kind of, I guess, in my head, imagine what, like, her seed is like what she is like at her core without auto being there in her history. But design-wise, definitely very possible to be Callan influenced or a Callan XP. If she's related to Sunbringer, oh my god. Buckets, I'm losing all my buckets.
给大家展示有关怡璇与云魁山。
Yishuan is oblivious to most things too, and it's kind of close with Miyabi. There's your Kiana Yayi XP. Not close, not good enough.
当然还有他和菊夫妇的日常，以及与一位老朋友的意外邂逅。细心的法厄同已经注意到了，在怡璇师傅的身边总是跟着一位橘黄色的少女，正是我们在0号空洞的行动中有过一面之缘的修者虎溪人少女菊夫妇。在怡璇师傅复兴云魁山的10年间，他的门下自然也拜入了许多各具禀赋的弟子，菊夫妇便是其中的一位。
说的没错，福妇虽然看起来年纪不大，却常常自称随便观的大师姐。
是的，福妇姑娘虽然年纪尚小，云魁山的弟子们却都要称她一声大师姐。早在11年前的旧都陷落事件中，年幼的福妇便拜入了怡璇的门下，从此跟随师傅刻苦修行，成事件中。
Wait a second. Did they just casually confirm how long the fall of the old capital was? Hold up. Hold the fuck up. They just casually dropped that the fall of the old capital was canonically 11 years ago. That answers a very important question in terms of ZZZ lore. Yeah, specifically 11 years, I'm just a guy. That's that's the biggest... Wait, we already knew that from in-game sources, did we? Was that like a... That might have been like a lore book or something I didn't read through or something.
宜轩的门下，从此跟随师傅刻苦修行，成为了一名出色的修者。
说起来，大师姐虽然个子小小，但是行事的做派倒好像很有威严呢。
毕竟就连天不怕地不听的宜轩门主，也说自己不敢不听这位超级可怕。
Like I definitely don't remember the specific Nova lore book as far as you know in Hollow Zero flavor text too. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I don't think I've really gone through too much of like the Hollow Zero lore stuff. It's also possible that I didn't necessarily find... I didn't really do enough of the original Hollow Zero to get all of the like little artifacts and stuff like that and the little side storyline things. I'd like to go back and do it sometime, but... Naruhodo. Well, either way, I'm really happy to know now that it's 11 years ago, because that answers a lot of really important questions for me. Seeing 10 years ago, I think this confirms a year's past in game. Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, Naruhodo. That's very important information, though, lore-wise. So, I'm glad I know it now.
使得一手好术法，更是将随便冠内外都打点得井井有条。
Oh no, she's the Yanagi of the group.
不少侠肝义胆的故事呢。
看不出来，伶俐可爱的夫妇姑娘，居然还是位急公好义的老虎大侠呢。
我听随便冠的弟子说，
Righteous and just Tiger Warrior
在寝舍里念自己写的诗，像是什么“云窥山上有猛虎，行侠仗义好威风”之类的。
Cute.
关于陈辉平特色餐厅必吃榜的攻略，也是这位大师姐告诉我的。而在2.0版本的代理人秘文《猛虎伏魔传》中，我们也将了解到更多。
Yeah, why isn't Bella like teenagers than before? Wait, so Bella's canonically like mid-20s? Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go.
关于这位虎溪人少女。
Oh shit! Did I? Oh wait, no, I didn't mute it. I accidentally unplugged my earbuds.
王与如今的故事，随便冠大师姐徐福妇误入电影片场，与自己的虎溪人同族合拍武侠大片。
No, it's true. Oh wait, no, they already like talked about Yishuan, so Yishuan should be first half,
在
right?
胶片记录的光影以外，似乎又有诡谲风波在暗处涌动。
Hugo, go away! I want Yishuan already.
又如何化险为夷？性格勒脸温驯的夫妇又为何执着于成为大侠的梦想？这些问题就需要法厄同来亲自一一揭晓了。
Let's go. Yo, the jiggle though. Those physics. Kung Fu Panda's jiggle. Yo, let's go. Look at that man's jiggle. Hell yeah, brother. This is a man with weight behind his punches. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, I'm just a guy. Plus, he has a wok hat, so you know he can cook too. This man is a catch right here. Fucking put a ring on that shit. And this is why I'm confident that Bella's legal. I can confidently sit for her every... She's not just legal. She's not just legal, though. If she's in her early mid-20s, she's not just legal. She is, like, a full, proper adult, too. Like, she's not, like, you know, teenager legal, which I much prefer, you know, the full, mature adult. Even though she is, like, a hell of a zoomer. Goddamn Tatsugurian, right? Yeah, they have a picture of them before the fall in the academy, and we know the fall was 10 years ago, so they pretty much have to be mid-20s. Let's fucking go! Let's go! Yeah, that definitely makes the bell simping much better. Smile. I also just really love how like, both the MCs are canonical in this story. It's a lot more interesting having that sibling dynamic, honestly, instead of it just being, like... I don't know. I think it allows for more interesting storytelling, especially when you have a defined character for your character, and like gender is an aspect of a character, right? Like what like your gender identity and gender presentation can be important aspects of a character, and the fact that that means that like Belle can have moments that, you know, that where that is an important factor is something you can't really do in a story where the MC is flippable. You can to some extent, but not necessarily like larger plot things. You can just have like cute little, I guess you can have like some like varying interactions though. But I don't know. I enjoy that they have the sibling thing going on. I really enjoy that both gender MCs are canonical, and it's also nice because it gives us a constant relationship dynamic that continues to exist through all the storylines that I really enjoy. And it also gives us like two different characters and us who are quite different, and seeing how they interact with, react to, and grow with all of the other characters, factions, and relationships that build up throughout the story. It's part of what is so enjoyable about Honkai Impact 3rd, as well as like PGR, is that is because they have a main cast of 3, you get to have all of that, right? It's a lot more interesting than just a solo protagonist. That's because she's been stuck in nothing but online Discord server since the 4th Yoka. That's so true. Oh my god, that's so true. Belle is such a fucking Discord zoomer. I just find the shipping Belle XY is extremely funny. Hey, I'm not saying incest is wincest, but... However... Exactly, they're not a blank slate and they're not amnesia. They have a history built in the world, which is what self-insults really miss. I hope more modern gachas lean into this harder. Hell yeah, exactly. That's part of what's so enjoyable about, like I said, Honkai Impact 3rd, is that the main cast have backgrounds, they have histories, they are already part of the world. They don't have, like, the amnesia bullshit going on, and that's... I mean, the amnesia bullshit can be done really well. Like, I really like the Commandant in PGR, and I really like, the, Chief in NBCC, although Commandant doesn't really have that much amnesia stuff, just kind of more like mysterious background stuff going on, but they do have like established history and relationships, especially with like other commandants and other like military and government officials, from them being like the star student in the FOS Academy and everything. But it's just nice to have characters that are really solidly characters, and I'm not saying like gender has to be a huge crux, but it is still ultimately an aspect of a human being and a character, and having that be able to be hard defined when designing a character allows for more interesting nuance, in my opinion. And plus, we have both. Commandant is a Doom guy now too, but Commandant is also, you can now, they did add in PGR that you can now also define what your pronouns are for your particular Commandant, which I really like. Because especially in Global there was a big misconception for a long time in PGR that the Commandant was canonically male, because due to localization issues in earlier chapters, they used male pronouns. They used male pronouns like accidentally once or twice in the main story. So it kind of led to people but in Chinese, it's always been gender-neutral pronouns, and now you can select which pronouns you want to be used in the story, and I like that, because I much prefer my Commandant to be a badass woman. Have you seen the returner thingy? Bell Wise does a whole comeback. No, I haven't, because I haven't ever had to do the returner thing. I play the game every day. Remember what Rui and the Mr. Kanoja said? It's not like we're related by blood. God, still one of my, oh my god, one of my favorite memes that is like lives completely rent-free in my head for ZZZ is just Bell is like the first-person perspective from what fucking game is it from? I don't remember. Of just Bell being like, Bell like lying down, getting up. Hello there, my brother. So good. Yep, you can define it in 3 main genders: male, female, and commandants. Shohuegwa will always be Shohuegwa. I refuse to say Shikikan. I don't play in Japanese. They're Shohuegwa. They're Shohuegwa. Shohuegwa. Abridged solo leveling? Yes. Oh my, Jin Woo is such a fucking aura farmer. Holy shit. What the fuck is that server? Blah, 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 blah. I'll take a look at that later, but yeah. You've been playing Azure Link too long? Shiki-kan is stuck? Oh, he's fair. Yo, Trigger! Yo, let's go! Let's go, Obols! My pulls are so fucked in 2.x. Not sure who that is. Not sure who that is. Let's go, Trigger. Let's go, Bagpipe with a gun. Oh, interesting little face we have here on the gun. Smile. Let's go, Obols. Fuck, it's 1:35. Okay, let's do dailies real quick. We got to 13 minutes of it though, Smile. It's time for massively consolidated dailies time. Speedrun time, let's go! It's time for the pre-2 o'clock daily speedrun. God damn it, Spider. Oh, no. Let's close that. Let's close that. Let's close that. Let's not close that again. I did that last stream, Smile. Let's get everything on real quick. Cool. Click. 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 Got our asteroids. Okay, so I guess me farming up more of this era erosion set is kind of fucking pointless, huh? I done my weekly bosses yet? I think I did, right? Yeah, I cleared my weekly bosses yesterday, I think. Just wanna make sure I don't miss those, because that is like the true scarcity in this game is fucking weekly boss mats. Jesus. Do I farm? The thing is, I need like echo experience more than anything though, so I still need to farm echoes. One day we'll get echo experience items as like a farmable thing, right? Smile, please, WuWa, please, please, KURO, please. I could just keep improving my Chalcona set though. It's like I can't really think of anything else worth improving. Or we just say fuck it and make Chun-Li even stronger. Fuck it, we just make Chun-Li even stronger. Fuck it, whatever. My Chalcona set's good enough. But Chun-Li set can always get better. Okay, let's get... Oh! Fuck, I'm gonna sim you. Cute, we'll do that later. See here. Easy. We need to get Star Rail going first and foremost, though. Which is just farming for even more insane gear. Smile. My Star Rail Nihility gear is kind of fucking nutty. Oh wait, shit, coin collection. Wait, what? I didn't clear out there. Are you kidding me? Okay. Apparently I can't max out errands today. That's fine. What cute little music. Are you... God damn it. Alright, there we go. Let's see...
Perfect now.
Open. Loading screen. Rewards, claim, back. Quick claim, material events. Quick LITE. We'll worry about WuWa afterwards. I'll just deal with that and ZZZ in a sec. Scratch card. Back.
Something's missing.
Coffee shop.
Yes.
Skip.
Whenever you feel lost, you can always come back here
All
for a cup of coffee.
training. Oh, double daily drops. Let's go. I love farming for stupid amounts of disk drive experience. Did I do this yet? I think I cleared. Oh, wait, no, it just reset. All right. Okay, no crystals this time around. I guess sugary. I am running out of skip tickets. Holy shit.
Perfect now.
Oh, right. Fucking didn't do dorm expeditions. Oh, claim 54. Okay, that resets that nicely. Back. Quick claim. Claim all. Claim all.
Something's
Claim.
missing.
Goodbye. One more time. Stating agents. Ploy.
Stake loading. Overjoy. A perfect chord. Listen, the trio of destiny. Sentinel protects me. Judgment time. Together we stand. Purified.
Oh, shit.
Bluebird, be my salvation.
Ah, gross.
Dark forces of leave it to me. Astral modulation.
Thanks, Chalcona. Chalcona makes this so much easier to multitask.
Loading. Thanks for watching. A perfect chord. Let the show begin. Sentinel protects me. Just together we stand. Repent. Answer me. Crystals, give me strength.
Enemy reinforcement.
Oh, thanks, Chalcona.
I won't betray your...
What am I doing? Okay, is that enough for WuWa? Or is it gonna be annoying to turn around? Nope, we're good. Back. Play more. Time. Play more. Back. What was? Oh wait, shit. No, there's fucking right. There's the Lolo dailies. Although I don't have to use these right away, so we can worry about that later. That's Shalcona practicing her ult. It's adorable. Yeah, I love it. The weekly thing has Echo Box and Echo Experience. Just takes too long to do. Which weekly thing? Oh, you mean like the weekly bosses? Because I do those anyway, just because like that's the only truly scarce material in the game is weekly boss mats. If you want to 10-10-10 every new character, you have to do it every single week because it takes 3 weeks to 10-10-10 a character, and there's 3-week and 3-week release schedule. This is quick swap practice. Yeah. Oh, the weekly elusive realm. Oh yeah, I do the elusive realm. Oh, are you talking about the like the actual weeklies? You're talking about cashing in the stamina, because cashing in the stamina still gets you experience, but it also just gets you random echoes. Does it get you more, actually, now I think about it? Does it get you more experience than just normal echoes? I don't know. I would assume not, but... Did they literally make that Rosen set just for Shalcona, Erova, and no one else? Yeah, pretty much. But I mean, they also made a fucking Havoc set that's like exclusively for fucking Cantarella and Rachia, so you know. Oh, what am I doing? I don't need to multitask this anymore. Hello? Hold input? What? Charge attack input, no go through? Okay. Smile, you think darkness is your ally, but you merely adopted the darkness. I was born in it, molded by it. God damn it. Quick swap text so good it switches to another gacha. I'm just trying my best to be like my favorite streamer, fucking Kanta. Kanta's fucking insane because for a very long time, Kanta doesn't like reveal their voice, so they type in response to chat, but they type in response to chat during like animation locks, basically. They're fucking crazy. I love them. Ugh, I need to... Okay, we're doing a full ZZZ day soon. I need to do all of this goddamn shit. What does Kata use then, if not the arrow set? They revealed that there's a new arrow set coming out next patch. During the live stream we just watched, they specifically noted that there are 2 new sets coming out. One for Kartethia and one for Lupa, because one is an arrow set that gets damaged. It gives you crit rates and arrow erosion. Increases your arrow damage or something. And the other one did something else. It's a fusion set it boosts resonance liberation damage, which I assume therefore Lupa must be a liberation focused character, because there isn't a fusion liberation damage character otherwise. Few people understand how crazy Kanta's stream is. Yeah, and I mean, I've known Kanta for a very long time at this point. Because, back in the Monster Hunter days of content creation, he's been doing Monster Hunter content creation for way longer than I did as well. Way further back than I did. But Kanta's a really cool guy. It's always nice when I get to see him, like, I get to chat with him, however briefly it ends up being, Not to mention, the motherfucker just knows how to farm Monster Hunter clips. Holy shit. Like, I would just randomly see, like, the most insane Monster Hunter clip on my timeline that Kanta posts. I'm like, motherfucker. Okay, well, that's done. Black Beacon real fast. Although Black Beacon isn't... what platform does Kanta stream on? Twitch. Kanta per me. Yeah, C-A-N-T-A. P-E-R-M-E. In fact, let me just pull up that Twitch real quick to make it easier for a link. Okay, thank you for like ear blasting me, Twitch.
Hey, dude.
Here you go.
Hey, dude. Hey, dude.
Hey, dude. Yeah, I mean that like. I mean now that like, oh my god, thank you, Twitch. Now that they're that like Monster Hunter Wilds is out, and they've also been playing. I think they just finished up playing the new Doom as well. Kanta has been has been on that, but while waiting for Monster Hunter Wilds to come out, Kanta was also playing a lot of different gachas. Okay, claim. Okay, no more quests. S rank. 2 assist characters, so Scholarly Land then. And where the fuck is Logos? This one? Yeah, this one. Scholarly Land, Dispatch. I should have enough for this now, right? Oh, you motherfucker. I'm not gonna get all 3 this week. God damn. RNG go crazy. 1 Thunder Element? There isn't a Thunder Elemental character for Distant Star game. Why are you trolling me? Oh, right, we have even more Elegant Path characters now, though, because we have Florence and we have Jixia. Let's go. We love handsome men. This always defaults. The Distant Star. Okay, sure, whatever. Oh, really? It's only 2 now? Huh. Weird. We already pulled for our Handsome Man yesterday. Got Handsome Man at Hard Pity, but got his weapon at like pull 27, so not terrible. Then there was also a Tiny Creature coming out later. Okay, why is Asti red dotted? Huh? Oh, when did I get an Asti card? It must have been yesterday while pulling. And Hefai, because also on the banner. Yeah, I only got 1 copy. Crazy. I wonder if I should just build Hefai for Florence team. Either way, I still gotta build Jixia, which is just... Oh lordy, is a lot.
The ancients speak that there is no end to the pursuit of progress. These words are indeed the truth.
Well, I guess we're putting stamina on this.
Wasn't it me who said that?
Yes, it was, you piece. Yes, it was, you piece of shit. Of course, you're the one who said that.
Even at this age, there are still moments of epiphany. The ancients speak that there is no end to the pursuit of... Even at this age, there are still moments of epiphany.
Yo, you don't say. God, he is such a handsome man, though. How many gachas are you currently maintaining? 6, I want to say? Although that reminds me, I need to get Arcanites going on my phone. Wait, Quick Dispatch works now? Yo, wait, really, Acid? Okay, I'll take a look. I'll try it out. I'll try it out tomorrow then. All right, bet. We like that you're not a pro streamer. It makes the content so much more relatable. Oh, thanks. I don't really know what you mean by a pro streamer. You mean like a full-timer, or do you mean like a pro gamer sort of thing? I mean, either way. Oh, you mean like someone who like does it full-time as a career sort of thing? I'm glad it can be relatable. And even if this does somehow like lead into in the future like a full-time content thing again, I'm not going to not be myself.
The ancients speak that there is no end to the pursuit of progress.
Oh, I'm out of
These
Aurelium.
words are indeed the truth.
Yay. Well, I guess you stay at that level, Jixia.
Wasn't it me who said that?
Yes, it was. You stop quoting yourself, you fucking egomaniac. Might as well go ahead and get Battle Pass now. Oh wait, these are really cute. Look at her. I don't think I got this Battle Pass last time though, because it's not really that worth it. God, the fact that they let you get like the 5-star weapons as part of the cheap-ass paid Battle Pass is fucking crazy. Doxing my email, my PayPal email address, but it's not the first time anyway on stream. Over here, achievements. Oh, right, friendship points. I think I forgot to do that yesterday. Wait, 14 claimed? Who's AFKing on my friends list? We need more friends. More friends. Like streamers who are just content droughted all the time instead of having an actual life they have to fit gacha into. Okay, yeah, fair. Nobody sent massive amounts of money to Jinx using that information. Ha 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 ha. Smile. You even get 4-star 6 for free pass. It's so good. Yeah, no, exactly. For those who don't know, in Black Beacon, the free battle pass lets you get the signature 5-star weapon for 4-star characters, which is really nice. And then the $7 paid one lets you get the standard banner characters 5-star weapons, which is also really nice. So over time, you can either build up all of them for all of the characters, or you can just max out one of them, right? Like I could work on getting a R5 Viola one, because Viola is incredibly good character who is also very hot. But I'm very biased towards autistic women. Oh, I got a lot of oddies. Nice. I kind of hate using her. It's a bit of a pain in the ass, but she is really strong. Her debuffs are really strong. It's just a bit of a pain in the ass to use against groups. Very strong against bosses. And bosses are really the main thing that matters in the end game, because if you max clear your stars on the end game boss, then you clear all the other mob floors at max stars. Yeah, Eternal Amber is also considered the dupe. So even for like the limited weapons, right? Yeah, like so like the end game in. Speaking of which, I need to actually like sweat this. I need to sweat this and like actually get a full clear on this. Because I just kind of didn't feel like it. But yeah, so basically, this is the resource you get for their, like, bi-weekly Abyss sort of thing, endgame, right? And that gives you stuff, that gives you the multiverse tokens, which, A, you can use to get 5-star weapons. So I used my 1500 most recently to get Logos' weapon, because I wanted to build Logos, but you also get Eternal Amber for cheaper, and this acts as a copy, so you can increase the level, you can increase like the copies level, the whatever it's called in this game, for even your limited weapons, which is really nice. This game is very free-to-play friendly, and I really hope they can manage to like make enough money to keep lights on, because it is very free-to-play friendly, and that can always be a concern for that. Is whether they'll actually sell, because the writing is so good in this game, and the combat's really good too. It's just a pain in the ass that that like the official like Google Play Games one doesn't have like proper mouse for look movements. So you have to click and drag. But at some point they fixed emulator support, so I need to like actually just set up an emulator probably for this. A more accessible vertical investment. Wow, yeah, it's great. This game's very generous. Like, if you really want a hardcore simp for a character, you can, like, if I really, really love Florence, like, or, I mean, I love Ching way more, but it has nothing to do with the fact that she fucking looks like me. But, if I really wanted to, like, go whole hog on Ching, then I could, yes, sync, so it's S1. Like, I could go for those Eternal Ambers and just up her weapon constantly. And then they have, like, your typical getting extra copies of characters with, like, the things you get from polls, but only when they're on banner sort of thing, shrug. Oh yeah, new monthlies, because this resets like half a day early because of server timing. Let's go. 128 polls left for a new character coming out. Okay, I will be right back, chat, because I just suddenly felt how terribly much I need to pee right now. So BRB.
What is it? Do you also feel fed up with everything here?
And we are so back, chats. Thank you, Brainroll Background, for your efforts and your work. Now we are back.
If one longs for something too fervently, then there will certainly be
Nothing to do with the fact that she looks like me. Why then? Because she is a fun character to play, and because she is also, like, she gets introduced to us in the story as going to like a board meeting and just being like a very vicious career woman cunt. I'm just like, I love this woman. Yeah, I don't know. I just like her personality a lot, and her character is very good. I didn't even know that her, like, the thing is, like, this is not her default skin either. Like, this is what she normally looks like, which this is still a gorgeous look, right? Like, really beautiful, like, jade water aesthetic to it. But once you get, like, a certain amount of, like, friendship with the character, you can unlock an alternate chroma. And, like, that, I didn't even know this was a chroma option, and I still enjoyed her a lot. Then I, like, pulled her because she was a newer character, but you see her in the story in, like, 1.0, first half. And I was like, oh, she looks like me. Smile. Smile. So yeah, me originally liking her had nothing to do with her looking like me. Do I like the fact that she looks like me now? Yeah, for sure. But originally it had nothing to do with that. It had to do with the fact that she was a vicious Korea woman. I love scary women who can kill me. Wow, communicator achievement, crazy. Do I like actually have to click on all of these? I just want the red dot to go away. Yay, red dot's gone. And close game. Okay. Okay, it is time to get back to the... Jesus Christ, we're only 30 minutes into this.
许多来自不同阵营、有着迥异经历的代理人们。
云盔山自不必多说，而奥波罗斯小队呢？我们与这支防卫的精锐小队其实并不陌生。
Let's go Obos！
在先前的故事中，我们已经结识了其中的11号和班级2位成员。而在第2季的故事中，我们将了解到更多关于他们必须渡过冥河的命运与理由。
怪谈屋专门分享和解决各类奇闻异事的神网群聊，拯救世界不大行，吃瓜灌水第1名。如果你也对都市传说感兴趣，如果你也是灵异怪谈的行家里手，欢迎加入怪谈屋。都市里发生的奇妙事件，他们绝对不会错过。
没错，除了奇人异事，大家刚刚应该也看到了兄妹的这身装束。
哎，拜入云怪山的门下。 法童连面貌都不一样了。
法童，
神将们在解决主线故事。
Oh yeah, we were watching a ZZZ stream. True, we were.
中的日常事务，比如说和福福师姐一起经营随便罐。
既然要经营随便罐，那就要把它经营得有模有样。
在2.0版本中，我们可以经营随便罐，通过售卖商品努力获取云纹灰，用于修缮和升级随便罐。
我们首先可以通过远征，派驻帮部到指定区域以获取经营材料。
Yo, let's go! We finally have expeditions with our cute little bamboos.
就可以进行生产了。选择帮部生产出产品后，便可以进行售卖。
没错，客户在购买商品之后，
Yo,
会随机给予一些小费，省将们也可以在界面上领取。同样可以派
Is this like a continual daily event, or is it just like a single time thing?
合适的帮部可以大大助力对应的售卖或生产。省将们在派驻帮部时也要注意哦。
哎，那在随便罐里打工的帮部，会不会只能在我们已经获得的帮部中选取呢？
那可不是。这里派驻的帮部可以通过经营中的一些任务获得，后期也能从帮朝贵中招到更加得力的帮部小助手。
Why do they have bamboo vending machines？
神将就不用担心经营玩法的负担太重了。不过在远征
和售卖过程中，
我们还有其他获得云纹灰或者经营材料的办法吗？
当然有了
，like places where you could like
我们可以造访饮茶仙和好物铺来获取云纹灰和经营材料。
pay money in the slot and like open up the little thing and get like a hot meal out of it. I feel like
获取云纹灰以及百通宝等材料。
哎，小易，我们是不是还没为大家介绍百通宝相关的店铺情报？
没错。
Omnicoins? Yo, who the fuck this though? Yo, this is a lad.
主杰哥这里，我们可以花费百通宝。
He has fucking actual symbols on his little app keyboard. I love it.
兑换菲林、养成材料以及为飞地风格的时装配饰等奖励。
Yo, hold up.
花费百通宝兑换菲林、养成材料。
Yo, hold up. Wait a second. Hold on a fucking second. This is incredible.
飞地风格的时装配饰等奖励。
Yo, let's go Panda Head.
这里有一个兑换奖励，值得给大家特意介绍一下：储值电卡。使用后可以让大家在非手通的情况下，直接完成探索委托和战斗委托，获得所有奖励。
Oh, huh.
听起来很适合。
Sounds perfect for a casual player like me, says the narrative lead.
我们是不是还没有提到好物铺呢？
在好物铺内，我们可以通过云纹灰兑换到经营随便罐时所需要的关键道具。此外，还可以通过使用在航天城内采集到的特殊素材兑换经营材料。
Wait, so that kind of suggests that this is like a continual thing that you can just do like the management stuff every single day, and build up resources for purchasing this stuff. Maybe.
听起来要做的事情还真不少呢。
We don't know if this is
那我们努
refreshing
力
or
经营
not.
随便罐，随便罐会如愿变得更热闹吗？
当然喽。 完成更多经验任务，便可提升声望，达成更高的随便罐等级，让随便罐的香火变得越来越旺。随便罐的整体外观也会得到升级。
Look, guys, we get more stuff and stuff for storing stuff.
师傅的厚望。
在经营随便罐之外
，Wait, the upgrade is adding a ladder to the tree.
将们同样有时需要去莱姆尼安空洞中进行探索，救助被困的市民。
在莱姆尼安空洞中，可千万要当心脚下，不要陷入晦稀的泥潭。法厄同和代理人们也需要做好准备，面临新的挑战。 具有特殊侵蚀效果的会吸，以及从中孕育出的
customizability. Yeah, we get to customize our temple.
一轩师傅所教授的。
Wait a second.
法厄同和代理人们。
Panda Head is a must is probably a max level thing. Yeah, for sure. Similar to how Holo collectibles but non-combat. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering is like if it's like a one-time thing that you just kind of finish the whole event and then you just buy the shit. But I guess just the fact that they have like a completely separate store like that makes me wonder if it's a thing where like you can afterwards you can still continue to manage it and get more resources that you can use to like buy, you know, fucking Denny's and shit.
也需要做好准备，面临新的挑战。具有特殊侵蚀效果的会吸，以及从中孕育出的腐化敌人。当然，一轩师傅所教授的神奇术法也将在新的冒险中帮上大忙。
是的，
一轩师傅，
神将们可以通过习得的绝感术辅助进行空洞探索。 崩解之法能够帮助神将
，disintegration yo what？
显像之法则可以通过定位特定物体，对其进行两种状态切换。追迹之法可以使我们在定位线索物体之后，看到它们身上的以太流动，获得指引。
这三种能力感觉都不一般。不过既然能进入空洞了，万一面对危险的话，
面对危险，我们自然有代理人来护得我们周全。 在2.0版本的空洞探索中，神将们也可以选取自己偏好的代理人编队进行探索，敌人也将会有标识告知神将们敌人等级以及危险程度。
Cute.
即使挑战失败，有代理人无法继续战斗，也可以在编队中切换。
Oh, yo, what? Okay, that's kind of nice.
城内探索千万要注意。
Oh, that's kind of nice. So in like the main story stuff, even if a character dies, you can actually just swap them out for a different character you own. That's really nice for like more casual players.
会吸的侵蚀会让人看到幻觉，导致精神错乱，分不清幻觉与现实。
Kind of like how Star Rail handles simulated universe.
会吸中诞生的蚁骸攻击会有特殊效果，命中代理人时会使队伍积蓄会吸浸染值。当会吸浸染值达到上限时，会对我方所有代理人造成一次基于当前生命值百分比的伤害。
部分强力敌人甚至还可以从会吸中汲取能量，开启特殊结界会浊流界，同时获得会盾。结界内的怪物会得到增强。
Why did they have her go through it?
可以削减会盾值。发动闪避反击和终结技等技能时，则会有更高的削减效果。
dodge counter and oh, really?
会盾净除伤害，并为代理人回复能量。
Yo, that's cool.
周围的会浊流界也会被消除。
Dodge counter and ultimate.
浓郁的地方往往还会出现
So even more in combat rewards for like higher skill play.
一定要做好准备。
另外，有时会吸河团和会吸影也会成为神将们的探索道路上的阻碍。
不过有师傅传授的绝感术在手，合理利用他的能力便能解决难题。
既然是空洞，
Oh, that's neat. They're adding so much interesting stuff to like the holo exploration
不过
and
空洞的
levels.
性质同样可以被商家利用。借由莱姆尼安空洞的特殊性，我们能够在特定地点通过裂隙信标标记位置，在空洞内进行传送。
Yo, actually large open world holos though. Just like the little event we had with Miyabi and stuff. And I say little event, the big event we had. Very similar map style too. I mean, we all pretty much knew that like that event in 1.4 or 5, I forget, was basically them kind of prototyping and trying out the idea of having like large, more open world holos to explore. But it's really cool to see them doing it already. Razio Honkai 3? Yeah, like part 2 definitely. We'll test downing all characters. That might be an achievement. Well, let us know.
此外，在空洞中还会有观测起点、物资收集点等内容，等待大家自行探索。
我还发现，不管是在航天城内的行动，还是在主城内的探索，都有小地图的出现。小 K 老师也给大家讲一讲这方面的内容吧。
好的。简而言
Wait, did he just call him K 老师？
的出现，小 K 老师也给大家讲一讲这方面的内容吧。
好的。 简而言之，我们在2.0版本会为大家提供更全面、更便捷的地图以及导航系统，帮助大家更快地找到想要的目标。具体的航天城内的探索，成家们可以通过 ES 读取一些特殊的地图数据，获得更多的地图信息。
Oh, that's really cool.
关于地图的更多详细内容，稍后将由
Oh, that's really cool, especially in terms of like.
说了这么多，我们是不是也该为大家端上很熟悉的
Especially just in terms of like the actual like in-game lore and everything. Cool.
这就为大家呈上。
Or the cash is in. Belle just looks so worried. Why is Belle so concerned? I love the music, but skipping ahead.
欢迎回来，接下来我们就为大家介绍一下2.0版本中代理人们的战斗情报吧。
已选云推山门主 S 级玄墨属性命破代理人，拥有虚兽级实力的强者。山门主 S 级玄墨。
Auric Ink Rupture Agents. Fun, interesting, new symbols, new elements, new character type. Interesting.
命破代理人，拥有虚兽级实力的强者。
Wait, Auric Ink. Is her bird made of ink? Is this Raven from Path to Nowhere? When using techniques, Yishuan will invoke the ink bot she carries behind
会
her.
调用身后携带的墨壶，此所谓玄墨。
命破出现了从。
Dealing auric ink damage to enemies accumulates auric ink anomaly buildup, which triggers the corruption effect. The corruption causes the target to suffer additional ether damage when attacked for a period of time. Inflicting corruption on enemies weak to ether can interrupt their actions. Yo, so this suggests that they're going to be also moving towards including basically elemental debuffs on characters and as an elements type. That's interesting. Huh. That's really interesting. Also probably means she's going to be good with Vivian, who I did not pull Smile. But that's fine. Okay, I think my keyboard is dry enough. Now I'm going to swap this out because this keyboard is making me... Ah! This keyboard is making me quite itchy now. I really need to like actually thoroughly clean it and get all that cat dander out of it. Box. Okay. So Orc is like the Ether Miyabi, kind of like Miyabi's is a bit weird because theirs doesn't shred resistance, does it, or like increase like ice damage or anything, does it? It's just kind of like her own unique frost that she triggers for her own stuff, if I'm remembering correctly. But yeah, variation of Ether, which suggests that in the future we'll have other ones. Yeah, exactly. Which is interesting. It's kind of similar. It's kind of like how WuWa is going towards like expanding the stuff, the kind of kits and stuff they can do with like the specific elements by adding in the dot variations, right? And I think that's a really good way to go about it, instead of just having, oh, this is the new best X element carry, right? Where you're just constantly power creeping them, but now adding in new things like this lets you incorporate them together.
宜玄云盔山门主 S 级，
从未听说过的职业类型。
你说的没错。命破作为新职业，与其他职业不同之处在于具有命破特性的代理人会兼具输出和生存能力，擅长通过
Offensive and survivability, sheer damage in a large amount of damage by ignoring the defenses. Oh, interesting. They have true damage.
具体来说，宜玄的所有技能伤害都是依赖于贯穿力。
贯穿力似乎也是全新的。
Oh my god, she's an ether. I can't wait to play her with Nicole.
属性类型。
没错，贯穿力无视防御，对敌人直接造成伤害。命破。
Sheer Force increases sheer damage, and Rupture Specialty Agents have a portion of attack converted to Sheer Force. Oh, fun. So true damage.
代理人会把一定比例的攻击力转换为贯穿力，同时宜玄还会根据自己最大生命值提高自己的贯穿力。
Oh, and she's an HB scaler? Huh.
此外，宜玄的能量草也是特殊的闪能草，闪能拥有特殊的获得与使用机制。 我们接下来也可以看到。
Fun.
说了这么多，我们先来介绍一下。
This is so exciting.
形式秉承着顺其自然的法则的。
Lives by the principle of going with the flow.
他在战场上的表现，当然也是有
like a fish to water as well.
在战斗中，宜玄可以通过多种攻击方式消耗闪能，给予敌人伤害的同时，闪能会转化为术法值。当术法
Oh, okay, technique points.
释放终结技，并获得1点血墨值。
Oh, wait, hold up. Okay.
血墨值，遗旋可以释放特殊的术法，对敌人造成血墨水平伤害。
Oh my god, our kid is
作为
fucking
龟山的门主
gorgeous.
遗旋对于术法的运用早已融
血墨转化。通过
I was busy reading the text. Let's just watch this time.
在战斗中，遗旋可以。
Was that a fucking parry?
表现当然也是游刃有余。
Oh my god, she can parry with her special.
在战斗中，遗旋。
Oh my god, she's Evelyn, but Chinese. Let's go.
可以通过多种攻击方式消耗闪能，给予敌人。
Interesting.
在战斗中，遗旋可以通过多种攻击方式消耗闪能，给予敌人伤害的同时，闪能会转化为术法值。当术法值积满时，可释放终结技，并获得1点血墨值。通过消耗血墨值，遗旋可以释放特殊的术法，对敌人造成血墨水平伤害。
作为云盔山的门主，遗旋对于术法的运用早已会贯通。在战场上，对于敌人，遗旋也会进行毫不留情的打击，对其造成血墨伤害。 发动特殊技，遗旋会迅速后撤，并向前方发动攻击。可以发动特殊技，遗旋会。
Interesting. So actually, maybe she can do Eve Tech.
迅速后撤，并向前方发动攻击，可以巧妙躲过敌人的攻击。
I guess the question is whether the follow-up's automatic though.
后撤期间可触发完美闪避效果。
门主之姿，气度果然不凡。
而当闪能值足够时，长按普攻键，遗旋会凝神聚气，引导玄墨
Oh
汇聚在
hell
前方。
yeah!
附近敌人此时也会被聚集在此处，此时松开按键便能重创对方。在合适的时机发动该招式，可触发极限闪避，进入极限。
Yo, let's go!
攻守一体，进退从容，不愧是遗旋门主。不过闪能是怎么积攒的呢？会不会影响战斗的节奏呢？
这个你不用担心。进入战斗，遗旋便可回复全部闪能。 另外，触发完美闪避时，亦可额外回复数点闪能。
Oh, extra adrenaline, nice.
面对敌人猛烈的攻势时，如闪能足。
Okay, so yeah, I guess very similar to Eve mechanic. Very similar to Eve mechanic, where you want to actively be using your skill to trigger perfect dodges for more resource gain. Okay, so this is actually very exciting. She actually does have very high skill ceiling play similar to Eve. And presumably you can do this special dodge just like Eve does. You can do the special dodge just like Eve does. And do a perfect dodge. Do a skill dodge and parry combo by swapping to the next character and parrying the same attack.
另外，触发完美闪避时，亦可额外回复数点闪能。面对敌人猛烈的攻势时，如闪能足够，师傅可以通过长按强化特殊技进行蓄力。玄墨从湖中汇聚至身后，随着遗旋起身对敌人上挑，造成伤害。蓄力期间若受到敌人攻击，可在敌人攻击时自动格挡。
So yeah, actually also just has a hard parry. Oh god, this character looks so much fun, like so much fun.
同时还会与遗旋回复闪。
What I'm curious about is if you release that by swapping to a new character, and it's a yellow flash attack, can the new character also do a defensive assist?
能点按特殊技攻击敌人，如闪能还是足够，再次点按特殊技可消耗闪能。当消耗闪能获取的术法值。
Well, you don't want to do that then. No, you don't want to do that as a double action because if you do it again, you get a adrenaline secondary attack. Okay, yeah, this is just the staying on field thing.
遗旋会以手中的
And you build up technique points to use your ult.
释放自创的特殊术法，轻秒附身遗旋，对敌方造成血墨伤害。释放该终结技后，遗旋可获得1点血墨值。
看起来这个血墨值也有妙用。
说的没错。不过我们先来
God damn it! I'm so excited for this fucking question, for this fucking character now.
遗旋此时可插进在轻秒身上，在场上快速移动。当拥有玄墨值时，进入轻身状态后，点按。
I can't believe she's also power creeping Ellen movements.
键遗旋可发动玄墨急阵，吹肩毁敌，并在数秒内持续回复闪能。招式结束时，遗旋还将张开翅膀，发出炫目光芒的同时，对敌人造成玄墨伤害。
接下来我们就在实战中看一看遗旋师傅的表现吧。
实战中，我们先释放技能，消耗闪能，恢复术法值。当术法值满时，释放遗旋的终结技，对敌人造成伤害。
Oh, fun! They actually show off just doing like doing a chain attack cancel.
释放遗旋的终结技，对敌人造成伤害。此时我们消耗旋墨值，再释放技能，发动普通攻击，旋墨急震。回复闪能的同时痛击敌人。宣响值满时，我们再释放此终结时，我们消耗值满时释放遗旋的终结技，对敌人造成伤害。此时我们消耗旋墨值，再释放技能，发动。
So you can use her ults because this consumes all of her technique points up here, is what it looks like. But then you can also just from having decibels. Yeah, you can, because she doesn't have any technique points here. So essentially from like a good play, you get extra ults. Similar to how like with good play with Eve, you get extra chain attacks. God damn it. God damn it, I want to play this character so badly. Seems like Void Hunter level characters will have variant elements. I can't wait for Sunbringer. Cope. No go for Nicole Asher. Oh yeah, fuck, it ignores defenses. And Nicole's a defense shredder. Shit, never mind. Okay, that doesn't work. No, fair point. I didn't think about that. Oric's yellow damage looks like it. That's what they meant by a mix of offensive and defensive capabilities. She's already power creeping exploration. You can use ult twice. I mean, if you can build up enough technique points, you can ult way more than just twice. Like per decibel rotation.
这时候敌旋会散出旋墨，青尾鸟默契从天而降，配合师傅灵动的身法给予敌人致命打击。同时，敌旋会平均分配。
Oh, interesting. Even distribute health as well. Neat. That's a different ult though. Okay, so her decibel ult is different from her technique point ult.
不山门者解其烦忧，见师傅遗旋师傅战斗的样子，就知道这不是一句场面话。
你说的很对，两个不同模式的终结技也是我们第一次比较大胆的尝试。不过大家要注意，当术法值和宣响值满时，优先释放的是术法值对应的终结技。另外，在此次的0号空洞中，我们也会给大家提供颇具趣味的战斗体验。闪亮的届时可以通过在空洞内获取遗旋的战术棱镜方案出发。我们先来一起欣赏一下吧。
Smile。
不过，既然是具有全新机制的新职业，会不会很多旧有的辅助都与之相性不佳呢？
我们也考虑到了这个情况。为了让各位省将在2.0有更好的体验，对于代理人要加音。
Oh, interesting. They're adding rupture to additional ability. Additional ability triggers.
我们增补了他们额外的。
Astra, Yao, Kaleda, Lucy, and Pulchra. Okay. Makes sense. Yeah, no go for Nicole. Why do you say Astra as well, Dread? I mean, she gets more sheer force from attack, and Astra just gives you a fuckload of attack. Yeah, technique points does take priority over decibels. Yeah. Yeah, her tech ult is an install and decibel ult is a nuke. Yeah, I don't know. It definitely seems interesting though. I mean, that's what they meant by a mix of offensive and defensive capabilities. Yeah, but the thing that's exciting to me is the fact that it's not just that you have defensive abilities, because like Ben also had and Caesar have defensive abilities, right? But it's the fact that your defensive, making good, high skill use of your defensive tools increases your offensive power. And like that's the big difference, right? Because the big problem I had with Caesar when they came out and why I wasn't interested in pulling them was that kit was incredibly simple and the parries barely mattered. Right? Like, using her ability to parry basically just saved you a little bit of EX gauge, but her shield lasts so fucking long that doesn't really matter unless you're eating so much shit you're dropping shield constantly, right? So it's nice to see that using her defensive abilities well is going to increase your damage output by building more adrenaline and therefore also more technique points, and that's really cool. Because the thing is, like Evelyn also has defensive abilities, right? Evelyn can perfectly dodge with her skill, but it's also just harder to do that than just right-click things. But the fact that she gets like 6 burning embers from that is huge for Evelyn, and that's why Evelyn is the highest skill character in the game currently. Because the difference between an Evelyn that's just doing normal Evelyn stuff and getting like 5 or 6 chain attacks in a single stun and building up stun again, versus an Evelyn Nicole Astra team, where the Evelyn is very consistently getting skill dodges off on basically every attack a boss does, and is therefore getting close to 3 times, if not more, chain attacks going off compared to the normal Evelyn, is a world of difference damage-wise. So it's nice to see that the defensive utility is also specifically offensive as well. Because they could have just given her, like, special blocks, or, like, blocks that, like, special blocks, special dodges, and, like, make them heal or things like that off of them. But it gives her more offensive power and faster rotations. And that's what I'm glad to see and wants to see out of characters like a Rupture character. I want to see making proper use of your defensive tools is going to increase your damage output. I just got Polka and don't know if she's good, and they hate me that MiHoYo hates physical characters in every game other than Honkai back then. I don't know, Jane Doe exists. They love Jane Doe. And Jane Doe is like the most monkey character in this entire game. If you just want to clear content and not think much, just play like Caesar Jane Doe. With like, I don't know, Lucy or something. Just build Hyper Rat, because Jane Doe literally just stays on field. You mash M1 as much as you can and occasionally hold down the button, and you get 2 dodges. And then she also gets back, like, resource from perfect dodging anyway. So, like, Jane Doe is, like, very strong and also just very brain dead. But outside of Jane Doe, yeah, they fucking hate physical character. Actually, no, because also Caesar exists, and Caesar's kind of busted. But yeah, I don't really know how... I don't really know how good... I don't really know how good Polka is. I didn't end up building her. I actually might, though. Just to give me more team variation now that I think about it. I didn't think about even building up Polka because I'm kind of been like a what the fuck do I build right now? For like farming stamina. It doesn't really matter. 2.0 is about to come out and I'm gonna be like, you know, hard farming Yishuan shit at that point, so. It's interesting though that they're going with Astra, Yao, Kaleda, Lucy, and Polka. So basically, like 3 very off-field supports and then Kaleda. Kaleda's an interesting choice because Kaleda is like the burst stunner in the game. Like Kaleda's main thing is that you defensive assist onto her and then you press EX and you just added a shitload of stun.
现在队伍中存在命破职业角色时，也可以触发他们的额外能力了。
That's really interesting that they made that for Kaleda.
不错，我们也赶紧来看看云亏山阵营的其他代理人吧。
俗话说，民以食为天，随便
Hell yeah, food.
操心着弟子们的饮食。
虽然会讲出前路凶险，切忌冒进，不如饱餐一顿这种话。
Let's fucking go, Panyinu.
也绝不为含糊。
没错，下了厨房，进了空洞，便是他的真实写照。释放。
M6 Polka gives a 30% damage boost to all damage. Yoshi does? Okay, that's a solid support buff then. More of an indirect hit to Astra Yishuan. She can buff attack a lot, which buffs Shia, but Yishuan is HP scaling. I mean, yeah, but it depends on her ratios. Oh, Panda has synergy gacha. Yeah, I mean, it depends on how much ratio she gets from it. And on top of that, Astra does pretty decent sub DPS damage, and Yishuan boosting ether damage output is nice for that. I mean, obviously Vivian's gonna be her best just like sub DPS, but and she's got the ultimate street fighting rat kit. Yeah, that's pretty much Jane, just pretty much rat. Bernice, Jane Doe, and Kung Fu Panda guy KFC deep fry. Let's fucking go. Sonic pressure points. Interesting.
当能量足够时，发动强化特殊技，潘影狐会发动贴山震脉靠，造成伤害。贴山震脉。
Oh hell yeah! He does the fucking shoulder bash.
贴山震脉靠，造成伤害。
Yo!
发动后将获得3点破镜点数。拥有破镜时，可以发动断脉
Touch of Death
围绕怪物点穴攻击。
I love that they made the gigantic fucking Kung Fu Panda a pressure point fighter. That's actually great.
用快速支援切换其他代理人上场，潘影狐也会自动释放断脉破血手，直至破镜层出。
Huh? Wait, what was that?
点穴攻击， 触发贴山正脉靠后，利用快速支援切换其他代理人上场，潘影狐也会自动释放断脉破血手，直至破镜层出耗尽。
Interesting. Okay.
代理人会获得潘影狐
And they gain sheer force off of his quick assist. Huh. Okay.
攻击力百分比的贯穿力提升。
当队伍中存在命破或同阵营角色时，断脉破血手命中敌人，还能对其施加负面效果，使一定时间内所有单位对其造成的伤害提升。点穴段数越多，敌人负面效果的持续时间越长。
虽然外形粗犷，但影狐师兄打起架来倒是粗中有细，对敌方精准点穴，给我方营造优势。
说得很对。
当然，作为会功夫的熊猫，潘影狐出手当然是威力不俗。触发连携技时，影狐会摘下敌方的帽子，坐上铁锅，快速旋转冲撞敌人。
释放终结技，潘影狐则施展术法，将气劲凝的
he's
炒饭
fit
先
for
出，
an
对敌
emperor.
人造。
Wait, he condenses
终
his
结技，
chi
潘影狐则施展术法，将气劲
into fried rice before catapulting it. What?
对敌人造成物理伤害，同时还能为全队恢复少量生命值，且在短时间内持续恢复生命。
Oh, okay, another healer.
好的厨师做出的美食真的会给大家带来幸福哦。
没错，这点我们的大师姐菊夫妇更深有体会。
提起菊夫妇，我相信屏幕前的各位肯定也迫不及待了。我们赶紧来看看个头小小可是本领大大的大师姐小老虎菊夫妇在。
It's like 30% attack to sheer force. Gotcha. But I mean, I guess more so what I mean is like we have to see like what her actual like MV scaling is and like basically how strong that is compared to other buffing options. Because like yes, it's very possible that Pan Yin-Hu is going to give a lot of strong buff to Yi Xuan, right? But also, Seth is supposed to theoretically do that for Jane Doe, and basically every other support is still stronger than Seth is for supporting Jane Doe. So, like, just because a character is designed to, like, add to a character's kit doesn't mean numerically they end up working out that way, I guess is my point.
赶紧来看看个头小小可是本领大大的大师姐小老虎菊夫妇在战斗中的表现吧。
哎，小易啊，你要记住，是虎，可不能叫它猫。
在战斗中，夫妇将会和他的法器爆米花锅虎威亲密配合。
The popcorn pot. Wait, the popcorn pot what?
爆米花锅虎威亲密配合，共同击退敌人。他们的攻击会积攒威风与威势点数，造成物理与火属性伤害。
Okay, I'm not gonna lie though. I'm not gonna lie though, the like dual on-screen fighting stuff with Kung Fu Panda and her is pretty cool.
真是一对好搭档呢。
That's actually really cool.
虎威在开局时上场，它会自动攻击敌人。
Stop wielding Huwei will automatically attack enemies.
造成伤害哦。
Okay, so
哪怕
Lucy
虎在
Pigs.
后台，虎威在场上时也能自动攻击敌人，消耗威势点数，造成火属性伤害，并在命中敌人时获得一定威风。
Okay, so let's build up might off field as well.
和压强来到一定的高度，夫妇精心烹饪的爆米花就可以开锅了。
Carefully prepared
也就是说，当拥有一定点数的威风后，虎威便能够向敌人喷射火焰与爆米花。
在拥有威势时，夫妇的招式结束便会进入旋转状态。此外，发动连携技虎斧镇煞也会让全队角色获得虎啸效果，暴击伤害、连携技以及终结技等招式造成的伤害会有所提升。
And she attacks and yo, hold up a second. And she's fire.
伤害、连携技以及终结技等招式造成的伤害会有所提升。
Interesting. And she's a stunner too, so very potentially strong for Evelyn team.
全队增益，真不愧是心善的大师姐呀。
普通攻击，夫妇发动4段斩击，第3段攻击期间连续点按攻击键。 夫妇将会无限连击敌人。
Girl, what?
长按或停顿后，再
Girl, what?
即可释放最后一击。
果然不可小觑，不可小觑，连普通攻击都这么凶。
点按特殊技。
They mentioned how Pan Yin-Hu's buff makes you deal extra damage. Makes your hits deal extra damage. I guess the question is that like a flat damage per hit? Because that would make a lot of sense to synergize with Zhu Fufu's basic attack. A rank healer? Yeah, let's go. Control Bash looks like it has a parry effect. Oh, I wasn't paying attention, but yeah, maybe.
夫妇向前方旋转斩击后进行下落斩击，造成火属性伤害。
释放强化特殊技，夫妇师姐会大力抡起虎威向前打击，痛击敌人，并获得威风与威势点数。
接下来是冲刺攻击，闪避后长按攻击键
，spin
虎威像陀螺一样高速旋转撞击敌人，造成物理伤害。夫妇接触敌人时，还会消耗威势点数，造成火属性伤害，并获得一定的威风值。造成伤害后，若威风点数足够，则会消耗一定的威风，自动发动连续技，不负震煞。在技能发动期间，切换至其他角色时，夫妇会继续处于旋转状态，尝试撞击最近的敌人。
这是方便，脱手也能用。
面对敌人的攻击，发动极限支援时，点按普攻，虎威会追加一次下落攻击，并获得威势点数。
看来有了夫妇师姐助阵，不论妖魔鬼怪还是魑魅魍魉，都完全不用再担心了。
接下来我们就在实战中看看夫妇师姐的表现吧。我们先让夫妇释放强化特殊技，积累威风与威势点数。此时切换代理人，爆米花锅触发开锅，给全队加上增益效果，提升全队伤害。
此时我们抓住时机，对敌人发动猛烈攻势。
值得注意的是，队伍中存在强攻或命破角色时，队伍中所有角色的圈享值上限都将有所提升。另外，当强攻或命破角色发动终结技时，该角色将获得一定的圈享值。
我们协会夫妇以旋转姿态迎敌，
圈享值期满，发动终结技，夫妇抡起爆米花锅虎威从天而降，重创敌人，并且获得威风与威势点数。
哎，小易啊，看了角色演示之后，我更喜欢夫妇师姐了。在之后的工作中，我也要学习夫妇师姐优雅的甩锅技巧。
哎，这不对吧？应该学习的是捣蛋了给你撑腰，闯祸了替你求情的师姐作风。
在0号空洞的新玩法中，菊夫妇也会有全新的独特机制可供
我也是咕噜咕噜，
我们也赶紧一起来看看吧。
Because we love 咕噜林。
真不错。
各位代理人已和大家介绍完毕。
新阵营当然也少不了我们的小帮部。
没错，我们接下来就来看看云龟山的帮部师爷。
别看师爷的样子可爱，打起架来可不是什么好惹的角色。
面对敌人，师爷会舞起石球抛至空中，对敌人发动精准打击。石球会在敌人间进行弹跳，攻击敌人。
发动连线技时，师爷会顶起石球，以雷霆之势旋转攻击敌人。
哎，小易啊，这铁头功可真不是一般帮部能做到的。
既然代理人和帮部都有和大家见面
I can't wait to never use their chain attack in deadly assault because it's just wasted
可以通过独家频段、独步苍冥和引擎频段、喧哗奏鸣，获得限定 S 级代理人遗选和 S 级引擎清明龙社。
报告，计划不变，我已准备好加入随便冠了。
I'm already ready to enroll.
同时 ，A 级代理人潘颖湖和 A 级引擎镇元七叔也可以在同选同期的独家和引擎频段内抽取获得。
在下半期调频，我们将迎来大师姐菊夫妇。在独家频段夫妇生威和引擎频段灿烂和声中，省家们可以抽取限定 S 级代理人菊夫妇以及 S 级引擎拂晓如如。
妖魔鬼怪速速伏法。
另外，往期的限定代理人和引擎也会在新版本复刻。省家们可以在上半期的对应频段中获取 S 级代理人廖佳音以及引擎玲珑装小。而在下半期则可以调频获得 S 级代理人凯撒和引擎奔袭獠牙。
丽都的巨星和外环的新任霸主，感兴趣的神将们可千万不要错过哦。
此外 2.0 版本还有全新可获取的头像，这里为大家展示下。
与对应代理人建立合作，即可获得对应头像。
随着新代理人上线，还有他们的信赖事件满足条件，便可以解锁密友同行，对云龟山阵营的各位进行邀约，
与随便冠的各位一起偷得浮生半日闲吧。
虽然陪伴很是惬意，但修行更多时候也需要独处。
满足相应条件，还能解锁代理人的动态壁纸，大家一起来欣赏一下吧。
Yo, the little ink bird has an eye on its back. I love it. I want one. I just realized he has spiked
作为
fucking
云龟山门
bracelets.
主，怡璇对新爱丽都的流行风尚也有独到的见解。
据怡璇门主所说，偶尔换换风格倒也不错。既然是门主，术法之外也要尝试体验一下新爱丽都的流行款式。
没错，怡璇的时装莫行影。
Oh my fucking god! I have to get that. That is a gorgeous outfit, and it's black.
行踪如影，疏而即逝。
Combat heals. Oh, such a gorgeous outfit though.
哎，小易啊，讲了这么多，我们也该休息一下了。
好，那下面我们就进一段广告。
Buy an outfit to get her more covered up. Look, sometimes. I mean, did you see the stockings? Do you see the stockings on this goddamn fit?
讲了这么多。
Look, more skin isn't always better, just often better. Thank you very much. Exactly. Go gorgeous because more stockings. Thank you. Yeah, exactly, Niraj. Maybe you shouldn't immediately judge just because there's less skin. Sometimes the goon goes beyond just the skin level, alright?
我们也该休息一下了。
好，那下面我们就进一段广告。
Not to mention it has that, like, incredibly attractive Korea woman look to it, which, you know, as we've already discussed. I love strong, mature, sexy women that look like they can kill me. I got Caesar and her weapon. I just have a hard time filling her into the team, so I just use her. I mean, she works in basically every team. She's just an attack buffer. Like, you gotta just stick her in a team and then put her shield onto the on-field person, and then they just have an extra 1,000 attack.
从感觉挺眼熟的。工作总不能一直做嘛，就是得放松放松。正好今天
It's kind of how, like, Lucy fits in basically every team. You just EX with her and then swap off and then do other things with other characters.
大家好，我是策划查查。这次2.0版本，我们也为大家准备了丰富的活动。
啊，对的，在2.0版本中，我们光影广场的引力电影院终于将与大家见面了。
光影广场又有新的店铺开放了。
是的，在2.0版本活动源于引力的邂逅中，神将们可以
Does Judas Gulf attack adds Caesar profit? Exactly. Same thing with Astra, right? And Lucy, just...
听说恰逢电影院的举办活动
Sokaku's a bit different, because Sokaku has additional ice buffs as well, and also because Sokaku's very reliant on being able to like defensive assist to efficiently build up their shit.
看电影应该可以邀请好朋友一起吧？
啊，肯定可以跟好朋友一起。所以说，它既然名为引力，那么它的使命便是把冥冥之中有缘的
The thing that's so valuable about Caesar and Lucy and Astra is the fact that their buffs also take very little field time, so you can just pop them and then just go back to whoever the fuck you're actually playing.
悠闲的2人时光，不同的角色呢，他们有自己偏好的电影啊，神将可以挑选对方的新影片进入观影。
Oh, Kitty
当中会小声就电影的一些情节进行有趣的交谈。 选择合适的话术可以加强与同伴之间的默契。
Caesar is also great if you want to just ignore enemy attacks. Yeah, I mean Caesar's one of the premier like supports in the game, right? I mean, yeah, she's defensive, but like part of her utility is just having a shield and having like hyper armor with shield. Because I mean, Astra's still gonna increase your team damage more and also do more damage as like an off-field sub DPS, but Caesar's there because you also get the shield and the tankiness and the hyper armor through attacks as well. Need to dodge a lot less if you have a Caesar. Might be more relevant with the miasma mechanic. If her shield eats the miasma proc, then yeah, possibly.
同时，可能还会有一些
Yo
事件发生，神将们可以借机拉近与对方
dialogue quick time events. Let's go.
在爱丽都看电
I
影
love visual novels.
那可不是，既是在看别人的故事。 也是在书写神将和伙伴之间的旅程，否则怎么会说呢？电影发明以后，人类的生命至少延长了3倍。
这种氛围感，看来在引力电影院是独一份了。
不同角色对不同电影也会有自己的评价，神将们可以在与不同角色的观影过程中逐步收集影评。
不过说起来，看电影也不一定是要2个人吧？感觉总会有想要独处一个人享受电影的时间。
哎，是的。 所以说呢，我们也准备了光影思想单人观影模式，可观赏的片单会随着荧幕邀约的推进而扩充。 在该模式下，神将们观看电影时的所思
Innermost thoughts are what? Oh my god, I want to know what Belle's innermost thoughts are.
完全无关的杂念哦。
I want to know what Belle is thinking.
选择合适的
Please.
泡泡可以获得花眼积分。影片播放至部分紧张揪心的关键情节时，还会浮现出可以获得大量积分的特殊泡泡。神将们可千万不要错过了。
说起来，无论是双人还是单人，只要看电影便能获得引力积分，用于提升引力会员等级，获得对应的奖励吧。
Bro.
达到一定条件后，还可以获得 A 级引擎、光影刻刀、仓鼠
Real projector
等额外现实活动奖励。随着观影过程的推进，我们可能还会碰到一位老熟人，并且获得他的赠礼哦。另外值得一提的是，该玩法还会在未来的版本中常驻。
听起来不错呢。
Let's be Soldier 11.
中，白起重工的施工队在空洞中挖出来一个大家伙——机甲。
机甲
Yo, let's go.
是的。
Mech combat? Yo, mech combat?
要通过培养和改装，及时对它进行完全控制，以避免它暴走甚至自毁。所以在格里斯的指引下，神将们需要通过 ES 对机甲进行控制。
Let's go.
是的，在钢魂
Holy shit, mech
神将们可以驾
combat.
驶机甲进入空洞进行训练，提升彼此的适应程度，以最终达成对机甲的完全控制。
和苍鹭代理人一样，机甲也有多种战斗方式呢。可以远程攻击、闪避。
随着与机甲磨合度的提升，完成对应阶段训练后，更多模块也会开放。在进入战斗前，可以利用机体剩余的挂载量解锁并提升技能。
Let's fucking go!
可以直接选择马。
God, I love ZZZ so much.
也可以选择灵活游走，通过远程火力打击压制敌人。
是我一记终结技，这伤害真的可以。
毕竟是机甲，威力肯定是不容小觑。活动中，神将们可以体验2种难度训练。此外，在完成所有活动的剧情流程后，可以解锁无尽模式。
Endless mode, yo, let's go.
出现击败他们，获得更高积分吧。
这样的机甲总感觉来头不小呢。看着随着训练的推进，机甲的外观也会有很大的变化。这次的故事，我猜也不是那么简单的驾驶机甲吧。
当然，既然你诚心诚意的发问了，那我也不藏了。名为黄金魔神号的机甲其实是帮助胡威的所有物。
胡威？
是的，人类的毁灭者。
The destroyer of humans, the universe's ultimate secret, the golden mecha mechboo.
并把人类世界搅得天翻地覆。
这么严重啊？
其实倒也不至于。有机会的话，你还会听到他边说“本大爷一定会回来的”，边进行一个逃跑。不过总而言之，在格里斯、神将等人的努力下，大家最后会发现，其实机甲背后也隐藏着一段鲜为人知的过去故事。具体详情如何，大家届时在游戏里介绍。
I wonder if there actually is already deep lore in behind that.
菲林等丰厚奖励。
战斗爽，又能开机甲，又能拿奖励，期待住了。
新版本中，云盔上的一位弟子立志斩妖除魔，进空洞除害。因为担心其安危，神将和菊夫妇利用新开放的 HIA VR 挑战活动，先帮他测试他的临战水平，以避免可能发生的危险。
没错，版本活动全息强袭战役中，
Yeah, the
神将
side
们每
was
天
such
可
an
以体
NPC
验不
though.
同主题的战斗，每关还配备了不同的增益。另外，还有2种难度的关卡可供神将们挑战。活动期间还会开放特战关卡，
Yes,
在
let's
该关卡中，
go.
神
Please
将
be
们只能
hard.
使用限定的代理人组队，挑战不同的新的强力 BOSS， 整体会更富有挑战性。
完成对应战斗，神将们
Although if it's anything like the Yanagi event, it won't really be that hard.
不过，至于这位热血弟子最终是否顺利通过了 VR 挑战，如愿进入空洞斩妖除魔，则待神将们进游戏自行发掘了。
他能不能进空洞不知道，不过神将在 VR 挑战中会有优异表现，我已经可以预见到了。
为了让神将们尽快熟悉陈辉平，2.0版本期间还特别发放了观览指南。在陈辉平观览指南活动中，神将们跟随指引，可以熟悉魏飞帝、陈辉平的各处人文风貌，完成相应任务便可领取菲林等奖励。
不过值得注意的是，部分战斗相关的任务可能还有点危险，神将们要小心哦。
在2.0版本，0号空洞迷失之地也将迎来更新。
首先，特殊行动会有新增委托，宜玄正准备将与防卫军一同调查的0号空洞会袭侵蚀事件交给爱徒，就调查档案现已解封。
Backpipe with a gun!
一起去揭开关于更多遗骸共生体的谜团吧。
此外，通用武备将会新增血友流派。 携带该流派的武备后，当角色触发
Let's go Obos
触发下一位角色的追击支援。此时点按换人键将会发动下一位角色的快速支援，但不会切换操作角色。点按触发武备将会新增携有
Mobile category added to general
携带该
gear.
流派的武备后，当角色触发
Interesting.
将触发下一位角色的追击支援。此时点按换人键
Oh,
将会
that's
发动
neat.
下一位角色的快速支援，但不会切换操作角色。
那这不是就跟追加攻击一样吗？
哎，没错。此次追击支援将视为追加攻击，携带现有武备后，在1号空洞迷失之地中，所有代理人都能享受追加攻击的这个机制。
Cool.
这个改变真的会让我的战斗变得爽很多，老角色也可以变得更好玩。
Zambi stocks rising.
在赋予角色追加攻击的基础上，2个现有武备还具有不同的效果，具体内容选项人可以在游戏内自行探索。此外，0号空洞迷失之地也将迎来新玩法——特潜调查。该玩法内新增了战术棱镜方案，对原有的代理人专属武备进行了优化。变化主要体现在2个方面。第一个是现在随着探索推进，同个小队不同的代理人可以携带各自的战术。
Oh, cool. Finally, it's not locked to a single
每
character.
个小队只有1位代理人可以携带自己的武备。
是的，现在在一场探索中，小队每个代理人都能获得自己的战术棱镜方案，并对其。
Are they gonna add more for more characters?
没错。在新玩法特潜调查中，战术棱镜方案将会有分支强化方向可供选择。
Oh,
看来会有更
cute.
多样化的战斗体验提供给我们了。
是的，此次我们还追加。
Now all they need to do is increase the difficulty of max difficulty modifiers because it's still too easy.
也都进行了调整，全面升级为了战术棱镜方案。明辉方面呢，我们也进行了更新，新的特殊稀有明辉射击。
Like at this point, the challenge isn't really to clear the challenge, is to see if you can one phase Nirvana. Oh, not Nirvana. What the fuck is the puppet's name? Geppetto.
可以为空洞内的探索提供强大助力。值得注意的是，该商品不会随商店的刷新而刷新，整场探索过程中也只能购买1次哦。
新的怪物事件的更新也不在话下。我们在第
Let's go, new bosses.
将面对的首领敌人也有所更新，请神将们探索时请一定小心。
这压迫感是真的很强。
另外，为了帮助大家快速拿到悬赏委托的奖励，特潜调查解锁后，神将们挑战将获得双倍。
Oh hell yeah!
也就是说，现在在特潜调查内每周首次通关，也能快速拿满每周的悬赏。
Oh wait, that's what they mean. Oh, okay. I already clear everything after 1 holo 0 though, because max modifiers.
每周的
That's less
特潜
exciting.
调查还会迎来特潜代理人的轮换，使用指定代理人进行探索，通关后可以获得额外的奖励哦。
Oh, yo, that's cool. Okay. Okay, so actually having featured characters to use and getting extra awards. Oh, cool. Huh, interesting.
代理人进行探索，
I'm assuming they're
通关
one-time
后
awards
可以
though.
获得额外的奖励哦。
我们还新增了特潜任务，神将们用对应指定代理人完成任务，可以获得丰富奖励。
Cool. Okay, hell yeah.
8.0版本中，誓与防卫战巨变节点和
More difficulty, more difficulty.
持续交替。
Yo, bi-weekly.
双周更新，可在微距传说中新增了强大敌人。
Hell yes. Wait. Hold up.
可在微距传说中新增了强大敌人，神将们挑战。
Oh my god, you have to re-input every time. I'm so fucking ready.
可无定级的小心。
So fucking
在
ready.
新版本中
What? Oh my god.
会持续交替进行双周更新，可在微距传说中新增了强大敌人，神将们挑战时可无定级的小心。
Fucking god.
同时，在新版本中，恶名狩猎和专业挑战室也会迎来新的关卡，神将们届时可以在游戏内进行体验。定期清剿也同样有新的关卡追加，驱动盘系列随之新增了云盔如我和山大王套装，神将们可以挑战获得。
随着命魄职业的更新，比亚训练室也新增了命魄相关的材料获取关卡。
同时，命魄职业的新 A 级。
Oh, cute puzzle sphere. Exclusive stun is always an account upgrade, perhaps if you're good in the DPS department already. Oh, for Kaleda? I got Haru, Miyabi, 11, Ellen, Jiyuan, and I'm looking to get Rina for Harumasa. Yeah, Rina for Harumasa is definitely a solid choice. Miyabi doesn't really need anything. Miyabi is just Miyabi. Zhu Yuan, you can just run Nicole and basically any stunner for the most part. Harumasa Rina is a good choice, but just be warned, if you're gonna do Harumasa Rina, you do need to learn how to play Harumasa, and Harumasa is like the highest skill floor character in the game. You do really have to learn how to play him for him to output. The only other normal agents you have, so, is S, so, all you have is Piper. I mean, that's fine, though. Like, Miyabi's, multipliers are so good that you can literally just run her with, like, you can just run her with double supports anyway, and she can just straight up brute force things. Try if you lose, you hope you get Rina, so you can get who you want, Nekomata. Well, get free S-Standard, you're getting Rina for that. If you get Rina, you really want to get M1. Yeah, M1 Rina is much nicer because you have to kind of quick swap to Rina constantly to upkeep her Bang Boo buff, but it doubles it. Which is definitely really nice for a Haru combo. Speaking of Haru, he'd love an exclusive stunner. That would be really nice for him to have one. Roll your chances with Yishuan, if you win early, might go for her weapon or Astra. 9 out of 10, lose the 50-50, you hope it's Rina. Yeah, I mean, definitely want to go for Yishuan. She's sure to be strong because she's a Void Hunter level character, and then on top of that, brand new archetype, really interesting, and definitely has like a high skill ceiling options too. Yeah, manual parries, let's go. Looks fucking great. That being said, though, instead of weapon, if you don't have Astra, I would heavily recommend getting Astra. Astra's just fucking bustedly good. Also, Astralin is the best pairing in this game, but we love their incredibly cute domestic canonical Yuri life. 3 main ways of Miyabi: Mono Ice, Disorder, and Lighter Lucy. Yeah, pretty much. But the reality too is that Miyabi has such high multipliers that if you just kind of run bullshit teams, she still does better than anyone else at bullshit teams. But yes, the strongest main best 3 ways are Mono Ice, and I'm actually, for my selector, I'm going to get Lycaon so I can run Mono Ice, because it's a really high skill ceiling, very tech-centric team, and I really enjoy doing that, so I want to play Mono Ice just because it looks like a lot of fun to play. Disorder is also very strong on her, and then Lighter Lucy for like basically just landing shit during stun window is nice, but I mean, frankly, you can just run double support on her, and she still just kind of kills shit. It's definitely less efficient, but the nice thing about double support, at least, is that since, you know, everyone has ults, their ults generating extra energy for her does help her with having the EX volume she needs. I mean, it's definitely not optimal, but, you know, it still works because she's really strong. Yeah, exactly. She bulldozes content. You don't really need crazy teams for Miyabi. She just has such high raw numbers. You already have 80 pulls plus 30 plus from the start patch. Okay, cool, yeah. You just got M1 Lycaon, but you need to build your Sokaku more. Yeah, you just want to make sure Sokaku is definitely at, like, the... your Sokaku is, like, hitting the attack cap more importantly than anything else. Like, getting the attack she needs for, maxing out her buff. On her own separate tier, Yishuan joining her mate soon. Maybe, yeah, I hope so. It would be nice. It would be nice, and, like, I mean, the power creep in this game isn't really existent, which is kind of nice. Like, Miyabi's still by far the strongest, and their power level of releases have been pretty consistently good. Like, post, like, 1.1. 2.5 attack and core skill F. なるほど。
殷勤幻变魔方，B 级殷勤，灰烬、古兰也将加入常驻。独家和殷勤频段，神将们可通过调频或者玩具店购买获得。沉默赠礼中也神将们。
Anyone else notice the fucking Denny's count down here?
调频或者玩具店购买获得。沉默赠礼中也将新增命获 A 级殷勤电波漫步作为可选择的奖励之一，在到达对应条件后可以获取。
另外，我也来预告一下，新的一期鏖战试验也在紧张的筹备中，预计后续将在2.1版本中
Hell yeah！
大家可以关注鏖战试验目录建议右上角的倒计时，之前没拿完奖励的玩家可要抓紧哦。绝续零这1年里与大家经历了许多，我们也非常感谢屏前大家在这1年里的陪伴。
I need to push Battle Trials at some point.
我们也期待
I've been lazy about it.
爱丽多的旅程。 在金神奖年度盛典活动中 ，Barry 和 EIC 将发起一项秘密直播，旨在纪念传奇神将法尔童获得 Barry 后走上丽都神将巅峰的中年，对法尔童在这1年里的经历进行回顾，并为我们的代理人、店铺等颁出大奖。
在直播里看直播活
Man,
动的
ZZZ
预
is
告
already the most generous game. This 2.0 is gonna be lit.
完成活动以及对应任务，可以获得定制的体力道具、菲林等奖励。
大家请千万不要错过哦！
我们的老朋友双倍活动也将迎来周年庆的特别版本，升级为3倍活动。
Triple reward type.
3倍悬赏、特别清缴、3倍赏金活动开放期
I
间，
hope they do the
挑战成功
data bounty on
3倍掉落奖
the
励。
very beginning.
这么一来，我打
So
材
that'll
料
make
就更
farming
方
of
便了。
each one's math
即使已经
easier
上
because you
线
can't
接近
free
1
farm
年
her.
振宇还是没有放松过手头上的各项开发进度。这次振宇又给我们录了一段视频，我们来看看吧。
大家好，我是振宇，好久不见，不知不觉。
Sci-fi elements to make her at least usable again.
首先
Yeah.
祝各位神将周年快乐，很感谢大家
I
在这
mean,
1年中的陪伴。
Ellen still works, but she definitely has fallen behind the
在
other
庆祝周年
like
这个节点，
limited
我们准
DPS.
备了相应的福利。在这次
Mono
2.0
Ice is still very strong
我们
just
准
because
备
the
了
broad
总共
amount of
30出的
buffs
福利，助力
and
大家
debuffs.
开启新的旅程，让我们一探究竟。首先是1600菲林、周年庆头像以及周年庆称号。 大家登录即可一键。
Playing it when it drops, you'll be at work. Unfortunate. I mean, it's fine though. You can always play when you get back. You know, after you're done with work. Sinclair Marionette's DA with Ellen. She hasn't completely fallen off yet. Love the changes. Okay, gotcha. Naruhodo. I don't own Ellen. I specifically skipped her because I wasn't really that interested in her. Like, her playstyle looks fun, and if Ellen were like a sexy adult woman with the same aesthetic, I would adore her. But the fact that she's canonically like a high schooler, like. I don't judge anyone else for enjoying that kind of thing or that being their taste, but for me personally, I just don't enjoy, like, high school media in general, including in anime. Like, I love slice of life, but so much slice of life is focused in school time, and I just don't find it particularly interesting. So, like, I don't know, if Ellen was the exact same character, but, like, you know, a tall adult sexy woman, then I probably would have gone her and would like her because I do like her personality and stuff. I just don't care for like school kid characters personally.
其次，各位神将可以
Stop calling it 30 pulls, 20 pulls plus 10 Boopon smile. Oh, okay, it's 30 signature polychrome and 20 pulls. Yeah, okay, fair.
在签到活动中累计获得20抽加密母带以及10抽半步卷。
Ah, no, I'm not even bothering the count.
2.0 版本算是一
It's
个
just a bunch of
新的
pulls.
开端
Smile.
我们希望大家能充分的在新的舞台未飞地中沉浸游玩。因此
I'm just waiting for Evelyn Re1 because I want to get her Wenjin because I love Astrolin so much.
所有的神将开启
And like I said many times before, I only pull for signature weapons for characters I adore, and I adore Evelyn. She's so much fun to play, and Astrolin is so cute.
快速的体验主线，领取时装。另外，制作组会在2.0这个版本送出一位可以自由挑选的常驻 S 级代理，
Let's go
进一步尝试去降低大家的入坑门槛，让新老朋友都可以更自由畅快的体验绝区领。既然都送了 S 级角色，与之相对的常驻 S 级自选英雄我们一并送出，这样代理人和殷勤一次性全送了。
Even though I own this one, I own this one, I own this one, I own this one, I get fucking vengeance so much losing when I lose 50-50. Yeah, own this one, own this one, own this one, own this one. It would be nice to have Weeping Cradle for my arena though. I guess on Restraint would be nice for Lycon too.
大家少些折腾。
Although, like, the fucking non-signature arena, like, Wenjin options are so fucking cope, so I'm probably leaning more heavily towards Weeping Cradle.
总之，在2.0版本中，神将们登录即可领取常驻 S 级代理人自选，以及常驻 S 级殷勤自选。到这里，其实我有些话想跟大家分享。1.0版本上线以来，绝区零经历过风波，也取得过一些成绩，多亏大家一路以来的支持。 真的很感谢陪伴着我们的所有神将们。周年之际
When they say this, I actually feel like they mean it because, like I've said many times in previous streams, like ZZZ drips with like passion and love for me.
我们不但将0号空洞双峰合理化融入爱
Cool.
中，也尝试
Damn, actual character buffs.
让玩家看到爱莲新的一面。与此同时，考 考虑到爱莲的就业范围，我们还为爱莲增补了额外的能力适用范围，进一步的给玩家组队。还为爱莲增。
Oh, okay. She has a stacking ice buff.
补了额外的能力。
Okay. Yeah, stacking ice buff for the team.
给玩家组队的自由。角色的体验升级是我们项目组2.0。
Routine upgrading first time in version 2.0. Following this, we'll keep a close eye on player feedback.
相关的数据情况，长期把这件事情做下去。爱莲作为开服的角色，对很多玩家以及制作组来说都有很大的纪念意义。
Yeah, she does.
希望老玩家能在这一次强化中获得好的体验，也希望新玩家能看到我们对角色的持续投入和诚意。
Let's go.
同时，为了迎接我们即将到来的2.0版本，云霞同归处，我们特地为大家准备了签到活动。 于今天上午10点开启，在惊喜派送中，活动签到累计可获得480飞礼。另外，在2.0版本，商城的底片选购，所有的充值档位都将迎来首
Oh God fucking damn it！
我们也为神将们准备了一份周年庆的福利周到。我们希望绝区里在持续。
If I'm gonna whale, I should do it before the reset. I've still never bought the $100 one in ZZZ.
迭代和进化过程中，始终维持着它独有的魅力。在新爱丽都，我们既欢迎新朋友，也珍惜老朋友。感谢大家的支持，祝各位神将周年快乐
Happy anniversary! Clap, 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 clap.
在2.0版本，我们再为大家开。
The WuWa stream was pulling too hard on the strings to give us what they did. Yeah, fair. It definitely was not. It definitely could have been better, but I don't know. It is what it is. Hella excited to use 2.0 Ellen. Yep. Claiming 200 pulls at launch when it's 80 pulls and 120 boopons. Well, yeah, but when you include all of the actual, like, polychrome and shit like that from all of the 1.0 content, it was over 200 pulls total. Whipping Cradle is also great for Nicole and Lucy. Depends on the team and matchup, though. They did hint that they were experimenting with bringing the holo additionals. I really hope they do. Because, like, I mean, they already have the mechanics. Bring them out of Holo Zero will be great for characters. Especially if they were to do that for, like, A ranks and stuff. Recently cleared Bringer with Miyabi, Grace, Rina. Yeah, it works. Miyabi, Grace, Rina was, like, actually my main Miyabi team for a really long time. It's just really fun to play. It's not very strong, but it's really fun to play. Because Grace is by far the best bursts, like, the best burst disorder procer whose name isn't Yanagi. Because Yanagi cheats by having her own special disorders. So she doesn't build actual shock as fast as Grace does, but she just gets extra disorders because she's cheating, smile. But yeah, no, I enjoy that team a lot, actually. I just don't generally play it in DA because its ceiling isn't that high. And I prefer to fuck around with different Miyabi teams at this point, because I spent like 2 months playing that team.
开发新内容的同时呢，也在持续对产品进行调优。即使是在一些比较微小的地方，我们也希望能为大家扫清不合理的一些障碍，给大家带来更愉快的体验。接下来，我们一起来看看2.0版本即将上线的一些优化内容吧。
首先，随着2.0版本的更新，大家肯定也会注意到，我们主界面也会有一些变化。
没错，我们新增了小地图，更方便大家了解自己所在的实时位置。
尤其在追踪任务时，能更直观地知道怎么走的呢。
同时，点击小地图，我们还能看到对应街区整体的3D 导航，其中还有任务点的传送以及不同种类任务的分布。
在接收到各位神将过去版本的反馈后，我们也充分了解到，对于新爱丽都不同地块上发生的故事，我们之前并未给到大家一个非常具象化的认知。所以此次借着2.0版本的地图更新之际，我们也为大家带来了绝区0的世界地图。
Yo, let's fucking go! Okay, this is huge. Actually understanding the actual like geography of New Eridu.
在这张地图上，神将们可以看到各个我们非常熟悉的地点，在新爱丽都。
Oh, that's so cool.
目前我们展示的也只是绝区0世界观的一角， 后续随着新地块的加入，我们也会不断拓展。
That is so much better for giving like a strong sense of coherence to the world and the storylines.
给大家提供更多的选择。神将们可以通过快捷导航 icon 或者在主城界面呼出该系统。
yeah.
我们也注意到了原导航系统在不断加入新地块后，
yeah, no, there's a lot of
要选到
pressing
想
A
要
and
传送的
D.
街区一个一个翻，会花更多时间。所以此次我们也改良了该系统，以按不同城区分类，网格状3×3的呈现方式，在一个页面内为大家提供更多的地区可供选择，减少以往消耗在滑动上不必要的时间。
另外，在2.0版本，因为
Map setup is optional too. Oh, nice.
从原来的线性关卡变成了连通的更大的可探索区域，这也意味着原先主城和战斗的2套功能，在探索航天城的过程中会同时出现。
这也就导致我们在键位
Can't
上
wait till we get the chasm. Oh, hell
也
yeah.
会有冲突，不得不进行修改。
举个例子。PC 端 E 这个按键，之前在主城承担是打开神网功能，在战斗里则是用来释放特殊技。在2.0版本的航天城里，我们希望玩家可以使用特殊技的同时，也能打开神网功能，那就需要给到他们不同的按键。否则想战斗的时候打开了神网，亦或者完全相反，都是不太。
Honestly, that would be kind of funny, but also
在
very
手柄上也有
annoying.
类似的情况。比如左键键，之前在主城内是呼出轮盘，在战斗中则是反切。
也正因为这个原因，在2.0版本的
Controller play is gross, disgusting. Imagine not being able to immediately 180.
在不对游玩体验造成影响的情况下，扩大了轮盘。希望大家在2.0以及之后版本的战斗以及探索过程中，能更精准地打开想要的界面或者进行战斗。
Hell yeah, let's
进
go.
化到未来形态不可或缺的，属于底层支持的重要的一步。我们也是在多次谨慎调研和不断调优之后，才敲定目前的方案。
对于不习惯调整后按键的玩家，也可以在设置界面对按键进行自定义，以自己最熟悉的键位游玩2.0版本。
I love custom
按
key
键相关的调整，
binding.
大家有
I
建
do
议
it in
或想法，
literally
可
every
以多多向我
game.
们反馈。项目组同学在收到反馈后，都会认真研读，不
So
断
bring
优
it,
化，
please,
给大家带来
please.
更好的体验。另外，有关按键的调
All I
整，
want.
后续官方自媒体和公告也会有相关的详细说明发布，大家也可以关注哦。
另外一个值得关注的是神网任务系统的重构。
在2.0版本，神网系统的原有日程会调整成按关键、代理人等任务种类分类，方便大家更快地找到对应的任务。不同的任务种类下的任务也会采用不同的颜色予以区分。
Oh, that's so nice.
同时还会用感叹号、省略号、星号等更直观的符号，代表待接取、已接取、正在追踪不同状态的任务。
刚刚看3D 导航，就总感觉哪里有些变化，原来是这个。这样一来，我能更方便快速找到自己想要继续推进的任务了。
我们还提供了任务聚焦的按钮。开启该按钮，追踪任务时，地图上只出现追踪任务相关的图标，可以大大提高我们推进任务的效率。
很方便我这类戴眼镜的玩家了。我已经想起在我
What does that mean?
我们此次也提供了主线的超前点映功能，方便神将们能更快地体验到第2集的内容。
具体来说，神将们在完成主线第1季第2章，在空洞的中心呼唤下。
She looks like the Hersher of human Alicia. Yeah, the Alicia, the one that looks like Alicia. Yeah, no, that like 3-person team with the Alicia XP looking one also has like a Yayi XP looking one, who is I'm definitely not coping by saying that they're a Yayi XP smile, and then like absolute fucking units of a giants with a sword the size of a car.
便可以通过主线任务的活动页提前解锁第2季主线，体验第2季的新剧情、新功能等内容。
而当第2季主线推进到一定程度后，想要回来继续补剧情的神将，还可以重新切回第1季主线，继续推进。
Oh, that's nice. Okay.
这个功能真的
So it doesn't really, so it's not like forcing you to have to hard clear all of season 1 to be able to experience season 2.
让大家能更专注在自己
That's really nice.
所以这次我们对日常游玩上一些卡手的小操作也进行了优化。
I think WuWa does a similar thing, right? Like you can just start in Renacita.
观测球收集的要求。
I don't know because I already played the story all the way through when Renacita came out, but
进行晋升，让大家能更快地体验到新的功能，并提升自己的代理人、帮部、殷勤的等级上限。
Oh, that's nice.
我们此前在策划面对面里和大家预告的 PC 端手柄无缝热切，也在2.0版本端上来啦。
我们策划和程序老师解决了一些疑难杂症。大家在
I dream of a
版本
great
后
sword
在
character.
PC
You
端
look
接
something
上手
for
柄后，
Sokaku
便
DPS
会
right
自
now.
动切换到手
Smile.
柄的按键，而当使用键鼠时，又会自动切换到键鼠的按键。
The big mech maybe Bronya. I mean, that would be so lit. It would be so lit if Sunbringer plus those three were like the OG trio plus Alicia XPs. And like with how much like love and passion they put into this game, it wouldn't surprise me. And it would be so great. And then finally Kiana and Yayi can finally be together again in a fucking different game than Impact 3rd and Conquer Z.
按键覆盖游戏的绝大多数界面。当然了，考虑到可能有的误触的情况，我们保留了使用之前切换方式的选项。有需要的神将可以在设置内自行设置。
好耶！在战斗方面呢，我们也给大家提供了一些有趣的小选项。
在实战模拟室内，现在可以通过选择随机敌人模式，让 VR 系统自动匹配合适的战斗对象，丰富每次战斗的体验。另外，当打开该模式时，代理人进入战斗时的初始能量将提升至60。
60初始能量。
Okay,
代
thank
理人都
goodness.
可以开场直接释放强化特殊技能，割草更爽。不过，如果我已经熟悉了原来出怪，想要快速刷材料的话，
那不打开就好了嘛，多一个选择总是没错的。
另外，在2.0版本沉浸模式将会自动开启，此时在 HIA 刷取材料将不会再看到过夜弹窗，大家可以沉浸刷本啦。
说实话，你不说我都没意识到我已经开启很久了。现在自动开启了，甚至还帮玩家多做了一步，再也不用点这个按钮了。
此外，我们也优化了专业挑战室和恶名狩猎在快捷手册和关卡选择界面上的排序，让两者能对应上，并且当专业挑战室的对应关卡开启燃解模式时，此时在快捷手册和关卡选择界面均会置顶。
燃结模式置顶确实是一个很有用的功能。之前有的时候我没往下翻，就不知道想获取的材料此时有燃结模式。
此外，为了减缓我的增长曲线，我们程序老师也在探索采用新的技术。在多个版本的测试调整后，2.0版本在几乎不影响神将们的游玩体验和图像质量的情况下，我们采用了新的文件压缩技术。较之旧技术，额外拥有更多的压缩比例，同时我们也在 PC 端增加了资源管理系统，让神将更自由灵活地把控存储空间。
也就是说，同样的内容预计会占用更小的空间，以及可以管理部分资源。
没错，新的技术在2.0版本投入使用后，叠加上资源管理系统，最多能节省的空间。PC 端相比为此使用该技术时，可以省下不少占用空间。移动端也同样会有较大收益。从长期来看，随着节序令的版本更迭，这项技术累积节省的存储空间也会越来越多。
哇哦，长期来看，这项技术带来的收益真的很可观。那么，已经下载了游戏的神将们，如何才能在2.0版本体验到这项新技术呢？
神将们通过预下载或直接更新到2.0版本，就可以享受到该项技术啦。2.0版本云霞同归处预约活动也已正式开启，扫描屏幕上的二维码即可参与。
Oh yeah, if any of you haven't pre-registered yet, make sure to do that.
领取邮箱中的160菲林奖励，待到2.0版本上线后，还能领取额外的160菲林。
而预约热度达到指定等级后，全服都可获得0到40级代理人等级提升包。完成预约的神将还能获得
Oh, that's so nice.
本次页面内也新增了神算补运的小游戏，会有不同的代理人
I keep forgetting about this shit.
神将们解读今日运势。
不仅如此，完成预约、邀请好友完成预约或者体验神算补运，都可以获得抽奖次数。抽取 iPhone 16、
the animation this loves to fucking troll you.
1TB、Xbox 手柄等奖励。
同时，2.0版本更新后，集结委托、回归丽都、回归网页活动全新上线，参与活动即可获得菲林奖励，赶紧来参与吧！
There is one character in one of the trailers that I think looks like me. Yeah, no, the one that looks like Alicia and the gigantic fucking absolute units. There's a character that looks like Yayi. That's part of that same like 3-person thing. It's in the one where they talk about all of the Void Hunters.
目靜則不染，心靜則不造。忽塵眼鏡。
Huh?
在绝区零上线1周年的这个特殊时刻，
为了感谢全球的神将们这1年来的热情支持，
在2.0版本，我们特别推出了美味大作战全球美食异业联动活动。
我们在全球范围内选取了广受神将好评的美食店铺进行联动，而我们的安比和伯尼斯小姐也将化身美食体验官。带着资萃部和大家一起欢庆绝区零周年庆典这一重要时刻，
让我们一起来看看吧。
Yeah, I have seen this animation on Twitter already. Crispy Boo! Fucking Bernice's face while she does this. Also, girl, why are you holding the barrel? What? What? Girl, please, let go! Global Delicious, please actually be global. Or is this like, is this actually a is this actually like a, restaurant collab? Because IPs do that a lot in China and Japan, but it's a burger in the US on the 15th or 8th? Yo. Also offer Delicious Delight Bundle, which includes resources. Yo. Okay, yeah, I need to look into this.
更多关于美食大作战活动的城市
I will pay unnecessarily large amounts of money for an Ambi burger.
官方社媒账号上，感兴趣的神将可别错过喽。
据说参与活动还可以获得限定名片道具和精美周边礼包哦。
说到美味，游戏内我们也会推出美味大作战活动，一位新的小帮部自萃部会用美食和大家一起欢庆绝区零周年盛典这一重要时刻。听说这位主厨自萃部还会为我们烹制美味菜肴，用实力征服性爱力度。
啊，他竟然是大厨？
对呢，他在游历各国的同时，也将一路的所见所感融入到全新的菜谱中，带回性爱力度。在活动上线后，神将们也能在游戏内看到自萃部以及他准备的各类美食。
太好了，是自萃部，我有救了。
是呢，完成指定的送菜任务并收集顾客的餐品搭配反馈后，即可获得帮部券、菲林等活动奖励。
光有美食当然还不够。Drip Fest 2025年度创作大赛开启在即。本次比赛
Drip Fest, oh god, this fucking art is so good, and actually really, this is so reminiscent of the of like some of the early like beta and alpha images. They had some interesting concept art that just dripped with personality, and they ended up taking the game in a different direction from like a lot of the stuff they had in there, but it's so good.
插画、视频、音乐3个赛区，本次比赛将不会有主题上的限制，也就是说，只要是基于绝区零的作品都可以投稿。欢迎各位神将用创作为绝区零1周年喝彩。
既然是比赛，自然也少不了丰厚的奖励。参与比赛即可获得菲林奖励，优胜的神将还会获得黄金帮部奖杯和现金奖励。
除此之外，绝区零的创作者们还共同创作了 Random Play 周年店庆歌会节目，作为电贺礼，献给各位店主。
节目将于7月5日上线，届时欢迎各位店长莅临观赏，敬请期待官方社媒与 Hoyo Fair 的后续消息吧。
那么下一个消息，相信不少神将们都猜到了哈，那就是绝区零2.0版本将正式上线 Xbox 系列平台。
没错，在之前的节目中，我们也聊到不少关于开发同学对 Xbox 做出的针对性优化，相信神将们也能在 Xbox 上获得不一样的体验。此外，同时我们也将参加今年7月在美国洛杉矶举行的 Anime
Let's go AX！
更多信息还请关注我们的官方账号。
Shit, I need to buy my ticket for that.
希望各位神将们在活动中玩得开心愉快。
Cute. So Hoyo, official Bang Boo merch when? When can we get... You have them. We see them right here. When can we get them? Just so in love with Nicole. Smile. She is a great character. The hustle is so real.
开始。
我们项目组同学呢，持续在各个方面为大家打造一个更有沉浸感的新爱丽都。音乐方面，
Watching you Sean stuff? Yeah.
那
After this, yeah.
在2.0版本，我们为怡璇和
Goes to show proper characterization, personality, and writing just goes a long way. I don't like Opais. It's crazy. Honestly, yeah, kind of same. But yeah, she is a great fucking character. Overtime Boo, please with a full death. Thought they would sell so many.
菊夫服准备了他们的个人曲，后续将会在音乐平台上上架。
真的好期待，我现在就想听到。
我们这次特地为大家准备了音乐的片段，提前给大家分享一下。那么，我们首先来听听看怡璇的曲子吧。
Oof, felt a little tingle right there with the rising notes. Music terms. I know music words. Ha ha ha.
真好听，期待完整能听到全曲的那天。
接下来，我们也听听看菊夫妇的音乐吧。
好诶。
Yo, let's fucking go, Jufufu. Hell yeah. I fuck with this shit. Let's go.
很符合我对他的印象，真好。
在1周年之际，我们也希望能借我们项目组给大家带来的音乐，给大家分享我们建设爱丽都和塑造代理人时的点点滴滴的欢乐。
不知不觉马上就1周年了，感觉时间过得真快啊！
是的，道阻且长，行则将至。非常感谢各位一直以来支持陪伴我们的神将。我相信绝区零与各位老朋友、新朋友的故事才刚刚开始。
Let's go。
2.0版本是我们的一次全新的尝试，对我们项目组同学而言更是一次挑战。就像之前说的，我们相信我们与神将们拥有的不只是一时，是更久远的未来。
Let's go。
我也看到我们项目组同学在不断努力，尝试突破自己给大家带来更好玩的内容，更有沉浸感的剧情，更有魅力的新爱丽都。
没错，建成新爱丽都的每一块砖瓦都离不开各位神将的支持。我们会在方方面面不断努力，越做越好，为各位呈现一个更丰满的新爱丽都。
故事之后还有新的故事等待发生，坦途之后也自然还有新的危机在蛰伏。
新爱丽都的故事才刚刚开始，法厄同也有太多真相和秘密还需要追索。
那都市之外说不定也有更大的天地呢。
是的，不管是老相识的6分街邻里，还是初来乍到的魏飞地，乃至今后更广阔的世界和更遥远的隐秘，都有老朋友和新朋友和法厄同一起前行。
欢迎来到新爱丽都，6月6日绝区零2.0版本云霞同归处，我们不见不散。
1周年快乐，
拜拜。
Aw, cute. 1周年快乐。
講完未啊？
應該唔關我哋事啩。
God, I love those shrimp dumplings so much. They're so good. They're hands down one of my favorites. Like along with some shrimp or like cha sao zhongfen. Like so tasty. Lovely OST work from ZZZ team here. I mean, they just fucking kill it in general. It's wild how good the music is in ZZZ. And they have like such a nice variety of styles too. But also I just feel like it's really rare to find like anime stylized media that actually does good hip hop. But they manage it in ZZZ, which honestly really impresses me. Cute. I loved it. Okay. And now it's time for all the other shit. Let's see. 2.0 teaser. We already sold that. First anniversary replay. Oh, this looks cute. Alright, let's just do this shit. Here. Easy. Yishuan anime short.
The license agreement has been signed. Together, we will make new Eridu.
It doesn't look like an ethereal, but it doesn't look like a corrupted human.
I can't believe they're playing this fucking track in the background.
This creature might bring us closer to the truth behind the fall of the old capital.
Meaning, there might be a more.
I completely forgot this song existed because it was in like one like relaunch trailer.
I wanted to silence anyone who knew their identity.
I like completely forgot this track existed. Hell yeah, Rocket Fists.
Luckily, we were helped by a lot of people along the way, and we're finally approaching the heart of the conspiracy. Section 6. Operation Start. So,
let's go. Random dubstep drop. Okay, that moment hit though. Ugh. Good to see you, Artoria from Fate.
How could I possibly lose to you?
Because she's fucking Miyabi, what do you mean? Also, power of friendship to kill God, as per usual.
However,
look at him go. Yeah! Curb stomp his ass!
where did you take our teacher?
The day the old capital fell, it was that giant white hand that took her away.
Bionic eyes. Oh, interesting. I wonder if despite which one you have as like your playable sibling, if Belle's always the one who's running in front of that cutscene.
This is only the beginning.
I always kind of assumed to be your, like, the character that you're playing as
The
your
test is
main,
complete.
but
Elixir P07 confirmed effective. May the creator refine him.
damn, I also haven't watched any of Hugo's stuff, and I definitely should, because haha, thirst bait. Operation Yum! I mean, we did just see this, so what I'm curious about is how do I find more information about this? Because we just watched this in a live stream. What I'm wondering about is gradually unlock throughout version 2.0. I'll look into it later.
师傅, please
Sure,
excuse
fool.
them. And welcome to Swabian Temple.
Wait, oh, okay, that makes me happy. They actually say it properly. So, there's this one, like, very tiny nitpick that pisses me off in Star Rail, which is that in the English dub, when the whole, like, March 7th, like, learning sword play from the two masters thing, they keep calling them Shifu, and it bothers the shit out of me, because in Mandarin, it's Shifu for master, and in Cantonese, it's Sifu. So they decided to just mash the two together into a non-real word, and it pisses me off.
师傅, please excuse them. And
Please let Belle be playable and let Zuma Belle throw hands. I would love to watch Belle throw hands. But, I mean, they're doing, like, spiritual arts things, so it's probably more weird spiritual magic shit. When they teased we were getting a 5-star agent before the live stream, you were really hoping for a Belle Wise playable. That would be so peak.
welcome to Swabian Temple.
Yunquay Summit.
Oh no, the miasma. Oh no, his hair is purple too.
To everyone. Yunquay Summit. Stubborn as ever.
We can't possibly help all of them.
Bro, this trailer has so much like classic Hong Kong Kung Fu
all evil.
movie vibe.
Season 2. Next stop, Waifei Peninsula. Up to 180 pulls. Get a free stable channel S-Rank agent and W engine just by logging in.
Smile. But yeah, like when they talked about the 200 pulls at launch, like if we're talking about clearing all the permanent content and the events and everything else and being able to do like the end game, which admittedly getting like the first like full star clear on Shiyu 7 was basically impossible as a whale, but you're not even missing a full pull from that. There was 251 pulls like in version 1. And I know there's also like the whole 80 pulls and the 120 boopons thing, but I don't really know what they're referring to in that. I mean, I guess that's probably like excluding permanent content. That's basically everything else is like the 80 pulls, right? I guess that would make sense. Like excluding all of like the permanent like story content and everything, which gives you the 160. Everything else collectively is about 80, so that would make sense. But if you're like excluding endgame mode stuff, that pretty much works out to almost exactly, yeah, almost like exactly like 80 pulls. And right now, work in progress from what they have been able to collect as information, looking at 150 pulls, but very potentially more than that. Let's go, Yishuan.
Simulation combat data updated.
An ether DPS that isn't Jiren.
The data entry went smoothly. Here's your coffee. Please enjoy.
Thanks. I'll pass. Who's that over there?
I don't dislike playing.
That's Yishuan Shifu from Yunquay Summit. She's here to compare combat data.
Let's
today.
go.
Huh? Was I assigned to compare combat data? Understood. Better not keep her waiting.
Keep her... Oh, Miss Miyabi. That's not what I meant.
Smile. No, we want to see this. I want to see Miyabi and Yishuan have a dick measuring contest, please.
One last troublemaker. Could it be a system error?
Yushu and Shufu, sorry to keep you waiting.
Let's fucking go.
We're scheduled for a 3-move training session. Without further ado, let us begin.
Training? Oh, sure.
I should have expected nothing less.
No need to be polite. What I was saying...
I understand. I was rude to hold back. Let's proceed with the second move.
Oh, fucking hell. I was about to say, girl, that's a high jump. Then Miyabi's like, I can jump that high too. It is amazing that Bird can fly as fast as Miyabi can run, though. Like, real talk.
Isn't over yet.
Oh my god, I love her. Yo, we love changes in animation style. To be Hero X, anyone? She did the thing!
Almost time to clock out. Why don't we make this quick?
When your main class is mage, but you got your mage powers through martial arts training. I was about to say, they're gonna blow up the simulator, aren't they? Yep.
You're impressively strong, Yixuan Shufu. I apologize for offending you. I meant no harm.
It's alright. So you must be Hoshimi Miyabi. You live up to your reputation. By the way, can we leave now?
I'm terribly sorry. We're doing everything we can to repair it. Also, about the combat data from earlier.
It's fine. By the way, I still have an unfinished training session today.
Oh?
It involves having dessert with a new friend. Training session today.
Oh?
The little just explosion of like auric ink right there as soon as she says that.
It involves having dessert with a new friend.
That's so cute. I love it. Should watch each one character demo now. The tease. Yeah. No, that's really, really. Ugh, that's really good. God damn, that's really good. I love her. And now time for like a deep lore. However, right before, oh my god, it's in extra wide. Right before deep lore though, I gotta pee real quick and grab more water. So BRB chats. And we are so back, chat. Thank you, Brain Rot Background, for your efforts and work as usual. Okay, we are back. Her being so on edge lets you know who may have won. Oh yeah, no, that was great. No, that was fucking great. It was really nice to see Miyabi. Like you said, yeah, Miyabi doesn't really get a chance to go all out. That was fun. ADHD buff, hyperfocus of interest, and debuff, forgot to drink water, smile. Seems like we lost about 5 people from the brain roll background. Good, good. It's weeding out the weak. Cull the weak. Only those who can handle the brain rot background may be on the Gundala. Alright, let's watch this. Steam buns!
Hee-chan. Time has passed in the blink of an eye. Yet, what happened that day, I still...
Fresh buns straight out of the steamer. Get 'em
Fuck, I want a steam bun now.
Sis, I want to eat your stew buns.
Oh, that is Cantonese,
I'll
huh?
buy you some.
You are the best sister in the world.
Here's your
You always kept your
This is
word.
Cha Sao in
no matter what.
Mandarin.
Everything was fine as long as you were with me.
Aww.
Shifu told us that Yunquei Summit took in lots of kids like us, with everyone training together in the mountains.
Aww.
And as long as we did some chores, we'd be fed, clothed, and wouldn't go hungry. But Shifu was a liar. The best liar in all the world.
Aww.
Look over here, kiddos.
Luckily, I had you. Otherwise, I would have starved. Shifu told us that we were talented, and with training, one of us might inherit the Qingming sword.
Wait, I'm a little confused. Hold up a second.
Clothed and wouldn't go hungry. The best liar. But Shifu was a liar.
Oh, I see. The meals were really meager. Okay, that's what they meant.
The best liar in all the world.
Look over here, kiddos.
Luckily, I had you. Otherwise, I would have starved.
Aww.
Shifu told us that we were talented, and with training, one of us might inherit the Qingming sword. Yizhang said if she could become the High Preceptor, then she could become even more powerful and help more people. She said there was nothing that was impossible. If I could have been like Yizhang, then perhaps...
Yishan, we're different from the others.
Oh no.
Your talent will become a weapon that can protect everyone. You'll go further than any of us.
Goddamn, how does she die?
Between you and Shifu, I felt I'd never get to show my abilities. Or at least so...
Goddamn!
Isn't the Qingming sword the weapon that protects everyone?
All past bearers of the
Soul
sword
suck.
eventually lost their senses and memories, like a hollow shell. But to protect everyone, we need its power.
I'll train hard and find a better way. Please, promise me you won't use the sword again. You mustn't become like Shifu. Surely we can find a better way, a right way to use it. Maybe if I work hard enough.
Oh no.
Has the Qingming sword already taken your senses?
Hold up a second. See? Yeah, yeah. Interesting. Just wondering what that's similar to that is.
Has the Qingming sword already taken your senses? Aren't you afraid?
Oh no.
I'm terrified. But you're still here with me. You're the clever one. So then, I'll leave it to you to think of something for the Qingming sword and everyone's futures. Until then, I'll be the one to protect you.
Fuck. Oh no.
Shifu, you're awake.
Always eating. Have you taken care of everything?
Yeah, ages ago. Here, have a char siu bun.
No thanks. I don't like them.
Oh.
Oh, okay then.
Really glad they translate the song. Aww. Hoyo, what the fuck? Fuck you. God damn it, my heart. That is a unique take. We generally dislike wounds that leave scars, but what about those that cut deep but leave no trace behind? Kind of like forgetting the voice of a deceased loved one. Ugh, yikes. Too many families look like MP. God fucking damn it. Damn. Alright. Well, fuck you, Hoyo. Now I'm fucking sad. Okay. Time to balance that out. Since I actually never got around to watching any of these. So we can watch
I hope this letter finds you well.
some cute fight and simp. And then
It's Vivian.
massive goon trap with Hugo.
I'm writing a letter for Lord Phaethon. Where should I start? Do you have a favorite flower, Lord Phaethon? Oh, you're here. Then let's go.
Yes, I have one, Vivian. You're a flower. Bruh.
If we could be together again next year. I don't mean it like that.
Yes, you do. Don't lie, girl.
It's just Willow Bouquet.
Ugh, I love her
Hope
shoes.
you understand my feelings.
No. Damn. That is a luscious field of flowers. Crush. Crush. Crush, crush.
I really like the way you look at me.
I like the way you look at me, faceless, legendary proxy that I have never met or seen in person and assume is a man.
Lord Phaethon, is that you?
I love all of the art styles and animation styles they use for these. It's so nice.
Phaethon, these are for you. My favorite flowers. Lord Phaethon. How amazing it would be to meet you in person. Someday, I'll share with you all that I adore. Vivian.
Cute. But also, how is she sending this letter? Purple and umbrellas make you so weak.
It's time.
Purely from a surface level, I'm not really that big of a fan of Vivian, but I am enjoying her more and more as I play through the story, because I'm still fucking behind on ZZZ's story. Honestly, need to do like a hard ZZZ stream to catch up on story and things. I do want to be fully caught up for Wi-Fi Peninsula. So, I don't know, I don't have a stream planned tomorrow, but I might do a ZZZ story stream. I have to check out what else I've got going on. Hugo.
Hugo, you...
Did I scare you? I made it through. I won. No praise for me, my dearest partner.
They have such a toxic relationship. But they do make a very handsome couple.
Vivian, behind you!
Is this like from the actual? Is like this cutscenes from the actual story? Because I'm remembering how they had that one Casterus video that was like, oh yeah, okay, well in that case, let's not watch that. Since I'm just gonna see it in the story anyway.
Oh man, I can't miss this. The captain's already here.
Sorry, I'm running behind.
There's that little shit.
Listen up. We're about to discuss our person of interest. I need everyone focused. Our target this time is the leader of Mockingbird, the infamous Phantom Thieves Syndicate.
Hell yeah, filters.
Unpredictable. They often infiltrate high society gatherings with disguises.
He's so flexible. What else those hands do, though?
After every heist, they always make a flashy exit, like he's rubbing it in our faces. One time, we finally had him cornered.
He's not even wearing his mask right now.
But the bastard found the perfect moment, smashed through a window.
Not even wearing his fucking mask!
Right into a hollow. The guy's a lunatic.
Farewell, my friends. I shall return. Treasure doesn't shine brightest. Lies.
Smile.
By the covenant of darkness, I shall steal your light. Your anger is like a dull blade. Can't even cut my shadow. Before chasing the storm, one ought to learn to dance with the dust.
He's so fucking stylish. Christ.
But today will be the end of Mockingbird. This is his next mark. If we use it as bait... Huh? It's empty. What the... Damn it!
Anybody in here?
How is this any different from regular thievery?
Don't you just love the look on their faces?
It's too flashy.
Relax. Your dirty little secrets are about to come to light. Soon you'll be on your knees begging me for mercy, hypocrites. Thanks for the entertainment. See you all in the next act.
They really went for the Persona style background music. Hell yeah. All the stuff you're watching is in the main story. I'm surprised they're spoiling so much. Yeah, that is interesting. Although, it seems like Hoyo is not too afraid to do that, because there's also a similar story with HSR. With, like, some of the HSR stuff that they put out.
Feels like it's kicking in.
Because of your gray eyes.
Is this also in the story? I feel like this is also in the story. Yeah, like, actually just publish their cutscenes. Interesting. Yep, also, okay, well, I guess we don't watch any of these. Smile. And this teaser is just the...
In the hollow era,
saw this
the court
in...
was corrupt with decadence.
Yeah, we
the
already saw this.
The world stood leaderless. Bandits ran
Since it was part of the special program,
and
yeah?
people suffered unbearably. Yet heroes of righteousness still rose up, blades drawn and raised to champion justice.
Oh, against watching it again, though.
Lemnian Hollow?
You must be the mystics of Yunque's summit. For the safety of everyone here again, I urge you to avoid entering the porcelain production site.
This area is steeped in miasma and its corruptive residue. I'm the 13th generation High Preceptor of Yunque Summit, Yishuan.
I do wonder what's gonna happen with the sword. Because there's no way that doesn't become a large plot point.
Corruption is purged. Scatter! Release! Evil shall return to dust.
Ugh, I want her already. 4 days is too long. But there's also 4 days to finish all the main story missing. And all the events.
係啊，多謝你肯幫就再冇得一戰。
The suits.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Shifu. Fufu's here. The streets here are really cool, too. Come on, I'll show you around. What's going on? Who dares disturb the peace on our streets? Play to arms! Today's reading is Be a Hero. Tiger Tornado!
What an adorable child.
I can't let you have all the fun, Senior Foo-Foo. Man is iron, rice is steel. I make a mean chitlins feel.
It felt like I'd been pulled out of a sweet dream.
If I don't put an end to this disaster tonight, my
So they
nation
state-
will be shattered along with everything.
But how? Isn't she?
How many times have I told
Interesting.
you? What you see with your own eyes isn't necessarily the truth.
Everyone, get ready. Formation.
This has
On the night of the old capital's fall
more...
11 years ago,
This is
Yunque
more
Summit
interesting now with the
answered call
context
and left
of
the mountain to save lives. We did it then.
her
and
backstory
tonight,
video thing we just
shall
watched.
do it again.
Just in time. The ceremony.
Okay, not the same sword.
Just in time. The ceremony has just begun.
So, they mentioned how Zhu Fufu got picked up by her as an apprentice during the fall of the old capital. So, that means all the stuff that happened with her sister and all of the fights in the hollows and stuff like that they had during then was before the fall of the old capital. Because she was the High Preceptor at that point. Dawn breaks notice. It is getting late. Chi into fried rice, 100p. Yeah, no, it's great. I'm so excited for all of this. I am so excited for all of this, and my polls are not ready. Cries. Neither is my events or my main story. Yeah, I might just do a full like fucking ZZZ stream tomorrow. Because progress needs to be made on that. Shit, I don't think I've ever seen Lighters or Harumas. I'm really bad at like actually watching all of like the media they put out for things. I know I've seen Astra's and pretty sure I've seen Evelyn's. Those are teasers. These are the demos. Up. It's too late now to like do some gacha stuff, so I'm just gonna watch a few more of these. And then probably finish up. Yo, wait, okay, I fuck with this. What? What? No one told me Lighter's character demo had fucking metal in the background. Mans hasn't even put his arms up yet for you. I bet. What time is it there? It's 4:15 right now. I mean, we've definitely gone further than this in stream before, but watch a few more things, then probably hop off. Like, I was planning on probably playing some, like, ZZZ or something after, but, it's been a 7-hour stream, and we still haven't, and we just, like, barely finished watching all the stuff we were supposed to watch. So much yet. But is it really a Jinx stream if we don't yap so much that it takes us 4 hours to finish 40 minutes of WuWa live stream smile?
Is it usually so crowded?
Let's go existential horror!
I heard the murder.
Only a monster could leave such wounds.
Mommy, what's that?
Monster. That's a monster. Who are you talking about? No, I'm not a monster. I'm not. I didn't hurt anyone. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Monster's the murderer.
Damn, okay. Nice 2D animation. Woo! That was a hell of a scene transition.
I did it to become an ethereal. It wasn't me. It wasn't.
Bruh. Bruh. This is so good. Ugh, I really need to practice my Haru team.
Hey, kiddo. Scared stiff, huh? Don't be afraid. I'll get you out of here. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? I'll get you home.
Holy shit. This is so good. I'm sad I didn't actually see this before his patch. Huh. It sort of added so much mystery and intrigue to his story. Have I seen this beforehand? I need to make a better habit of like actually watching this stuff beforehand. Have you done Haramasa's story? Yeah, I've done the story, so I understand why all of that is happening and why he has those fears, but it's just very interesting to see now.
I'm on the train. All right, I'll do it now.
Yeah, I don't think I ever saw this one either, actually. I'm really bad at remembering to watch, like, the demos and teasers, especially. Hell yeah. Miyabi, was it really necessary to draw your sword that way? Girl, you might have gone overboard. You did not need to break the windows to kill these guys, and you know it. Fun. Finally, a real challenge. Myself. Yo, let's go. The cat!
Nagi and I are back! Huh? Is today's training to argue with cats?
Communicating with wild beasts is an important part of training.
Chief, are you making up imaginary enemies again?
Meow.
Cute. I have seen Rise of the Void Hunter, and it was incredibly good. Yep, recorded Oldest Living Case was only 26. Pretty dark to think about. Oh yeah. Nah, and I loved that. I love this character demo because the existential horror of it all was great.
Staying true to myself. No need for validation.
Hell yeah, girl.
Was born free.
Can I help you with something?
Let me borrow you for a day. Come with me. La la la. Bring your camera.
Coming.
What a cute platonic friend date with her friend. Ugh, I want hot pot.
So tired. I'll remember this day for a long time. Oh, and as a thank you for spending the day with me, I've got a gift for you. Follow me.
I don't need the hat. I can buy another one.
That gift.
It's right in front of you.
So cute. cute. What a cute little platonic friend date they got to have together.
Bella, let's go with that.
It should have been me, not him. I mean, it would be fun to have a friend date with Astra, but Astralyn is canonical and no one can convince me otherwise.
You've used it. Ella, Sophia, you've already used all these before.
Girl, you are in the diner.
It's just a name.
You should not be playing with your knife right now.
Shauna, target sighted.
Roger.
Go.
This place ain't easy. You got skill. Tell me, what's your...
Glenn, new mission.
Roger.
Aw, finish your dinner.
None of your business.
New program, flying squirrel.
She just capped that guy.
We've got another job, Lily.
Eva's killed so many fucking people. She has killed so many fucking people.
What's on your mind? Forget it. This is the last one I'll give you. Just... you know.
I know.
Hang on.
Hold up.
You know.
The slight flinch in her eyes.
Hang on. You really are cold as
That angle.
steel.
That is a very intentional camera
After
shot.
all these jobs together, at least say goodbye to me using your real name.
All right, I get it. I'll use my real name for this one.
Yes.
No, burned again. You're back, Evelyn.
Note.
You're back.
Note.
Evelyn.
The pupil dilation. It's a subtle but beautiful touch. Astralyn is canonical and you cannot convince me otherwise.
You know. Last one. What's on your mind? Forget it. This is the last.
Let's go with that.
You've used it. Ella, Sophia, you've already used all these before.
Then pick whatever you'd like. It's just a name. Nothing more.
Shauna,
I'm make
target
sure I
sighted.
have gone through and made sure that I didn't miss anything in the conversation between the two.
What's on your mind? Forget it. This is the last one I'll give you. Just... you know.
One last job.
I know.
Hang on. You really are cold as steel. After all these jobs together, at least say goodbye to me using your real name.
All right, I get it. I'll use my real name for this one.
No, burned again.
It's so cute.
You're back, Evelyn.
The pupil dilation is so beautiful. And like the one where the one with like the yeah, this one right here. Stars Align. This one with them like having that domestic life and like slowly growing together is really beautiful. Plus, I don't know, the idea of like learning to cook for the person you love is just a very personal concept to me. little bit of nice cup ramen. Like the fact that she tried her best and even injured herself to make a meal for her when she could afford any Uber Eats in the entire city. And she eats all of it. Every burnt grain. Aww. I'm the Astra in that scenario. I'm so mad about waking up. Girl, that heat is way too high. Oh. Oh. Goddamn, girl. She did it for her. She did it for her. It's so good. It's such a good little EP. What makes Evelyn my favorites? So, honestly, if we're talking like outfit design, Evelyn's okay. I don't mind, but I'm also not the biggest fan of like high-waisted pants and everything. And like her very like ass and like booba-centric design is shrug whatever for me. I do very much like the whole jacket on shoulders thing, especially because her particular jacket is both like in palette style and the whole wearing on shoulders thing is very reminiscent of Shalom. But it is very largely like just her and Astra's entire storyline and their relationship is a lot of what I love so much. And on top of that, you know, very hyper competent, tall, sexy Korea woman. She's also much more of the butch in the relationship, because Astra's very obviously the femme. And I like Astra, but... And I love the whole relationship, but... I don't know. I'm still not the biggest fan in general of idol characters, I guess. And then on top of that, she's just so incredibly fun to play. She's the highest skill ceiling character. You can make an argument for Harumasa, but I would more so say Harumasa has a higher skill floor, but the skill ceiling isn't necessarily as high, since Harumasa is much more about making sure you're planning well for your rotation and your setup and everything, while Evelyn, a lot of the Evelyn skill ceiling is having to like react well constantly to like the dynamic nature of the fights, which I would argue is a higher skill floor than making sure your rotation's perfect. Also a higher skill ceiling rather than making sure your rotation's perfect. But she's just so incredibly fun to play as well, and I also just really love her combat style. The whole using the switchblade with the wires is very satisfying, and her animations are just satisfying. Like whenever you get like the whenever you get like the wipeout with her doing her chain attack or ult and just killing them with the snap of her finger is so good. And every time, and you don't do it often, but you can also sometimes kill them with her breaking her tether from her special skill and like the little just whip snap of her hand during then. It's so good. She has like such great wipeout poses and her animations look great. She's incredibly fun to play and I just love the couple. And like especially like this EP with like the whole idea of like learning to cook for the person you love is just like a very personal thing for me, definitely. Especially because I'm like the type that I was kind of raised with a lot of the idea that, you know, cooking is one of like one of the ways. It's like, well, I guess it's one of my like primary love languages, and it's like one of the ways that you can really show how much you care for a person is not just for cooking for them, but like learning to cook specifically for them and like their tastes and growing for them. And like that's part of what I love so much about this particular EP is that we're going from, you know, Eve is literally just like eating cup ramen. Her place is, you know, has like a heavy bag, has like a little wood doki thing. I forget the name for this thing. With a fucking knife in it. She has her like shit everywhere. Like she just has like this very like, you know, this like dysfunctional home life because she's like all about her work, and her work is also very brutal and killing people. And like, yeah, and then she just has a bunch of knives on a magnet rail, and she's just eating cup ramen. Pretty nice looking cup ramen. But she's just eating cup ramen. No one across the seat from her. And she stares like emptily at like the empty seat. She's like a very numb person. They show that how she's a very numb person before Astra's in her life, and that's something I can like personally relate to. And they even focus on how Astra like actually injured herself trying to do this. Also, interesting note right here, like regular people, right? Like regular people, and staring at Astra, sees the band-aid, and then right here we can see her pupils have massively dilated, which, you know, there's a lot of reasons your pupils dilate, but it is often considered one of the big but more subtle body language things for affection, for love and things like that. That is one of the reasons your pupils dilate. Also happens when it's just, you know, fucking dark. But I just think it's very cute that they add in so many of these subtle touches to the whole Astra Lin thing that is like very sweet. Like there's also the pupil dilation at the end of her demo, where she steps inside and then Astra's like, "You're back, Eve," and then she like looks up and her pupils immediately dilate. And I think that's really cute and really sweet. And also MiHoYo has a very long history being very gay, specifically being very lesbian. So it's not so I would definitely argue this is not just like being Yuri pilled. And MiHoYo has had to in the past, in previous games, also have their female relationships incredibly heavily implied but not canonically confirmed, because they did that once with Sela and Bronya, and they got in a lot of fucking trouble about it because the CCP does not have a good opinion of homosexuality. So it is very difficult for them to actually be able to like have that canonical like Bronya and Sela kiss in a side manga for that couples along with like Honkai Impact 3rd, and like they got in a lot of trouble for that and had a lot of problems crop up because of that. So it's very much expected that they're not going to ever hard confirm. I mean, even like Kiana May isn't hard, like, quote unquote confirmed. They very clearly have a very deep love for each other. Kiana is canonically like in massive romantic love with Yayi, and Yayi has stated that Kiana is the most important person to her in her life, and that she would rather like there is no point in the world without Kiana in it for her. But you know, they aren't allowed to like, you know, kiss on screen or in manga or whatever and stuff like that because Hoyo's gotten in trouble in the past about it. And so I don't know. I see it similarly with Evelyn and Astra, that to me the Astra-Lyn couple is very canonical, and they have like this very sweet domestic life with each other, but they're never gonna like hard confirm it. I mean, it would be cool if they did, because MiHoYo has like the CCP support now with their large success, especially because they've been fucking like throwing research money into nuclear reactors and everything. And ZZZ is definitely the game where they are like pushing boundaries more compared to the other modern games, because they are also encroaching on darker stories and darker story concepts and storytelling, similar to like Honkai Impact 3 and GGZ in ZZZ, that they don't do to this nearly to the same degree as they do in like their other modern gachas, even Star Rail included. I mean, there's a joke in the Honkai verse community between like Impact and GGZ that there is no such thing as a wholesome Honkai game because the storylines get really fucked. But yeah, I don't know. It's definitely, a lot of it is like just like it's the two of them, it's the pairing, but also it's like Evelyn has like such a strong implied and somewhat shown like growth character arc with Astra entering her life, and I think that's really beautiful to see. It's part of the same reason why I love Yayi so much. Raiden Mei, for those who aren't familiar, because that's her Japanese name. Oh, that's her Japanese name. In English name is Raiden Mei, but her Chinese name is pronounced Yayi. Oh, I have been in this exact situation so many times, and I'm always the Astra. And like, you know, in this one, okay, so A, pupil dilation again. Why is it keyboard not working? Oh, should have hit him. Like, as her manager, especially, she could literally just have Uber Eats ordered right now. She could literally have, like, someone like an assistant to go grab food right now. But I think it's incredibly sweet and intimate and romantic that her decision is to, like, try to cook for her. I mean, realistically, given what we know about Evelyn's past life, it's entirely possible Astra's the first person who's ever cooked a meal for her. Like, we don't know anything much about her past, but given what's implied about it, it's entirely possible Astra is the first person to ever cook for her. That could have legitimately been the first home-cooked meal she's ever eaten. We don't know enough about her past, but that's very possible. And given, like, how numb and professional she is, like, pre-Astra, you know, there's lots you can just kind of assume about that, but, you know, it's very possible that Astra's the first person to actually give her these kinds of, like, intimate moments that she very clearly doesn't have as part of her life, at least, you know, in the parts right before Astra being in there. I mean, like, personally, also, pupils very dilated there. So cute. Plus, one of the things I find the most beautiful about relationships as a concept... Yeah, see, like, And then we see her, you know, earlier on she's eating cup ramen, her apartment is a fucking mess, it's just shit's everywhere, she comes back here to like train, sleep, and eat, and then, you know, she's doing her fucking murder people job. Green veggies are a must, ginger chunks are fine, but shredded ginger isn't. Egg drop soup isn't soup, question mark. Can handle spicy food, and it helps clear her throat. Xiao xiao should be fatty, crispy fish, that's to refresh. Like, these are like all stuff, these are all notes about like Astra's tastes, and that's incredibly sweet. Yeah, like, we can see how like Eve's life is like, Astra being in her life is like helping her clean up her life and become a better person. Like, yeah, it's entirely possible that like, I mean, like, it's entirely possible like Astra doesn't even really get to see this or anything, right? But like she's she's becoming a better person and taking better care of herself because Astra's in her life, and I just think that's like so beautiful and so sweet. Yeah. And like, real talk, you know, you could definitely just argue it's reading too much into the fact that she's like wrapping her arm around Eve's here, right? Because like Astra's very much that kind of like bubbly person. Like, she gets very close to Wise's face during her EP and everything like that, and like she's just that like kind of very bubbly, like touch affection kind of person. But like I said, Mihoyo has learned to be much more subtle about their like Yuri relationships, and they have a very, very long history with like Yuri relationships. That's basically been their entire thing throughout their existence as a company. And I don't know, could definitely say it's reading too much into it, but this is to me one of their very intentional things hinting towards an actual like relationship between the two. But you know, they can't, or they very strongly choose not to due to like how much shit they've gone into and how much trouble they've gone into in the past around it. Yep, and she's jogging and taking care of herself and everything. Like, I personally think, outside of like media or anything in real life too, I think one of the most beautiful thing about relationships is how much having another person that you care about and that cares about you in your life can motivate you and make you want to and help you like grow as a person, and how you can grow together as people. And that's not to say you should be like codependent or anything like that, right? And like have you know, you taking care of yourself or any of these kinds of things like reliant on the other person being there. But I do think it's just a beautiful thing to see someone put efforts into their life to be closer to the person that loves them sees in them, if that makes sense. That's how I feel about it. And you know, got a lot of personal experience tied into that. having been previously married for like 5 years. And Jenny and I are still like very close, and we still chat a lot, and we're still good friends. Life goals just didn't line up. I want a kid and they don't. And I knew that they were on the fence before we got married. Just always hoping they would land on the other side of the fence, you know? But I don't know. I think I find the way that they handle the Astralin relationship incredibly sweet and incredibly mature too, right? Like, for me personally, that is like one of the greatest things about sharing a life with someone, is all of like those small domestic things and like the small things you do to improve yourself and to like be a better person for the person you care about. Like, that to me, like, even more so than like, you know, grand gestures of love and huge romantic moments and, you know, all of the exciting romantic stuff of like, you know, a lot of like rom-com kind of things, or like a lot of, especially with like a lot of like, you know, like the slice of life like high school younger romance stuff you see in a lot of anime. I personally love seeing these much more like adult, mature, actual adults kind of like loving romance that is, I don't know, that is the thing I miss the most personally. I miss the most about like the life I used to share with Jenny is just the daily thing. It's the domestic stuff. It's like waking up with the other person in your life, and with sharing a meal and just actually sharing a life together. And like, I think the way they present Astralin is very, very much resonates to that part of me personally. And it's a very personal thing, but that, if you're wondering, since you're asking why I like Evelyn, that's a big part of it, is just the way they handle the Astralin relationship. I think is gorgeous, sweet, and not just like romantic, but it's incredibly intimate, right? And it's just, I don't know, it's great. There's not that much like actual like media they have outside of like the actual story quest and everything that like really shows that much, but what they do show I just find like incredibly sweet and intimate. Yeah, people that can nudge you into growing as an individual, exactly. And it's something I just have a lot of, I guess, personal experience with, especially. It's lovely to have an Astra in one's life. It is. Although, I guess, historically, I've always been more of the Astra in a relationship. I'm generally the much more bubbly, extroverted, expressing at least. I'm probably more of an introvert in general, but I very much express myself like an extrovert. Little bit more of like a airhead one in the relationship. Evelyn was living like a detached assassinating machine. Astra brings back the humanity, and like, yeah, exactly. And like, you know, how much like it, we don't even know if like she quote unquote brings back the humanity in life. We don't know anything about Evelyn's background, but you know, it's always entirely possible that her backstory, like her origins, come from a situation where she never really had any of that kind of like level of human intimacy and connection and quote unquote humanity, I guess, right? Like, for all we fucking know, she could have been like, she could have like been an orphan in a war zone or some shit, and grew up as a child soldier, and eventually, you know, got very good at what she does and lived out an entire professional life like that, and has never had someone like that in her life. And I don't know, the idea that Astra can be that for her, I think, is a really, really sweet one. And it's also just the kind of Yuri I like, right? Like I make zero fucking what's the word? I make zero attempts, I guess, to like hide the fact that I love Yuri, right? And I find sapphic love beautiful, and I find stories about it especially beautiful. But like, this is the kind of story for that I like. Like, one of my big issues with Yuri is that the vast majority of Yuri is about or involves high schoolers when it comes to like anime media stuff, right? And that's also because like the vast majority of slice of life in general and romance happens in like high school, and it can be very hard to find like Yuri that is about like adult women with independent lives who are like full functioning like adult people having an adult romance. But when I do find stories like that, like, I adore them. One of my favorite currently serializing Yuri manga right now is, it's actually a manhwa because it's a Chinese one, but it's called My Mom is a Superstar, and it's very cute and very sweet. And it is about adult women, which is nice. And it's not like they, you know, they're always like mature and like serious and stuff. Like, they have the human, and they have plenty of the human and cute moments and stuff like that, right? But I just find that the context of dating and romance is so different when you're a working adult than it is when you're like, you know, in school. I just think in general that's the case. It's part of why, personally, like, even when I was just in the idea of dating anyone who was not at least in their mid-20s was kind of weird. Because even after you leave college, for so many people, until you hit the life stage where you are working to pay your own bills and having to deal with all of that bullshit and having to make sure that you're paying your bills, you're consistently doing well at work, you're having to deal with all of the adult bullshit you have to deal with that before was not necessarily a part of your life. And until you've done that for like a decent amount of time, hitting that life stage in life really changes how a lot of your perspective is, and also really helps to reframe a lot of bullshit being much less important than it might have been when you were, you know, younger and didn't have as many things to worry about, as many responsibilities and all that kind of bullshit, right? Like, for me personally, I mean, like, you know, consenting adults are consenting adults, right? As long as it's consenting adults, it's not problematic and it's not toxic, then what the fuck ever. But, like, for me personally, at least, like, I cannot even imagine the idea of dating someone in, like, their very early 20s or... I mean, I'm 32 now anyway, and I always will much prefer to date, like, hags like myself. But, like, I can't even imagine the concept, for me personally, of, like, dating, like, a teenager or someone in their early 20s or something like that. Especially just because also just in terms of, like, raw brain maturity, it's still not fully... You're still fairly undeveloped at that point. But I can't stop seeing them as, like, children, I guess. It's very, very, very... weird to me. But yeah, I don't know. I love seeing stories about adult romance like that. And especially with Yuri, but it's just hard to find too for Yuri especially. Those kinds of stories, because I don't know, I relate to them a lot better, and I think that there's like so much stuff in like the more like exciting younger romance media that is just like, God, this shit does not fucking matter. Oh my God, will you two just be fucking adults and communicate with each other? Holy fucking shit, please. Like, will you, like, this is not a big fucking deal. This is, if you're an adult and you have so much other bullshit to worry about, you have to wake up and go to fucking work tomorrow, you have to pay all your bills, you have to make sure you have the money for that, you have the money properly set aside for all of these things, you have to, like, decide, okay, do I want to, like, go out and do this thing and spend some money because it's worth, like, you know, I deserve to treat myself, like, all of this bullshit, don't worry about all of this fucking adult bullshit, this little tiny drama thing does not fucking matter. And that's how I feel about so many, like, younger romance tropes and storylines and things. It's like, oh my God, this does not fucking matter, you two, Jesus Christ. Thank you for sharing this with us, Jinx. I hope that kind of lessened the load of it. It's nice to be able to talk about this. It's nice to talk about this, you know. And, like, I am still very much, like, processing my grief over the whole divorce and everything like that. And it is a rough process, but it is a process, and you have to process it, you have to, like, feel it, and you have to grieve. Because it's not like Jenny's dead or anything, but, like, the future we had planned together and everything is. And that is a thing that you have to grieve, and it's a thing that my therapist has been, like, fucking hammering into my goddamn head, is that, like, you are grieving right now, and you have to, and, like, you need to actively grieve, and you need to, like, actively process this, because, you know, Jenny's not dead, and I'm so glad, and, like, still care about them deeply, and want the absolute best for them, and quite frankly, care more about their happiness than I do my own. Self-worth issues, yada yada yada, other shit. But, like, yeah, it's, like, Jenny is fortunately alive, but, like, not just the relationship is dead, but, like, very specifically, like, the future that we had been planning together for years and talked about and, like, would dream about and, like, have little discussions about and all that kind of stuff. Like, that's gone, and that's gone forever. And grieving is hard. Grieving is hard, but, you know, part of what I enjoy about stories is that they allow me to do that. Like, I definitely had, like, I definitely processed a lot of it when I played a specific event storyline in Path to Nowhere. That particular one, I don't know, it's very much about, like, the domestic life of being with this girl failure assassin because she kidnaps you. And it's called Diddy Night Song. And, like, she kidnaps you and for a job, but then can't get in contact with the employer, so she just kind of lets you hang out in her girl failure apartment, and you kind of, like, I mean, part of it's you're trying to, like, you know, get closer to your captor so you can, like, find an opportunity to escape thing, but you're basically cleaning up her fucking girl failure life, and she actually starts growing as a person and all of these things, and there's just, like, an incredibly beautiful, like, touching story to me. And that's part of what I find so beautiful about stories, is that they can be so powerful. They can let you experience things that you might otherwise experience, but they can also like help give you new perspectives, and they can help you just simply process like hard things you've been through, right? And help you like feel those things you need to feel in order to be able to like heal and move on, and also just, you know, give you something to kind of feel like, you know, you're not necessarily alone, that other people go through this, even if it's fiction still, right? Like, these stories are still a thing and people still go through them. And like, you know, I just find stories to be such a powerful thing, and I find them beautiful, and hopefully one day I'll write my own, but, you know, lots of other shit going on right now. Alright, well, that was a lot of deep lore. That's a lot of deep lore. Jinx lore right now, haha, smile. You're dropping some cool lines right now. I'm glad you think so. I don't know. I'm just yapping about... I don't know. As you know, I'm an overthinking, very overly analytical person, and I enjoy really diving into the nuance of things. And like, I do that for everything, though. You know, content-wise, I always did that for like math and gaming and mechanics and things like that, and like min-maxing stuff. But I do that for everything, and that includes like why I like something so much, why I find stories so beautiful, and why I enjoy them so much. I do that same level of over-analysis and that kind of a thing to kind of really understand things, because that's just how my brain works. But yeah. And it's nice to be able to be on stream and yap about it and have people listen for who fucking knows why. Alright. But yeah, I think we're calling it now. It is now officially past 5 a.m. and I should be trying to get ready for sleep so I can take care of things tomorrow and possibly squeeze in an extra stream tomorrow. We'll see. Keep your eyes on the YouTube notifications, and I will of course be posting about it on my Twitter and everything. If we do end up doing another stream, I do want to. I just have to make sure I can actually fit it in tomorrow. In your early 20s, any advice? I mean, the most important thing is for you to be happy yourself and to be like happy with and love yourself before anything else, right? A, you know, you're reducing the chance of like relationship things being codependent and everything too. But B, it's very important for you to be your own like independent human being and like be your own self before you are anything in terms of like a relationship, right? I'm not saying you can't be in a relationship unless you wholeheartedly love yourself or something, but it's important to be aware of the fact that another person in your life can't quote-unquote fix you, I guess. Like, I was talking about the whole, like, how, you know, you grow together and stuff, and that's a beautiful thing, but you can't go to, like, a codependent level with that. So, I mean, focusing on yourself and focusing on your own happiness and focusing on your own self-care and stability, you know, making sure you're taking care of yourself properly, you're eating healthy, you have something of a sleep schedule. Like, obviously, I'm fucking up at 5 a.m. right now, but also this is kind of actually just my sleep schedule, outside of even, like, stream and whatnot, because I've been living on like bartender schedule for a fucking decade, basically. Making sure you're taking care of yourself, and also just kind of like knowing what, like figuring out what it is you really want. And I'm in the process of that right now because so much has changed in the past, like, you know, 2 years with, like, you know, grieving like the future Jenny and I had together and all these different things, right? But yeah, I think it's important for you to kind of think about and explore, and also just explore, right? Like, what it is you really want out of life, because you only get one life, so make sure that, like, don't necessarily, like, overthink it, don't be paralyzed by it, but, like, I do think it's important to think about these things, you know? About what it is you actually want, because not everyone wants to, you know, have a family and have kids. Not everyone wants to have, like, a really long-term partner. There are people I have known who are definitely quite older than me, who have just spent their entire life having, like, you know, fun romances with people, but don't ever want to, like, get married or settle down or anything, and they have lived beautiful, happy lives, and will continue to live beautiful and happy lives. And you know, I don't know. I don't know. I think the most important thing, especially when you're younger, is like also just kind of enjoy your youth. Frankly speaking, right? Like enjoy yourself. Like the most important thing is to make sure your shit's taken care of, right? Like, you know, you're early to like be a fucking adult, right? Take care of yourself. Make sure your bills are being paid. Make sure you're not like fucking throwing at work or whatever, right? But outside of like all of that stuff, that is the most important thing to take care of first. Like, yeah, like take care of yourself and like explore things, like explore things, try to figure out what it is you like, and also, you know, I'm not saying quote unquote try everything once, because there's definitely a lot of things you shouldn't try once, like fucking heroin, but because it actually physically rewires your brain after a single use. It rewires dopamine receptors. But like, I don't know, explore things. Try to figure out what it is you want, what it is you like, what it is that you enjoy, what fulfills you. And what fulfills you doesn't have to be like your job or anything, right? Like, there are plenty of very happy families that their work is just work. It's how they make money, and maybe they enjoy it, but they don't have to be fulfilled from that because they're fulfilled from like their relationship or from their family life or things like that. Like, one thing that my therapist is trying to instill me better, is just very hard because my inherent nature is the opposite, which is that it's important to define yourself and your happiness and your self-worth outside of your job, and for example, defining it through like your hobbies and things like that, because at the end of the day, your job is how you make money in order to enable you to do things. But also, it can be a problem when you have like so much of your self-image and self-confidence and everything tied into something that can be taken away from you, right? Because no matter what, like, no matter how good your job security is, it's always possible for it to be taken away. Like, even if you work for yourself, it's entirely possible that like you just market conditions that you just don't read well enough or like a single mistake can like lead to it falling apart. It is, no matter how, like, it is always possible that even if you're like incredibly beloved at work and you have everything going for you, there's a change in ownership, and you know, eventually you end up being in like the cut section for whatever reason or whatever, right? Or you end up having a management change and they make your life a living fucking hell, because that I definitely do don't believe as in like it's the only case that happens, but definitely very much believe in the idea that people don't generally quit bad jobs, they quit bad managers. And defining yourself by having your self-image rooted in the things that you choose to do and the things that make you happy and fulfilled. And that can be work, right? Like, it's a beautiful thing when your work is fulfilling and makes you happy, but it doesn't have to be. And even then, it's important to make sure that like your self-image and your self-image and your self-worth is like defined also by other things. I'm an English major, planning to teach in high school someday, loving the literary elements. I suck at symbolism and metaphors. Well, I'm glad that that you as an aspiring an aspiring English teacher or whatnot enjoy my analyses, because I am in no way any degree of like well educated on like the subjects, nor am I like a trained professional or anything. I just think a lot and have been thinking a lot since I was very young. I do also enjoy like learning about it though. Like, at the very least, like I can't say like I'm in any way like well educated on the topic of like writing and story and narrative, but I have watched plenty of videos about it because I am interested in story writing and it's something I like to learn about. Self-development and care. Got it. Yeah, self-development, care, and like making sure that like self-development, care, and like finding the things that make you happy, and like I guess in many ways defining yourself or your self-image or your self-worth or whatnot on the things that you choose to do that make you happy. And ideally not on something that can be taken away from you by another person, which is the whole thing with like, I have the huge issue that like so much of my like self-image and self-worth is heavily tied to like my career outcomes, right? And not just like working hard. Working hard's a part of that, but like the outcomes also have to be good, right? Like very much like I need good results at whatever my work is for me to feel happy with myself, which is incredibly toxic, but also very Chinese. And that's not a good place to be in. Definitely don't recommend it. GM, hi Flyto. But yeah, I don't know. Anyway, thanks everyone for listening to me yap about, I don't fucking know, life bullshit or whatever. Who any of you who are still in the stream after all of that, wow, that's so deep bro talk happens. But I'm glad that I can actually, I like talking about these things, and these are the things that I like talking about with like close friends and stuff, when we're just like having a drink and like yapping at each other or some shit, right? Or when my roommate and I will run into each other in the kitchen and then end up yapping about shit for 2 hours for no reason with each other. But it's nice to be able to talk about this kind of stuff in stream, because, I don't know, that's part of what always appealed to me so much about like VTubing and like the VTube and like the VTubers I enjoyed consuming and stuff like Pippa Pipkin and things like that, of, you know, being able to talk about like you're like actually talking about real shit and real shit about yourself and things like that on stream, and like having that be like contents that your community like enjoys and cares about and things like that. That's not something I ever got to do when I was doing like the full-time YouTube things, and my content was based around the content and not on like me, and more importantly the things that really make me happy, I guess. And it's nice being able to do this as a hobby now, as I've talked about in so many streams. And I should probably stop yapping now and end the stream so all of us can go on with our days, and I can go on with my night and go to sleep, I guess. Yeah, I'm gonna go get some good rest. Appreciate it, Dread. And appreciate every single person who's been hanging out in chat and everyone who has stuck around to listen about various things. And, I mean, I'm not gonna say I hope things I talked about to make your life... I mean, it would be nice if it made your life better. But, you know, I'm also, like, I'm one flawed human being, so don't take my fucking advice as gospel, right? Be like, always make sure that you're processing information and making your own decisions about them. Don't just take someone else's word as gospel, especially when it's their opinion and things like that, right? You know, be critical of the information you hear and choose, and like make sure you're actually, you know, thinking about it and making choices about what you want to take out of the information proposed, right? I don't want anyone to ever like take any of my opinions or thoughts or random rambling about like life shit as like gospel, right? Because I don't know everything, and I'm not, you know, trained, educated professional on these kinds of things as well. But, you know, I can at least convey my own thoughts and my own experiences. Alright. Anyway, night everyone. It's been a lot of fun. I very may end up doing like a bonus stream, because this is the last stream like planned for this week, but I might do a bonus stream tomorrow because I do want to do a lot more ZZZ stuff, and I guess we'll see if I can get enough stuff done earlier on in the day, then that might happen. Take it with a grain of salt, spoken like least gacha gameplay content, some mile. I mean, I was the same way when I was always like, the whole like take it with a grain of salt, the entire barrel of salt was also a thing I also brought up a lot back in like the full-time YouTube fucking gaming math optimizing bullshit times too. I definitely think it's I was raised in a scientific household. My mother is an epidemiologist, and my current stepfather was a director of a public health program at the CDC. I grew up around science and engineering and STEM, and yeah, the most important base fundamental of science in my eyes is that it is fallible and it should be questioned. Because science is only ever the best explanation we have for natural phenomena at this current point in time. And it should be, if new information and new data comes that causes inconsistency with current theories, then that should be then those need to be reassessed. That's why I choose to believe in science out of any other sort of like personal belief system and whatnot, because science is by definition fallible and can be disproven and can be adjusted. Nothing is ever taken as gospel. Even our base fundamental like laws of physics can be, and in some cases already have been, overturned in certain ways. But yeah, anyway. Another random yap. And okay, I'm closing the fucking stream now because I'm not gonna stop yapping about other tangents unless I do. Have a good night, everyone. Bye. Remember to be critically think about things.